Hey everyone, welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, Michelle Miles, and this is the show where we dive deep into the world of writing and publishing. Each month, I sit down with authors from every stage of their journey, whether they're just starting out, building their readership, or seasoned pros with stories to tell. We'll explore their creative process, uncover tips and insights, and celebrate the highs and lows of the writing life. So grab a cup of coffee, settle in, and join me as we go miles beyond the page. Today, I'm excited to host my friend Misty Evans, who I've known since our very early days in publishing. She's joining me today to talk about all things writing, including her newest release. Hey, Misty, thank you for joining me here in my debut.
Well, thank you. I feel really honored to be your first.
Yeah, of course. I'm excited to have you. So let's kick off with talking about your new book and what inspired you to write it.
The latest book, as we're recording this, is Redeeming Meg, and it's the first book in my new spy series, The Black Swan Division. It's co-written with my son, Ben Nolan Vanderclay Evans. Uh, he's going by Nolan Evans because that's just, we decided on he would have a pen name too, so that's fun. And we thought about doing it back, oh, I think it's probably 2021 when we first started working on it. So
Yeah, that's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah, it's been kind of hit and miss because of course he has full-time job and he has life things going on, but it was kind of on my bucket list to do something that was a legacy project with my sons, my twin sons. And so his brother is the one who does almost all of my cover art. So he did the cover art, and Ben and I wrote the story together, and we're working on the second one right now that'll be out in March. So
That's exciting. I love this so much. And how exciting to write with your son.
I know it
Um,
is. It's really cool. And he's really good at brainstorming stuff with me because he really enjoys this sort of genre with the mystery and the
yeah,
espionage and that sort of thing. So
that's so cool. I love that you're sharing your writing life with your son. And I've known you a long time since our Samhain days. I
yeah.
think that's been like a decade, maybe.
It's been a long time. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
think
has.
my first book there was published with them in 2008.
Oh
So,
wow. See, and my
yeah.
first book with them was 2006. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's been a
it's been
long
a
time.
long time. You've been
Um,
in the publishing world and seen a lot of changes.
oh yeah, all the changes. So I know your background, but for those of the viewers out there, what inspired you to start writing?
I've been writing my whole life. So literally, I always tell the story about when I was really little, before I even knew my alphabet, we would sit in church and I was always very bored and I would fall asleep during the sermon. And my mom would she always had these little spiral notebooks that she carried with her grocery list and stuff on it. She would give me one of those and a pen or a pencil, and I would pretend that I was writing stories. No, I didn't. I was just scribbled, it was just scribbles and drawings and stuff. And then I would try to tell her the story on the way home. And I would go home and I'd tell the story to my dolls and stuff, and it was basically some of the books that I had that I loved. And I was just taking those stories and kind of rewriting them in my own mind and
Sure.
going, like where the story ended, I kept it going, and I've really been a storyteller my whole life. So I wrote many, many things through the years. And when I was in fifth grade, I paid one of my friends she had a typewriter and I had a typewriter too, but I didn't want to spend time transferring all the written stories to a typed page. Like that wasn't my thing. And I paid her a nickel for every story that she typed. So she would take my notes and she would type them, and then I'd have a typed story. So, um,
That's awesome.
there
Do you still have any of those?
I think I have one or two. They're like up in the attic. They're real, they're so horrible. Like you
Yeah.
don't. But I was in a creative writing program for a while, and I mean English and story like composition, it all came really easy to me. I clept out of the first two freshman English classes and stuff like that, and I wanted to be a literature teacher, and my dad was like, "No way. You have to do something you're gonna make money at. You're not gonna go teach English, like that just wasn't for him, that wasn't a good plan."
Hmm.
So I got a business degree and spent 10 years in the business world, marketing, and yeah. And every time I would get a new job and they'd find out I could write, then I would get put in charge of doing all the marketing, all the ad copy, the newsletters for the employees, newsletters for the clients or customers, whatever we had, interviewing people, do it, the all of that.
Hmm.
And on the side, I was always writing stories, or at least starting them. A lot of them I never finished.
Yeah.
Then my boys were born, and I did some writing for a very small magazine that was very home and family oriented. And I would write
Hmm.
stories with the boys and got some of those published. And then 9/11 came along.
Mm.
And 9/11
Yeah.
was kind of a wake up call for me because I realized if I was ever going to actually become a published author of fiction, I had to make it happen. It wasn't just
Yeah.
going to happen out of the blue. I had to take the steps and make it happen, and that was the beginning. So,
Yeah. I think we all have some sort of event like that that's a catalyst in our life that makes us go, I got to do this, or I'm running
yep.
out of time, or I feel the same way.
Yeah.
Um, and I know you write, I know the genres you write. You write in urban fantasy and romantic suspense and cozies. But how did you decide on those genres, or did it find you?
Initially with 9/11, after that happened, I was like glued to CNN for, 24
Hmm.
hours a day for a while.
Hmm.
And I really at that time didn't know that much about the spy world or terrorists or anything like that. So as I was watching all of that, I got really interested in it and I started reading both fiction and nonfiction. And I had written a couple of small town mystery type stories. And I was kind of going after some agents. I was attending some workshops and going up to the U of Wisconsin and Madison and attending their writing conferences. And at that point, it was like, I think I'm going to write a spy novel. Just, just kind of was like, I'm kind of, so immersed in this world right now, and
Yeah.
it's fascinating to me. So that's how I started writing romantic suspense. And while I was shopping around trying to find an agent and then trying to find an editor, I mean, I was a total like, I love paranormal stuff. So I
Hmm.
love Buffy the Vampire Slayer and I loved the first Charmed, the original Charmed, and I watched all that kind of stuff all the time. So I started my Witches Anonymous series and I was doing it just posting it like a serialized story on my website because I didn't have anything at that time to sell
Yeah.
yet. And I was trying to still, I knew I needed to get a newsletter started and I needed to started, getting some people interested in my writing. And the first story that I wrote in that series, I gave it to my agent. She's like, "Ah, it's a cute story, but it'll never sell." And then we ended up selling Operation Sheba, which was my first romantic suspense. And that editor had said to me, "If you have anything else like this, send it to me.
Hmm.
I want it." But there was another editor at Sam Hine at that time, and she was running a contest in the paranormal stuff for short stories
Yep.
and wanted to put like four of them in a print anthology. And so I sent my first Witches Anonymous story to her, and it won one of the four slots and got printed in
Yeah.
that. And I was like, I really like doing both because the romantic suspense was so intense.
Yeah.
so much research. Like I mean, really, even when I got my first agent, she asked me, "Are you actually a spy or a former spy?" Because she's like, this, she was in Washington, D.C. She's like, I'm around these people all the time. And she said, your book is just so, so well researched. Like I thought maybe you were a spy. I'm
That's
like, yeah,
awesome.
maybe I am.
I
So
remember.
anyway,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, so that's kind of how those two came along. And then the rest of the stuff was things that I'm a Gemini, so you know me, the more genres, the better. And pretty soon I had people reading, both of those. And then in 2018, I think, I decided to try cozy mystery. I had a
Yeah.
publisher who was asking me to write a series of books for them that was cozy, but paranormal cozy, because it's
Hmm.
hard for me to write a straight cozy. It's kind of like me writing a straight mystery, like, or if I tried to write a straight romance, like there's always a dead body that's going to show up. If I try
Yeah.
to write a cozy, there's always a witch or magic that's going to show up. Like there's certain things I just can't seem to get away from.
I
So
think that's
that's
just
how I got into cozy.
yeah, and I think that's just part of your writing DNA. When you know that and you just can't help yourself, you've got to have
Yeah.
some paranormal in there.
So there's one of my friends who is a big author. She and I wrote a contemporary romance series together.
Hmm.
And it was so hard for me. I was just like, okay, 3 books and I'm done. Like I loved the characters and I loved the story and I loved working with her. That was not the problem. I just simply could not write a story where there wasn't some kind of mystery suspense thing going on?
Yeah.
So like,
That I understand that because almost everything I write has some magical something in it. So
yes, yes.
even my
And
urban fantasy.
so that the series that I ended up doing is a fairy tale retelling, like you're
Yes,
right now, and I love doing that.
I
And I
loved those books too. So yeah.
yeah.
Um, so what was, I think you already talked about what was your first story and what did you learn for it? But you kind of already covered that with writing your
Yeah.
in your little notebooks, which
Yeah.
is awesome. Um, so let's talk about the creative process. I still have a copy of your first book, Operation Sheba. I still have that, and I loved it. What does your typical writing routine look like? And are you a plotter or a pantser?
So that's a good question. I am definitely a plotter. I used to be a total pantser,
Yeah,
and it didn't work well for me because I would get to about the midpoint in every story and then go, I don't
yeah.
know where to go with this. I don't know what I'm doing. Even if I kind of had an idea of like what the climax was going to be and how I wanted to wrap it up, I would just write myself into a corner and then I would stop because I didn't know what to do with it.
Hmm.
So, and then I was coaching other people and I'm like, you have to have a map, you have to have a road map, you have to know where you're going. Even if you don't plot every single point out, so through my own coaching of other people, I was like, I became a better plotter myself. And I still really go by that. I plot out all of my books ahead of time. So like December is my time when I go and I plot all the books, pretty much all the books that I'm going to write the next year. So I
Yeah.
outline everything. I write the blurb, I do the
Wow.
outline, I write all of my calls to action and my advertising copy and newsletter headlines, all of it.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, if I get in the flow of a book, I want to be sure that I use that momentum while it's there. So it's not
Hmm.
just coming up with the premise and the conclusion, but writing the whole outline. And then when I do the whole outline, that doesn't mean I'm going to follow it.
That's that
Because my
pantser
characters
sneaking in.
like to go off on their own.
Yeah.
But I at least have that roadmap that gives me the ideas that I want. And I know my plot twists are, which my
Yeah.
plot twists are, what my tropes are going to be. I know all of those things. And then I just go ahead and capitalize on that. Like I'll take just a couple of weeks in December and then I do it again in June if I haven't done all of them, that are coming up, or if I've decided to pivot and do, a different book at a different time or something like that. But that's kind of how I do it now. It didn't used to be that way at all. It was totally random. But my process is definitely pretty much every day I write. But this is my profession. This is my job that
Yeah,
I go to every day. So mornings are for writing because that's when I'm fresh and try to stay off social media as much as possible and don't get distracted by my emails and, all of that kind of stuff. So while my brain is still kind of over here in my imagination, which I have a very active one and always have, that's the time for me to write. And even if the first draft is total crap, it's better than nothing, right? You can't
right.
edit nothing. So that's always been my thing. Like the story writing has to come first because nothing else matters if I don't have the story to edit and to publish and to market. And, I support my family this way. This is my business. This is my
Right.
job. So I have to have my priorities.
Right. And I think that's something that is hard to teach a young writer, a new writer, that it is a business. It is a job. It is not, I mean, while it's a fun and you have a blast writing those stories, it's a mind shift too. You have to really make yourself, it's a
Right.
business.
So there's
Um,
two sides to it because there's the creative side and the business side. If you
yeah.
let either side become too overwhelming, you can burn out or you can,
Mm,
just end up feeling frustrated because your books don't sell and that sort of thing. But one of my earliest conferences that I attended, there was a writer there and I don't remember who it was, but he said he had two ball caps. So one was red and one was blue. So his blue ball cap he put on when he was going to write, and his red one he put on when he was going to do the business side, the admin side of his writing career. That always stuck with me. And initially starting out, I always had my little routine in the morning if I had to be creative. And this was before the boys got up and, woke up and everything. I had twins, so I had to write before they woke up and when they were taking naps or, at night or when they went to bed. And I worked around their schedule
hmm.
and, and it was tough. And people will say, because I'm going to be publishing my 100th book next month. And people are like, well, thank you. Well, you must have had an easy life, or they must be really short stories, or you used a ghostwriter. It's like none of that. None of that. I worked around twins. I had a back issue that left me debilitated for a couple of years. I worked around that. We moved multiple times.
Yeah.
Had to work through taking care of my aging parents, and then, they both passed, and like there was always something going on that I worked around, but I have that kind of drive for storytelling and doing this as my job. And I think it's fine if you don't. Like it's
Yeah.
not meant to be for everybody, but this is
Right.
how I do it. This is what works for me.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think I have a day job, but and I think part of that is learning how to write around the day job too. So, and
Right.
it's hard. It's not an easy
It
thing,
is. It
but
is very hard. And there were times like when I had two different agents during this time period. I've had four publishers. And there were times when the agents would come back and they'd be like, I want this and I need it right now. Or even once I had a publisher and the editor would be like, it would take, 4 or 5 months to look at my submission. And then they'd come back like the week before Christmas and be like, oh, yeah, this is great. But now I need all of these changes made and I need it back on Christmas Eve or something. And, you know, here I am with two young kids and I worked a lot during that time. I did substitute teaching, I did grant writing, I did all kinds of things before I actually was making enough income that I didn't have to, work as well. And I'd just be like, what planet are you living on? Because I don't, I maybe some of those writers can do that kind of turnaround or whatever, but I couldn't do it. When indie
yeah.
publishing came along and I could be totally in control of all of my stuff, I was there.
I think that's what I love about it the most is that I'm 100% in control of everything. And
Yes.
I can write on my own schedule. I can release when I want to release. Um,
Exactly.
and it's just it's a really great thing. But I think this is a great testament to if you really want to make it your job, you can find a way to do it.
You
Um,
will.
and that I think that's important for new writers to understand. If you're that driven, you can make it happen.
Yes,
Um,
I agree.
let's see. What was my next question? Yeah, so one of the things that I find when I get stuck in a book is I like to go back to the beginning and read the whole thing. So what is your, when
Mhm.
you get stuck, I know you said you plot now, but do you ever
Mhm.
have those moments where you're just
Oh
stuck?
yeah, all the time. Like I said, my characters, even if I have an outline, my characters will just take off and do something completely unexpected. And I have to, regroup. And there's many times that it helps if I can really just stay with one story and write that consistently for
Yeah.
3 to 4 weeks, however long it takes me. But that doesn't always work either. Life intervenes, or,
Mm-hmm.
like right now, okay, there's a new release. I have coaching clients. I'm working on, getting the 100th book ready for next month's release. Just finished writing the draft of a book, and that's sitting there needing edits. And, there's some scenes in there that I just put in parentheses, fill this in, that I have to write.
Something happens here.
But that's one of my techniques too, is to go back, just jump back into some of those earlier chapters,
Yeah.
reread them, think about, and honestly, I talk to my characters all the time. If I'm stuck, I'm looking at a scene right now where in one of the stories that I'm writing, and I was like, I don't really know how this is going to play out. And I'll just imagine that I'm sitting there talking to my characters, and I will say, like, what do you want to happen? Like, you got us here, so now you help me figure it out.
That's right. Um,
But many times it's really just fingers on the keyboard. You just
yeah.
have to sit down and start writing. Even if you
Yeah.
don't know what you're going to write, you just have to sit down and write something. And before you know it, it'll
Yep.
start again.
I do. That's so funny because I do the exact same thing. I don't know where I'm going yet, but I'll figure it out.
Yep. And I
Um,
oftentimes have told myself, like, you've done it before, you can do it
yeah.
again. Like
Yeah.
even when it seems kind of, frustrating and overwhelming, and that's what I remind myself of.
Got to give yourself that pep talk.
Mhm. Yeah, it'll come. You just have to sit down and make that commitment to do it.
Right. Exactly. So, shifting gears a little bit, let's talk about some publishing insights. Can you share? I think you've talked about this too. We talked about your journey to publication. But
Sorry, I totally went off script just like my
yeah,
character.
it's so fine. That's fine. It's hey, we're flexible here. Um, so I've been watching your career for since that first book. I remember when Witches Anonymous came out. I remember when Operation Shiva came out, and I'm really excited for you for your 100th novel. I can't believe it. It's so awesome. I
Yeah.
aspire to write that many.
Oh, good. I hope that I inspire people and not, make them feel like, that's a weird,
Yeah,
unachievable thing, or there's any pressure there, because everybody's different.
right.
And, I managed to figure a lot of things out along the way that helped. And I've had a
Hmm.
very supportive husband, a very supportive, sons, very supportive friends. I mean, you and so many of the others that I met initially, like I always said, I wondered if, I was just supposed to get into this just to meet some of you guys, because you become such important, people in my life. So,
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for having that support group too.
yeah.
Even if, we don't talk every day, but you're always there.
Yeah,
So,
I am. Yeah, and you too. Like we
yeah,
had a little conversation earlier about a
you're right.
frustration of mine.
Exactly. So, I know you probably talked about this a little bit too, but how do you handle? Here's a good one. How do you handle that feedback from your peers, from readers, from anybody else, editors or anyone? And how do you feel about that? What does that editing process look like for you when you get that feedback?
Well, I used to really soak up a lot of feedback because I really felt like I didn't know what I was doing. I had imposter syndrome really bad when I
Hmm.
first started. And I was lucky because I really did kind of luck into having some really good editors when I first started out. I had a good editor at Samhain. I had, I ended up with kind of a gal who had been an editor at multiple big houses that I hired to help me early on. And she taught me a lot about tropes and the genres and stuff like that that I had no idea about. I mean, I really lucked out when I was, in those early years, getting some really good editors, and I sucked all of that information in. There was some of it I didn't agree with, but I still kind of bookmarked it
Yeah.
because I knew that it was helping me grow as a writer, and that's what I really wanted. There's definitely been times when I've hooked up with, like in those early years, I hooked up with the wrong critique partners, or, you know, there's something to be said by wherever stage you're at in your career, you need somebody who's at least at that stage or farther along than you are before you
Yeah.
start taking their feedback. And most of the time, if people take time, like my readers, if they take time to send me a note and say, I loved this book or whatever, I keep all of those emails and I reread them if I need to. There's always going to be one or two people who, or more who don't like something that I write. And again, I write in multiple genres. I write, I have two pen names, like I write across the board. I'm not going to make
Right.
everybody happy all the time, and I totally accept that. If something really resonates with me, then I will go back and look and I'll think, huh, okay, maybe I do need to change something here. And I do like getting, if I feel like it's really good feedback that's going to help me make my next book stronger, whatever it is, like I'm always pretty open to it. So,
Yeah. Yeah. That's
and
good.
the other stuff, I always know what the other stuff is like. This, thank you very much. Bless your heart. Here, there
Right.
we're all lucky that there are so many great writers out there and so many different kinds of
Yeah.
books, so if my
Yep.
brand isn't your style, there's plenty of other great writers out there that you can pick from.
That's
So,
exactly right. Yeah. So I know we've talked about the readers a little bit, but and you've touched on marketing. Um, but what is part of the business of writing is marketing and building that reader base. And so what strategies have you found to be most effective for reaching new readers? And I know that is so hard right now, trying to find those new readers.
I think it always is. And I think for me, it's really a combination of things that I've done all along. So, my newsletter is really one of the most important things that I do. I try to reach people
Yeah.
that way. I try to build a real connection with my readers and especially my top fans. I want them to know how much I appreciate them, how much I love hearing from them. I
Yeah.
encourage that. I want that relationship with them. And finding new people, I love it to be more organic.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone through many, phases through my career where I've tried to, do a lot of advertising or do a lot of free stuff to try and get people to sign up and everything. And I just haven't found that to be as successful. It's like
Mm-hmm.
short-term success, but long-term,
Yeah.
I want those people who really love my books. I want to make a connection with them. And I find those in odd ways. Sometimes it is having a free book on Amazon and somebody stumbles across it and then they'll go read all my series and they'll send me an email and say, I never heard of you before until I found that free book.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a book funnel,
Yeah.
newsletter or something like that. Sometimes it's because they read this other author and I go do a Facebook takeover or an interview like this, and they'll be like, oh, I'm going to go check her out. There's so many opportunities out there, and it can be really overwhelming if you're starting out and you don't know what's really working for you. But
Yeah,
I'm always kind of like, even right now, I've been really shifting. My social media is shifting and my priorities are shifting as far as it's a new age. It's a new age. And I
it
think that
is.
there's plenty of opportunities out there, but we can, certainly get lost in the overwhelm of
Yeah.
everything that's going on.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of noise
I
and
think
it's
I just wanted to say, like, as an author, you have to know your strengths and you have
yeah,
to pick your battles. So pick your social media that works for you and nail it. Nail it
right.
all the time. Pick your tropes and nail them all the time. Pick what works for you as far as sending out your newsletter, too much, not enough, whatever.
Yeah.
Once you figure it out, like keep hitting those strengths that you know that you have and don't try to do everything all the time. It's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent advice because you'll just stretch yourself too thin. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, we're running out of time. So
Yeah, it's
this has
okay.
been great, though.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed talking to you, as I always do.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to do is just I'm going to post your social media links below, so
Thank you.
people can find your books and they can find you. They can sign up for your newsletter. But you have an online store, so tell us about that really quick.
Yes, on my website you can buy direct from me. You can save money. Pretty much everything I have on there is less than it is at retailers, and that helps keep me and going and keeps me in coffee. And so I direct. Yay!
Yeah, yes,
Thank you.
yay. Oh, well, this has been great. Thanks, Misty, for joining me and joining my new Mouse Beyond the Page. It's been a
Yes,
really
and
incredible journey for both of us.
it really has. I'm so glad that we became friends, and I wish you the best of luck with your YouTube channel and
Thank
everything.
you.
Great. I'm excited for you.
All right. Well, we will wrap this up now. And don't forget to subscribe to Misty's newsletter. Check out her books on her page. And if you're around, please be sure if you enjoyed today's episode, I can't talk. Don't forget to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and share your favorite part of the conversation. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell so you never miss an episode. Um, so we'll see you next time. Hi there, and welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, Michelle Miles, and this is the show where we dive deep into the world of writing and publishing. Each month, I sit down with authors from every stage of their journey, whether they're just starting out, building their readership, or seasoned pros with stories to tell. We'll explore their creative process, uncover tips and insights, and celebrate the highs and lows of the writing life. So grab your beverage of choice, settle in, and join me as we go miles beyond the page. Today, I'm really excited to host L.E. Sterling, who I met through the RWA PAN community. We did a summer book club interview last year, and it was so much fun. So I'm real excited to have you here with me. She is the award-winning author of multiple young adult novels that spans fantasy, sci-fi, dystopian, and the romance genres. She holds a BA and an MA in creative writing and a PhD in English literature, which I think is awesome. All right. Thank you for joining me here today on my second ever episode. Let's kick it off.
Yay!
Yay! Let's kick it off with you talking about your new book and what inspired you to write it.
Good question. The latest book I put out is called Starling's Weave. It came out with Entangled Teen in October. And this is an upper YA romantasy. That's what the back cover says. And it says it's like in the line of Shadow and Bone, as some of you might know, Lee Bardugo. And it's about a young woman who comes from a very strict closed society, only she's sort of shunned because she doesn't have the same water magic that everyone has. And so, anyways, after a series of misadventures, she winds up in the company of a mutineer. And when I say that, I read pirate. And he's her love interest, but readers say he's got this cinnamon roll vibe, which I think is hilarious and delightful. And they're also with a dying god and some other people, and they all race to save their world, which is rapidly unraveling the magical issue. Uh, the tropes think friends to enemies to lovers on a pirate ship, revealed identities, and a heist, of course. And I have to say, I honestly meant for Starling's Weave to be a standalone title. I really was working hard on developing that. But since the book came out, all these readers and reviewers have been pressing me to do another title in this series. They keep saying, this world isn't done. So now they've worn me down, and I'm currently working on a sequel. So I think this will end up as a duology.
Well, that's awesome. Sometimes those novels kind of demand for another book. I had one that sort of took on a life of its own too, and now I'm writing a prequel. So, well, not yet, but it's in the works. Tell me, what inspired you to write Starling's Weave?
I was born in a place that almost none of your viewers will have ever heard of. It's this little town called Perry Sound. It's on Georgian Bay, which is part of Lake Huron, one of the Great Lakes. And it's really a watery world. And my whole family sort of lived around there, and boats are a way of life. So you literally take a boat to visit your family rather than the roads, which are a lot more unpassable in most parts of the year. And I really wanted to write a novel that spoke to that sort of watery heritage where you're literally living on boats as like your main way of life. And frankly, I'm also obsessed with magic and gods, as you would have imagined from doing a PhD on postmodern magic. So I love writing about unique worlds and unique magic systems. And so voila.
Awesome. I love that. I just think that's so fascinating how you took that inspiration. Let's talk about your writing journey now. And what inspired you to actually start writing? And you might want to touch on the PhD thing because I think that is fascinating.
So I was definitely one of those precocious children, I guess you would say, where from a very young age, I had already decided, like I think I was 7, and I decided I was going to be an author. So I would literally go to the mall and I'd go to the bookstore and I'd check out the names of the sci-fi fantasy writers because I was like, I'm going to be a woman writer in a male-dominated genre, and I have to pick out my name now. Hence L.E. Sterling, L being my first name, Aaron being the one I go by. And I wanted to make sure I knew how I wanted my name to appear on books. But I would say I also had a very peculiar upbringing here in Canada land. My dad was this school teacher, hippie musician type, and so he'd pack us in the van every summer, and we'd literally cross the country. So I think I crossed the country like 8 times by the time
Wow.
I was 16, and it's romantic, it's lonely, and you have a lot of time to develop stories.
Yeah.
Um, but also, just magic.
It sounds really magical. It sounds like a really cool way to grow up, really. What a wonderful experience. So I think you kind of talked about this a little bit, how you decided on your genre. It sort of you sort of decided it, or did it find you?
That Misspent Youth I was talking about involved a lot of comic books like ElfQuest and
Mm,
Amethyst and Arak, Son of Thunder, which if you've never heard of, you're probably not alone, but it was incredible. And Dungeons and Dragons and all that
mm,
stuff. So I had this lifelong obsession with magic and fantasy and science fiction that really got steamrolled when I did my PhD,
hmm
which was on, as I said, postmodern magic. So I got to study everything from like 14th century texts of travelers who would see unicorns and narwhals to the latest novels using postmodern magic as sort of a trope or device or a character that
Yeah.
usually talked about the Restoration or the Renaissance. So it wasn't until I was done then that I really came out of the proverbial magic closet. Uh, I think I had to publish 2 books before I really felt confident in doing that.
Mm.
But then once I got there, I was just all in.
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. I'm so fascinated by the fact that you have all these degrees. It's just really cool to me. I don't know. 'Cause I'm like, I'm just gonna start writing a book. I don't have any sort of college.
But
Um,
look how successful you are. You don't need
yeah,
it.
yeah.
You
I
got there
like
a
to
lot
think
sooner
that.
than I did.
So let's talk about your creative process.
Okay.
Um, What does a typical writing routine look like for you? And are you a plotter or a pantser?
I used to be a pantser, and then I
Mm.
realized I had no idea what the heck I was doing, and it was going to tank my career if I kept on going that way.
Mm.
So I
Mm.
became a plotter, a meticulous plotter.
Mm.
And I haven't looked back since because I think it's so, so helpful if you sort of granularly attack a narrative arc and
Yeah,
understand all the moving pieces so that you can fit those expectations.
right.
A typical writing routine though for me, well, I got rid of my stupid day jobs. So now I just like get
Yes.
up at 7 and I work and then I do dishes and then I work and then I do more dishes and then I work and then I'm done and I read books and it's the best life ever.
Oh man, that's awesome. I'm kind of jealous.
I'm sorry. Join me. Come to
I'm
Canada.
trying. I am trying. I need you guys to go buy books.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a plotter pantser. I'm say I started as a pantser, but now I'm trying to be more of a plotter because you're right. It just helps you out so much more in the long run when you're trying to figure out where you're going with these books.
But
So,
you're an interesting subject, though, because when you do fairy tale retellings, you're already using a very tightly plotted narrative as your
right,
starting base, and then you just tweak it. And so
right,
you're learning narrative, the proper narrative as you go along, but also copying exactly what you should be doing. So
right, right. And I like to kind of think about, kind of what is my twist on this fairy tale. So,
yeah.
um, it's really it's a learning experience for me too. Um, when the project gets tough, do you experience writer's block, and how do you stay motivated while you're writing a new book?
So don't hate me. I don't think I've ever really experienced writer's block because I have probably too many imaginative little shoots going off at all times. But I think, if nothing else, the PhD taught me that every project has a solution, every part of a project has a solution. Um,
Hmm.
I My PhD was 300-page long essay. So if you can imagine, with hundreds and hundreds of books as the references, so you I learned how to understand at that point. I'd already published one book, but it was like a complete surprise to me that I'd done that. But every component piece showed me that structurally pieces fit together and you could have flow within those pieces. And I just learned to break down a large project into component parts. And it taught me a sort of discipline that I'd lacked
Mm.
before that. And
Hmm.
really, I would recommend to anyone out there, do a PhD solely for those purposes, to learn discipline and to break down large projects and build them properly.
Yeah, that's actually great advice, really, just to trying to learn, even if you just analyze other fiction, just figuring out, the story, where it breaks down, what are your plot points, etc. Um, but so since you don't have writer's block, but what are some tools or techniques that you use in your creative writing? Maybe we already talked about this, to sort of, so you use it as a sort of, you know how things fit together, but is there any special tool that you like to use when you're writing or plotting or anything like that?
Oh, well, here's something I did for my second book. I actually based every chapter on the major arcana in tarot
Mm.
in sequence. So every card was a way of pushing the plot to the next point, and it told a heroic journey that the major
Yeah.
arcana does. So that's, for me, those I guess, signifying images help
Hmm.
me get to the next point. And now I use sort of Scrivener's structure as a way
Ah.
of doing that as well, sort of having the main synoptic points for each chapter written in there, sort of at the
Mm.
top on the notes section, so that I always have the guideposts. And so I
That's
always know,
awesome.
okay, this scene is going to handle only this much. And then I can sort of keep it bite sized, which
I
is
love that.
important.
Yeah, I know lots of writers who love Scrivener and write in that. I guess I'm old school. I still use Word and have Word
Really?
document. Yes. And I have like a Word document that's my story Bible where I have, I should really learn how to use Scrivener. I just haven't taken the time to sit down. I own it. I just haven't taken the time to sit down and, you know, get into it. But
And
that's fascinating.
I do think that tools like that are really the greatest for that organization, for keeping your
Yeah.
story Bibles organized. And it's so
Yes.
important when you have a really big project. I wish I'd had
Right.
that when I was doing my PhD, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're writing fantasy and you're doing long series, you need to have all of that in one place. I forget what my characters look like, so I put all of that in my story Bible. I'm like, what eyes does this
Exactly.
person have? I don't remember.
Exactly.
So let's talk about your publishing, any publishing insights you might have. I think we all second guess ourselves when we're writing. I know I do. Um, but can you share your journey with us from your to publication? Can't get those words out.
I
Your
hear
journey.
you. So I would say I have a rather unique journey in that on the surface, I think I had an early success. So
Mm,
my first novel was a YA novel that was actually my master's thesis, and my master's supervisor asked to publish it with his small press imprint for a small press here
nice.
in Montreal. And it did really well for a small Canadian press book, and it was even translated into French, which is a huge
Oh,
coup for your first book.
wow.
And this is
Yeah.
pre-digital books, so this was a really big deal. Um, but then it sort of felt my career stalling and slipping,
Mm,
and it took a really long time to get my second book out. And then I didn't know where to go from two small Canadian books to the next step. And I felt like I was flipping coins to see if I was going to give up writing, which
mm.
remember, I decided when I was 7 I was going to be an author. So this was like my whole life coming to an end kind of thing at the flip of a coin. And on a whim, I published this little novella on Wattpad, which was actually just supposed to be the backstory for a novel I wanted to write.
Hmm.
And it went bananas. It got like hundreds of thousands of
Wow.
viewers within like a week or so. And from there, it became amazing slash insane because I got from that an agent. I got a 3 book
Wow.
publishing deal with Entangled. I got interest from a film production crew, and then they optioned it for film. And that sort of took things off.
Yeah.
So Cinderella stories really do happen. But
Yeah.
now I'm again sort of going back into that lull and I'm trying to figure out what comes next after the 5 books I published with Entangled. And I'm just sort of like, I feel like I'm at the beginning of my career all over again.
I think it's hard when when you write long series too. It's kind of like, what am I going to do next? I'm a big fan of. I have two 5 book series, and the one I'm planning is more than 10 books now. I'm about to start on book 4, but it's just like, what do you do next? What is your next big thing? Um, but yeah, so I understand that. So what are your some of your biggest surprises or challenges you faced in publishing?
Um, so I think the easiest thing to say, the most glaring thing to say is that my life got in the way.
Mm,
Um,
mm-hmm.
I was a single mother living in Toronto, which is like the equivalent of living in New York City on my
Mm,
own with my kid, with
wow.
an important day job in communications at a university, trying to do a 3 book publishing deal on the side. So I'd get up at like 5 in the morning to write the books and then get my kid ready for school and send him out the door. And he was very young. But that didn't leave a lot of time for other things like investing
Hmm.
in your author platform. And I
Right.
certainly didn't have time to do a newsletter. And I certainly didn't have time to do like social media. I mean, my God, it was lucky if I brushed my hair every day. So I do feel like I didn't fully get to take advantage of the early successes I had. I feel like it was a bit of a wasted opportunity. Um,
Gosh, I can
and to
relate to that.
right, day jobs are hard and they
Yeah.
really sap away from, and for the record, I think you're doing phenomenally. I
Oh,
think you're
thank you so
amazing.
much. Oh,
So
thanks. I
stick
work a
with it with,
lot.
yeah, exactly, right?
So,
And so I think if you don't have that time to devote to building your own author platform right
Mm,
now,
hmm
you're
hmm
really putting yourself at a disadvantage down the line because it affects whether you get future book deals, which is sad. Maybe that's going to change very soon because it's untenable for most
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. And I think that's why I started self-publishing too, is because I could do it on my own pace. And talking about the marketing and social media and building a reader base. Um, which is always, marketing kind of makes a lot of authors cringe. I mean, I'm not a fan, but we all do it. We all have to do it.
Yeah.
So, what are some strategies that you have found to be the most effective for reaching new readers? Because that's what we all want, right?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I'm very fortunate in that when you work with traditional presses like Entangled, and remember, Entangled right now is like the press because
Right.
it's their imprint, Red Tower Books, that publishes Fourth Wing by Rebecca
Yeah.
Yarros. They are like the bomb right now in romantasy titles. They're like leading the pack. They're
Right.
remaking the landscape, and then every now and again they throw crumbs to their other authors like me. And so they do a great job with arcs and early promotion
Mm,
with their
yeah.
authors. So, and I think those are really, really helpful when you have book talkers and bookstagrammers like
Yeah.
talking about your books on social media. That really helps with the awareness. But as a result, that's also still on their platforms. So you
hmm
still have to invest in your own.
Right. Right. Because that's how we make we can make it a little more successful, we hope. Right? Just
Yeah.
that having that newsletter list, it's so hard to try to, you have to write the content and all that. But how important do you think, along those lines, how important do you think social media is for authors today?
I was in a marketing seminar last night, actually hosted by the PAN committee of the RWA. So, for those of you who are out there thinking, oh, what's the RWA? Should I join? I'm going to say yes,
You
because if
should.
you join the PAN committee, you get access to free seminars once a month. And this was a really interesting seminar because it was led by someone who is very versed in marketing over social media. And she reminded me that social media is about building awareness. It is not necessarily about converting people to sales.
That's a great point.
The real sales happen when you have a magical newsletter list, which I don't have, by the way. My list is not magical. It is very unmagical at the moment. And that will have to be my focus going forward. Events, excellent. Live events, virtual events, and getting face to face with readers, getting
Mhm.
personal, getting them invested via a newsletter. She reminded me that you'll have a much higher conversion of sales via a newsletter than any kind of organic social media strategy you'll put out there.
That's interesting. I've been hearing that too, that the newsletter is really what you need to be having if you're an author. And I think social media is a great way just to kind of remind people of who you are and what you're doing. Um, so I guess along those lines, we talked about the newsletter. Would you say that a newsletter is probably the best advice to give other authors to build that loyal readership, or do you think there are other ways you could do that?
I think it's huge with the giveaways and so forth,
Hmm
and doing those personal touches. I think sending readers who already have your book signed book plates is another way. Just getting them invested in you as a person, talking to
Yeah.
them about who you are as a writer and a persona and as a human being, and just you know. But also, I think part and parcel of that is putting out really good books
Yeah.
because I know that I am a hugely loyal reader. And so if I love your book, I'm going to buy everything you've ever written and I'm going to read it all more than once and I'm going to scream you to the rooftops and tell everyone how much I love you. And I imagine that the readers I want are exactly the same.
Yes, I would agree. And I think readers really do kind of want that peek inside your life of, who you are as a person and, you know, kind of how your process is and what you're up to. So I think that's really great advice, really. So For aspiring authors out there who may be watching, and I hope you are, and I hope you do want to join RWA if you're writing romance. It's a great organization. What is one piece of advice you wish you'd known earlier in your writing journey?
Um, that you can't do it alone.
Mm,
And I think that was one of the things that dragged me down early in my career too, is not really knowing. You do creative writing degrees so that you network with people, and yet the reality is everyone's always doing their own sort of genre and thing, and it's really competitive in those degrees, so you don't really build writing networks. But once you're outside in the real world, like you and I have connected, there
hmm.
are real strong affinities with people who are like, yes, let's lift each other up. Let's
Yeah,
build something together. And this is where the magic really happens for me, because once you have strong network, it's you can go, your reach is just so much dramatically increased. And I
right.
think that's what all authors should aspire to, is making friends, real friends in the writing
Yeah.
community, in their genres, and supporting each other, because that's how we're going to build up our communities.
Right. Well, and it's not a competition either, right? We're all in it together.
And I think it's really hard to be an author without being a total fangirl of books,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's the fangirl, fanboy, whatever, fan person. But like, I'm a fangirl. I love the books I read. I love the authors I love. And I'm always looking for new ones. And
Yeah.
it's not competitive. It's more to love.
Right, absolutely. I mean, there's something for everyone out there. And I think that's what we just, as authors, we just have to remember that the readers will come if they love your work. So let's see. We talked about the journey. Let's see, do you have any tips for those just starting out or considering a career in writing?
Mm, um, yeah, I would say do your homework. I think that is one of the key advantages of doing creative writing degrees, is that you start to get professionalized early on, but there's a lot
Mm,
more to learn, because you have to learn how to approach people. And it's not as simple as going into a Facebook group and saying, hey, are there any agents on here from HarperCollins? I want an agent.
yeah,
Or like, and you see that all the time these
yeah,
days, that people
yeah,
just have these remarkable, nervy asks. And that's a way to tank your career so quickly. You need to know how to approach people. Pay
yeah,
attention, learn what you have to learn, do the reading, do the research, work it out, and
yeah.
be professional and polished, because at the end of the day, you are now the brand for yourself.
Right, right. And agents and editors always remember. They have long memories, don't they?
Yes, I think they do.
Yeah. So how do you define success as an author? Is it, even for you or just however you want to answer that, if you just like a broad spectrum or what do you envision as success?
Okay, real talk here. I think I think what would be awesome for me would be to hit the New York Times bestsellers list. And I think if you asked any author, they'd say the same thing.
Oh, sure.
But realistically speaking, I'm probably already a success, and I just have to find a way to keep going, because I've had readers reach out to me. They've told me they love my books. Some of them are loyal. They want to read the next thing. They bug me for sequels, stuff like that. And so if I've touched the hearts and minds of some of these readers, then haven't I done my job? Because at
Yeah.
the end of the day, you don't do this unless it's your vocation, unless it is the thing that drives you, because no one is crazy enough to be an author. It is hard. It is soul destroying. It takes up every part of yourself. So you better be invested in some sort of end goal that is not monetary
Mm-hmm.
and not
Yep.
not based on some sort of outwardly sign of success, like you're flowing out the bling and stuff, because it's highly unlikely that you're going to get there.
Yeah, I think that's a great advice, really. I do think that being an author is so isolating at times. So you have to really, really want to do it. So, How much time do we have? I think we're getting close to the time, but let's talk about anything else that you want to add. Any other tips or advice or thoughts you want to share with us?
Well, I think now would be an important time to talk about social media again in terms of how all of sort of publications systems like indie authors and traditional presses sort of now rely on social media. It's integrated so much with the publication process and author brand building and press brand building. But the social media landscape is changing so quickly right now, and it's
Hmm.
impossible for any author, indie or otherwise, to sort of keep up with that. And I think we need to keep our eye on what that means and how
Yeah.
to work beyond that. And I think, as the woman in the marketing seminar mentioned yesterday, now is the time, if you haven't already started your newsletter, to start your newsletter because people are leaving these platforms.
Yep.
TikTok might go dark again in the US. It's still happening here in Canada. We're still okay, but you never
Yeah.
know what tomorrow will bring these days.
That's true. And with a newsletter, you own that list, so you know
Yeah.
who's on your newsletter. Well, this has been really wonderful, and I'm so glad you were able to join me. Before we go, before we wrap up completely, tell us where we can find you and connect with you online and your work.
Oh, I so hope you do connect with me. I have a newsletter, of course, on my website. If you go to https le dash sterling.com. And I hope you flash that on the screen in large numbers, le dash sterling.com. You can see what all my book titles are. I have seven right now. But they're also widely available in every single bookseller because I've been traditionally published, and my last two books were digital releases, but they do have print copies available as well. So
That's
Amazon, Kobo, Barnes and Nobles, you name it, Google Play, iBooks, all there.
all right, awesome. And I will have all of this information in the comment section of the in the description of the video. So it'll link all to all of your social media platforms and where you can find Ellie Sterling's books. And I do hope you check it out. Thanks again for joining me today, and
Thank
we are going
you.
to wrap it up. We'll see you next time.
I love this. Thank you for having me. It's
You're
great to be
welcome.
here.
I'm so excited for all of it. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you next time on Miles Beyond the Page. Hey everyone, welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, Michelle Miles, and this is the show where we dive deep into the world of writing and publishing. Each month, I sit down with authors from every stage of their journey, whether they're just starting out, building their relationship readership, or seasoned pros with stories to tell. We'll explore their creative process, uncover tips and insights, and celebrate the highs and lows of the writing life. So grab your beverage of choice, settle in, and join me as we go miles beyond the page. Today, I'm excited to host Sean Langwell. Hey, Sean.
How you doing, Michelle?
I'm good, thanks. Sean is dubbed the Inspiration and Boldness Guy. He is the past president of the California Writers Club, Redwood Writers, past president of Toastmasters of Petaluma, an inspirational storyteller, marketing mentor, and confidence coach. He's the author of the memoir Beyond Recovery, A Journey of Grace, Love, and Forgiveness, 10 Seconds of Boldness, the essential guide to solving problems and building self-confidence, and today's the day inspiration, encouragement, and wisdom to overcome mental blocks and live a happier, more productive, and fulfilling life one day at a time. But I know you have a new book coming
Yeah,
out.
and we're gonna talk about that too. And
Yeah.
so thank you. I mean, this is so exciting. Being an author and doing what I do. I've been in sales and marketing for 3 decades, and
Hmm.
it's not second, believe it or not, it's not second nature to me, even though I'm selling to other people, soliciting for advertising. When it comes to our own stuff as authors or creative folks, I get tongue-tied, believe it or not, and I'm what you
Yeah.
call an introverted extrovert. So, um,
I
this,
feel the same way. Yeah.
Well, and it's normal. And we're like, oh my God, I should be such and such because I've done this for so long. And it's like, no, we all there. It's just weird. I think part of us, we don't want to talk about ourselves because we don't want to
Mhm.
sound arrogant or conceited. But
Right.
if you're a creative, Michelle, you know this. You
Oh
have to
yeah.
learn how to do it yourself, and it's not easy, right?
No, it's not easy. Not at all. It's really hard for me to talk about myself too. And that's why I want to talk about you. So,
I got to be
so,
careful.
so tell us about your latest book. I know you said you have one coming out pretty soon. So what is that? And tell us all about that.
So the cover, I'm not going to show the cover here because this is the version 1.0, but it is a rebranding of Today's the Day. And the reason for that is there's a lot of people that it's called Morning Motivation. It's the ultimate workbook and guided journal. The subtitle is much shorter. So part of this iterative process as an author is we got to learn to tighten stuff up. And I have a tendency to go off and talk too much. So the subtitle is really important because as authors and creatives and even entrepreneurs, we struggle with this. It's practical wisdom to break free from self-doubt and start living an extraordinary life. So
Oh,
it's
wow.
super, super easy. It's not intimidating. There's short blurbs that I pulled from 10 Seconds of Boldness and turned those into a workbook and journaling. So anybody who is out there likes to journal, this goes a little bit deeper so you can take one small paragraph and just start writing about it, or just read it and move on. That's the whole purpose of the book.
Oh, I love this. And I think that as writers, we all struggle with self-doubt, right? We all have that. Am I doing a good job? Is this book working? Is it good? So how did you get into writing nonfiction and writing these motivational workbooks?
The long story would be here all day long, but the short story version is um, I've been, for lack of a better term, I've been a self-help junkie ever since Tony Robbins cut his teeth, literally. I mean, when he was making it big and yes, I'm that old. I think he was 21 years old, and there was guys like the name of Dr. Wayne Dyer, there was Tony Robbins, there's a whole bunch of folks, Napoleon Hill, not he wasn't there, but Zig Ziglar. There's this whole
Hmm.
movement in the late 70s, early 80s, and I was listening to these tapes. It was the first introduction to audio tapes, and I just got hooked on it. And I'm like, I want to do what those guys do. And here I am 40 years later, I'm actually doing it. And it's really, really, really exciting. So
That
part of
is
that is
exciting.
writing books, you know.
That's awesome. So I see what you're inspired by them, but what inspired you to focus on this sort of storytelling? I assume that nonfiction, you have like a storytelling style in your books.
Hmm.
So what inspires you to go in the direction you're going with those?
That's a great question, Michelle, because I didn't think I always wanted to be a writer too, but I didn't know I could until my wife did it, and she didn't know she actually could until she did it. And now here we are. She's 17 books in, and I'm coming up on four. But stories are what stick, and
Hmm.
anything that's meaningful and poignant, whether it's personal or third person, has the ability to convey emotion. And that is something that often gets overlooked in a sales conversation is if we're not able to connect with somebody on an emotional level, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, our readers aren't going to give a rip about what we're writing. They need to put themselves into those stories. So on a fictional sense, I don't write fiction because I it's just not my jam, if you will.
Hmm.
But on the nonfiction side, I draw a lot from personal experience and experiential wisdom from other people I've talked to, and those stories are powerful. They're
Yes.
impactful, and it's not all how to is what I want to say. It's because the how to there's so many how tos out there that you know it's a why to and getting down to the core motivations of human nature, but also how we are and how we think psychologically, mentally,
Hmm.
physically, spiritually, all of that. So it's all this amalgam of what excites me and what I like to read. And now I'm just starting to write these books that if I saw these books, I'd want to get them because those are the kind of books I like to read.
Right, right. So I think that I hope that I have in my audience some folks looking for some ways to sort of be motivated and inspired. So can you talk a little bit about what sort of inspirational books that you do to help people kind
Hmm.
of get over those humps and defeat those doubts? What sort of books do you have for that?
So morning motivation is really a general. It's not a super specific. It's not geared niche down to authors or entrepreneurs. I purposely did this so that anybody, regardless of what their interests are, can open it up and they're going to get some value out of it. Moving forward, I will start to do some books that are specific to sales and marketing, productivity, time management. Time management and productivity span the whole spectrum of folks too.
Hmm.
Um, but in terms of, repeat the question because I just went off the rails for a second because my
It's
mind really
okay.
went off.
Just what sort of inspirational or motivational things can help people get over those doubts and sort of empower themselves to do what they want to do, whether it's writing or anything else.
So I came upon when I wrote 10 Seconds of Boldness, which was a painful, painful process. It was originally going to be a goal setting book, and I've been just goal driven all my life. And what ended up happening was I'm in sales and advertising sales. My sales tanked, and I'm like, how can I legitimately feel confident about writing a book on confidence and goal setting when I can't even do it myself? So that's just
Hmm.
me. Um,
Hmm.
and in the process of diving down and editing and getting there, I'm like, there's something I'm missing here. And the quick and synopsis version of what I'm building upon for everything I teach, including how to be a better self-promoter for artists, for authors, for entrepreneurs, and get over the fears of rejection. That's storytelling, but it's a 5-step method that anybody can do. And the 5 steps are not unique, but the application of them is the hub, if you will, for everything that I'm going to be doing moving forward. And those
Hmm.
5 steps, I'm going to spill the beans right now because they're incredibly important. The first one is identify the problem or the opportunity.
Hmm.
What is the what? And this goes into storytelling, personal growth, all of it. If you don't know what your characters are going to do or what the problem is, you can't possibly have a solution-based mindset. The second one is clearly deciding what the heck you want to do about it. How do you want to punish your characters if you're a fiction writer, if you're a cozy mystery or you're writing fantasy, whatever? How do you want to punish those? And it's the normal narrative arc of storytelling that found its way into here almost accidentally as a plan and a rubric for writing self-help books and teaching on this stuff. The third one is, however, the most important. The third one is the motives. It is
Hmm.
why. Why do we do what we do interpersonally? Why do the characters need to move through and have that transformation from here, a shy person to becoming bold or whatever it happens to be in the storyline? And 4 and 5 is where most of the self-help books, personal growth, call them whatever you want. This is where most people spend their time. They miss the first three in general, and they focus on strategy. That is creating a plan and then working the plan. The plans, the creating of the plan, there's so many strategies and plans out there that it's like it makes your head explode.
Hmm.
People have an activity problem. And if they don't actually, and it's really underneath it, it's fear and it's lack of self-confidence for most folks in any walk of life. And until we address that why of why we're actually going to invest the time to subject ourselves to get out of our comfort zone, we're never ever going to change. We
Right.
can try all these other things. I call it shiny object syndrome. But until we actually get down to the brass tacks of why we want something, if the why isn't big enough, the facts don't count. Somebody else said that a long time ago. So the action is where confidence comes. So it's kind of counterintuitive. If we don't actually try and fail, we're never ever going to get to chance to gain that confidence. So that's the hub of all of these books that I write because they're simple things that people can remember, but not everybody does, right, Michelle?
Right, right. Yeah, I'm just you're sitting here, you're saying that and I'm sitting here thinking like I have this post-it note in front of me that I look at every single day that says remember your why. So I think that is such an important thing to remember as a writer or as any sort of in any sort of industry, right? You just have to remember your why and what you're doing and why you're doing it. So I know that y there's writing and having a family and working is all about balance. So how do you find that balance between your writing and your day job or your family job or whatever? How do you find that balance within those?
No, I was going to come up with this great little dissertation. The bottom line is I don't. I think people striving to get balance become more imbalanced, and myself included, because we're trying so hard to be balanced, and then we start second guessing and doubting ourselves, like
Yeah.
should be doing this instead of doing that, and that perpetuates this negative downward spiral of I'm not good enough
Mm,
because I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this, but I really don't want to do this. I want to, I jokingly put it in there, but I've been there too, is, when I want to avoid something, I sit on the couch and eat a half pint of Ben and Jerry's Chunky Monkey and watch Netflix. I want to do that, but what am I avoiding that I really should be doing or I had goals to
yeah.
do? So
Right.
um, there is no, there can be balance. And the way that I find it, I'm not totally off the rails because if I was completely imbalanced, I'd be locked up. And I have some semblance of sanity. But I get up early, like you were talking about before we started recording. I get up early. I use my lunch hours to do podcasts or interviews or write
Hmm.
or these types of things. I don't write a whole lot at night. That's usually my downtime, but
Mm,
occasionally I. So the balance for me comes from owning our own time.
mm,
When
hmm.
we work for somebody else, we have an obligation to do that because we're being paid in exchange for a service or whatever it is we're bringing. But our time, we get to choose the other, 16 hours a day that we do with our own time. What do we do with two-thirds of that time?
Yeah.
That's where the balance comes. Most of the imbalance that we hear about, where people are stressed out, they're overworked, they're procrastinating, blah, 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 ad nauseum, is because it's not really about being balanced. It's about a time management problem. It's
Mm.
about going back to the why.
I think that's a great thing to say too, because I, I have very scheduled times. So I know when I'm going to write and I sit down and I do it. And I think that's important when you're in any sort of creative process like this. So let's talk about your creative process. And there is some creativity to writing nonfiction too. I would imagine maybe a little bit different than, creating a fictional world. But what is your writing process when you're working on a new book?
It continues to evolve, Michelle. Initially, I took great pride in feeling like I was a pantser because I had all these great ideas. And then what happened is, as I in sales, there's this phrase that's called show up and throw up. It's basically putting a whole bunch of stuff out on the page, and then I have to sit there and go, "Oh my God, I got to make mess. I got to untangle this mess." So my process now is, and this comes actually from author ad school and what Brian Cohn taught is either one of his students or he taught this thing about writing the hook before the book. And that's a talk that I'll give at some writing event down the road here. But writing the hook before the book from a nonfiction author standpoint puts me into the realm of who do I want? This is marketing 101. Who do I want to reach? What do I want to say to them? What do I want them to think, act, do, or feel? So those are the three basic fundamentals of any and all marketing. And writing the hook before the book puts me in that frame of mind. So oftentimes I come up with a title, a
Yeah.
subtitle, the metadata that you and I know about, which is the
Hmm.
7 KDB keywords and all
Right.
this stuff because that puts me into the frame. And then I start looking online or in a physical bookstore of books like mine and go, what are these folks doing? What do I know that can reach this? And do I have something I can actually be excited about that might be a little bit different than what's already out there? So that's my process.
Hmm.
And then it becomes getting it down and then fine tuning it to niche it down so that I can
Yeah.
deliver it to a very specific audience.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I'm trying to equate this to how fiction writers, work too. And it sounds very similar. I know a lot of writers who do all of that sort of pre-planning too. But when you get to that marketing point, what do you find is the most challenging about about marketing and finding those readers who are going to want those books?
It's it's time consuming. The biggest challenge is it's time consuming because if I'm choosing to go after a genre that I haven't been around where it's natural for me, like on the recovery
Mm,
side, I can write 20 million different recovery books because I've been invested in that environment and I know the nomenclature. And I know most of it from the self-help perspective, but because there's so many new strategies and tweaks of whether it's, you name it, everybody comes up with another term. They're basically just regurgitating the same thing and
yeah,
putting a name on it. So the challenge is finding the relevant current key terms and buzzwords. A, if you want to go down that far and that granularly, or move it up a level or two that are a little bit more broader and understandable that people can get. Like the title Morning Motivation, it doesn't need any explanation. Everybody
mm,
knows what morning is, and everybody
hmm,
knows what motivation is, or most people do, right?
right,
So choosing titles that resonate and quickly people can put themselves into, oh, I need that. Um, that's been a big aha moment for me just in the last week. I shared the cover image that you'll put out there
right.
with the podcast last night and yesterday afternoon. Never didn't say anything about the book. I showed the picture and they said, "Oh, I need that book." As an author, especially a self-help or personal growth author, that's
Hmm.
gold.
Yeah. I wish
I
fiction was that easy.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm like, tell me more. And then I can start to drill down and get hands-on firsthand experience of what they're interested in. But it's a conversation, really,
Yeah.
Michelle.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a
You,
conversation.
something you said, we did get connected through the Brian Cohen ad school, and I know you and I have both been in that. We're in this same group. Do you see a difference between marketing just based on, what you see in the group? Do you see a difference based on marketing for a nonfiction book versus a fiction book? Do you see it there like is there a big gap between the two, or do you feel like that maybe they're similar marketing type of techniques in order to get fiction out versus nonfiction? I'm just trying to kind of get into your head a little bit.
Yeah, my wife writes fiction. She writes, college age romance and steamy romance. So I'm acquainted with that genre from what she's done.
Hmm.
But on some of the other esoteric subgenres, I don't read them, so I can't answer that directly, with one exception. Almost every type of fiction book that I see and reading the book descriptions, there's some expected tropes that people want.
Right.
There's some expected events that people want. There's a narrative arc that people want and expect. And if you deviate from that, you're not going to make it.
Yeah.
So understanding the genre and the audience that you want to speak to, and they'll eat it up. I mean, that's why you have so many 6 and 7 figure authors that are mining that because it's like the binging on Netflix. You get these stories that you like. Look at what Michael Connelly and James Patterson did on the crime thriller side,
Hmm.
or Sarah J. Maas. They found these niches that people can't get enough, and they don't always have to have the same characters. It's the tropes. And if you're able to do the series together with a character that people can become vested in, the difference on my side is the character is me.
Hmm.
It's
Hmm.
a lot of respect. It's inspirational memoir, but it's not about me. It's about sharing my wisdom and lived experience with other people so that they can improve their lives and learn how to believe in themselves. And that's the disconnect, regardless of
Yeah.
fiction or nonfiction. That is the number one disconnect where there's a bridge and a crossover between all genres.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think learning your tropes and knowing them if you're a fiction author is spot on. You really need to know those and nail them. So what do you think is the most challenging aspect about writing nonfiction in the self-help or inspirational genre?
The hardest part for me, because my natural speaking style, and it's just a product of my upbringing, and my mom moved in with me now, and I'm facing this on a daily basis, is not being or sounding bossy.
Mm,
And it's challenging for me at times because when you know something and you're excited and passionate about it, think of parenting, for example. If anybody out there listening to this has kids, you want what's best for your kids. Now, I'm not saying I'm a parent to my readers, but it's this kindness, but there's also times where it's like if you have teenagers, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not going to be super nice when I ask you 5 times to empty the dishes or clean up your stuff in the living room floor. So it's this balance of how do you deliver sound advice in a way that's encouraging, uplifting, and actually will help support somebody wherever they're at. And that is the biggest challenge because I have spent a lot of time, money, and energy practicing the stuff that I write about, the
hmm
personal growth. There's stuff it's always in flux. I have to meet people where they're at.
Yeah.
And and there's this balancing act because you don't want to talk down, but you also don't want to not be bring enough to the table that people are going to be bored to death. So that's the
Right.
art of what I do that is it's a science project.
Yeah.
And
I,
it's never set and done. Every single audience is different.
well, I think kudos to you for being able to do that. I don't think I could ever write a self-help book like that. And just I think there's something I think you have to have that sort of what is that drive to want to help other people. Don't you think? That's like ingrained in you to want to help others to be successful?
It is, and it's more on a personal level. See, with fiction, the thing that is attractive to fiction stories is it serves the same need that people have.
Hmm
The, the wanting of belonging, the dreaming, the desire, all of this. But because it's third person and it's fictionalized, a reader can insert themselves into it and identify with the MCs and the protagonists and antagonists, but it's not making it about them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's participatory and as is self-help. So the challenge is being able to meet and have that dialogue with people where they're at and invite them along this journey. And I'm figuring it out. I did it pretty well with the first book because it was very clear cut. It was about my recovery journey. It's inarguable. You can't argue with my experience.
Right.
And I took that model and I've applied it to the last 3 books that I've written. And I'll probably continue to do that because my story may not relate directly to you, but there's elements of it that everybody can relate to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. We're kind of getting close to time now, and I hate that because this is a great conversation. But let me just ask you how you find the balance between being both a coach and an author in terms of sharing actionable advice versus personal storytelling.
Ask the better questions and find out where people are at. And I want to, before you got less than a minute, if you need to reach me, I'm at seanlangwell.com. There's tons of stuff out there, first name, last name. You can find all kinds of videos and stuff I've done, but it's really about asking the questions to invite people and find out what their willingness level is, Michelle,
Hmm
and then extend the hand and offer to guide them every step of the way. So that's where it crosses over into the coaching relationship.
Yeah.
The author and speaking relationship is a little bit more removed. Once you start taking on coaching, that's an intimate relationship, and their
Yeah.
trust needs to be a part of that. Otherwise, it's not going to work for either person.
Yeah. I think we have time for one more
Okay.
before we have to wrap. What have you learned about yourself through this process of writing and coaching?
That I'm definitely not a perfect human being. I'm a work in progress, and every single thing that I write about, the theories are there. I practice these, but I give myself as much grace as possible to know I'm never, ever, ever going to do it perfectly. And,
Yeah.
and learning also to welcome the failures because the failures are what I learn most from. As
hmm
painful as they are, being afraid of failing is actually preventing my growth. When I actually make a mistake and then I can recognize that I screwed up, and have an opportunity to change it, that's big, the biggest epiphany, especially in this last 4 or 5 years.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think we're all it's really hard to recognize that about ourselves though, isn't it? That we're all a work in progress. We all want to be perfect.
We don't want to admit it, but it's the truth.
Yeah. And any quick tips you have for those just starting out or considering a career in either nonfiction or fiction?
The simplest advice that I can give to somebody is dare to be brave enough to take a chance on yourself. You do not have to figure it all out. Just take one step forward, as small or large as that is, the smaller the better. Because if you take a series of small steps, and this is not rocket science. I mean, James Cleary wrote Atomic Habits. How many people actually do it? Take the first small step and don't worry about the results. And then look back a week later and say, oh, that wasn't so bad. Think of kids learning to ride a bike with training wheels. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Eventually, you're going to kick those suckers off and you're going to ride a bike.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So we have just like about 5, 6 minutes left. Really quick, tell us where we can find you and your work. And I will also put this in the description of the podcast.
So look, sign up for my mailing list because I've got a lot of stuff that I'm going to work on this year. The easiest way is seanlangwell.com. There are several videos out there that I've done on podcasts and other shows. I am going to be rolling out a series of free seminars specifically for authors and entrepreneurs and or both. But I'm
Excellent.
also going to be doing a lot more teaching and training and coaching on a specific level. So if there's something you are struggling with, whether it's self-doubt, confidence, writer's block for this audience, reach out to me. On the marketing side, I've got 3 decades of marketing experience, and I just picked up a new coaching client that's going to meet with me 3 times a month, and she's actually a coach. She's a money coach. So ex sharing this experience, if you have needs, just reach out to me. I'm totally approachable. I usually get back to everybody in 24 to 48, and I'm not that big yet that I can't respond to you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I will for sure have all of these links in the body of the podcast description. So be sure to check out those links. Sean, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Michelle. You're a consummate host. I mean, you sound like a natural, and I know this is relatively new for you, but
It is.
you're doing it. You're
Thanks.
totally doing it. So
I,
thank you.
I'm I am loving it so much. Be sure you check out Sean Langwell's incredible journey and check out his new book, Morning Motivation, which will be coming out soon. We'll have all that information for you. And a huge thank you to all of you out there for watching and listening. If you enjoyed today's episode, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and share your favorite part of the conversation. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode. You can also catch Miles Beyond the Page on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, and iHeartRadio. So be sure to follow and leave a review. I've got more amazing authors and stories coming your way, so stay tuned. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep writing, and I'll see you miles beyond the page. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, Michelle Miles, and this is the show where we dive deep into the world of writing and publishing. Each month, I sit down with authors from every stage of their journey, whether they're just starting out, building their readership, or seasoned pros with stories to tell. We'll explore their creative process, uncover tips and insights, and celebrate the highs and lows of the writing life. So grab your beverage of choice, settle in, and join me as we go miles beyond the page. Today, I'm excited to host Amanda Reed. Hey, Amanda.
Hi, Michelle.
Amanda is the author of the Flanagan Sisters Psychic Mysteries and is a participating author in the Enchanted Rock Immortals world of paranormal romance novellas. She's an avid reader of mystery, sci-fi, romance, and paranormal books. Prior to publishing, she spent 24 years as a federal agent. Her investigations of murders, fraud, identity theft, drug trafficking, and many other crimes provided her a wealth of inspiration for her mystery and paranormal romance series. Amanda, welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm excited to have you here.
Well, thank you. I'm so excited you asked.
Yeah. So tell us about your latest book. What inspired you to write it, and if it's a part of a series?
Okay, my latest book is The Gargoyle Affair. Ta-da!
Awesome.
And it's part of the paranormal romance series that I belong to called The Enchanted Rock Immortals, right with 4 or 5 different uh, authors. And this one was the last. It was kind of a sad farewell for me. Hopefully, not a sad farewell for everyone. Well, except maybe they're sorry to see the series go. But I didn't realize, like many of my books, that this was actually a farewell. It's
Uh-oh.
it's a it's a story about starting over.
Hmm.
Both the male main character and the female main character are starting over. Her from a terrible relationship, and he from his past. And so I didn't realize that until I was about, I don't know, almost done with the book. That I'd completely written a farewell and on to new beginnings book. And
Oh,
so, yeah. And so it's kind of like the tie up happily ever after story to my series.
so is this series, you collaborate with other authors? Are they different heroes and heroines in every book, or how does that series work?
For the most part, just with the exception of one author who wrote a series with the same main characters, each of the books have different characters in them.
Awesome.
And so usually they're often picked out of either usually prior stories, or in some cases we've been able to agree to pull characters from somebody else's story.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So
That's
yeah,
awesome. So it's
yeah,
kind of a true collaboration then with you and the other authors. That's really
definitely.
interesting. How many authors are in that series?
We've got Finley Grant, Eve Cole. Let's see. I'm so sorry. I'm blanking.
It's okay.
Got a Wild, Susan Person, and then Robin. My brain. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Menopause strikes again. But
I
that's
understand.
6, including me.
Awesome. Well, that's great. Well, I will be sure to have some links below on this YouTube video as well as in the podcast videos and audios for that book so anyone can check it out. So let's talk about your writing journey. What inspired you to start writing? I know you said in your bio that you were inspired by your previous job, which is very interesting, I think. So can you talk a little bit about that?
I think what inspired me really to write is, especially romance, is what a lot of writers find is that they're an avid reader and they
Hmm.
love stories and they love the ability to craft their own stories. And
Yeah.
so I didn't realize that fan fiction was really a thing until about a decade ago. I had no clue. It just wasn't something that I had come across.
Hmm.
And so, but I realize now that I've been doing fanfic in my brain a whole lot. I had tons of stories set in the worlds that I read or
Yeah.
in a movie world or something like that. So I've always been very story based, and I've enjoyed reading. I'm the type of person that if I start a book after 4 o'clock, I'm gonna finish it. If I sit down, I am most likely gonna finish it. And so I can't start it after 4, or I'm not going to bed until way too late. So that's really, I think, what inspired me to write. I was
Hmm.
coming towards the end of my career. I didn't retire until 2019. And the first story that I wrote um, was kind of in those waning years.
Yeah.
Started maybe around 2015. Up until then, I didn't have a lot of time. I had to
Yeah.
work at least 50 hours a week.
Mm.
I was often gone. I would be up in the middle of the night responding to something, or I'd be away on an investigation. And it just wasn't the stress and the fast pace wasn't very conducive to having
Right.
time to write.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can totally
So,
understand that.
but you keep those stories that you experienced in the back of your head
Yeah.
and the back of your mind, and I'm always thinking about how I can take something that actually happened or could have been plausible within my world, my former world,
Hmm.
and bring it into my stories. And a lot of these Enchanted Rock books are very um, police procedure. My friend said if police procedurals and paranormal romance had a baby, that would be your book. That's who you are.
That sounds so fun. That's excellent. I love that. And how you can pull on your background to write these books is it's I think is really incredible. So I guess that is how you decided your genre was you were pulling on your background and going in that direction.
Yeah, I think that is true. I remember I went to a Romance Writers of America conference years ago, and someone told me, well, you should be writing romantic suspense. With your background, you could be, the next time. I don't remember who she mentioned. I don't typically read romantic suspense. I do
Hmm.
some, but I'm not super up on who the hottest one is at that time. And so I was like, but I like paranormal. I've always been like when I first read A Wrinkle in Time, it was like mind blown.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it just completely, I think, sucked me under. I've been very
Hmm.
interested in the paranormal lore, history, that type of thing. Is it true? Is it not? Don't know. Does it really matter if you're reading it? So I
Right.
enjoy it.
I think that's a great escapism too, that paranormal. I love that stuff too.
Yeah.
So your very first story, you kind of touched on this a little bit. What was the very first thing you wrote, and what did you learn from that?
The first book as an adult. So like
Mhm.
I wrote a tragic romance back in seventh grade that was maybe 14 pages too long where Nadine ends up dying. So it was not genre romance, let's make
Hmm.
it
Hmm.
clear. So, but yeah, so the first book that I wrote is actually one that I am rewriting now, and I'm
Oh, nice.
still baked on the premise of it. And it's kind of a Highlander movie meets Stargate meets Lord of the Rings meets Last Airbender. So they're elementals, and I think that just about every paranormal romance that I read, I'm sure there are some out there that are not, but a lot of them seem to have an intrinsic mystery to them
Hmm. Yeah.
about who this person is, why maybe their powers were denied them, what
Yeah.
happened. So I find that I really like this genre because it allows me to incorporate that background. And so
Hmm.
that's what I did with the first book. We have a mystery as to what happened to her and what happened to this group of people that are now having to reform, and how they're going to collect their compatriots from across the globe.
That sounds awesome. I know that as someone who's kind of a Lord of the Rings lover too, that I would be interested in that for sure.
Oh,
And
okay.
I mean, you touched on all of it for me. Like my nerdness went off at that.
Well, if you haven't guessed, I'm a nerd too.
I kind of picked up on that. All right, so we're going to move into your writing process now. Now that you're kind of writing full time, are you writing full time? I guess as the first question, and then what does a typical routine look like for you?
So I don't have another job. I'm retired,
Hmm.
but I do a lot of travel. So saying writing full time, I think is a little bit of an exaggeration.
Mm-hmm.
But when I am writing, typically I do about 4 hours a day, just because I've done 8 hours a day. I'm not a fast writer. I'm not.
Yeah.
Some people can sit down and get 10,000 words a day. 5,000 is a lot for me, and I can do that over a couple of days, and then my brain starts going slow down.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm also somebody that doesn't fast draft. So a lot
Mm.
of people will word vomit and even in sprints, people will just keep going, no matter how many little red lines or underwords or no punctuation. Can't do that. If it's not right to me, I have to go back and make it closer to right, right for right
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
So I'm not a super fast writer. Could I get more? I think I could probably. I mean, what writer doesn't think they can't get more words?
Yeah,
You
we
know?
always want more, right?
Yes, we always
I'm
want more.
yeah, I'm not a fast draft writer either. So I'm pretty I feel like I'm slow. I have some good weeks and then I have some bad weeks, but
Mhm.
I understand, yeah, how that works. So do you plot or are you a pantser?
Hmm. I started completely as a pantser, and that first book that I'm writing, I think shows. So I've really come to the point where I'm more of a plantser.
Mm,
I
hmm.
know people who have scene cards and
Yeah.
they have all of this and a complete outline, and I'm not that type of person.
Yeah.
Mainly because I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time. I tried it twice, and with two different books, it didn't stick
Mm,
because as I'm going along, um, and I think a lot of writers find this out, what you put down in that outline, you don't end up sticking to.
yeah, I'm the same way.
And
Yep.
yeah. And so I end up, okay, these are my characters. This is what, these are the things I want to happen.
Hmm. Hmm.
How we get there, because I know my ending. If I'm writing, paranormal cozy mystery or genre romance, I'm ending up with a happy ending because that's the expectation of that genre, right? So
Right.
just I have to figure out where they meet, at least in romance, and where they clash and how they're going to get over that to end up, and how they complement each other to end up together. And so those are the things that I keep in the back of my head now in order to get to my happily ever after.
Yeah, I kind of need to know the end so I know where I'm going. I feel like we write the same type of way too. So,
Right.
what do you find helps keep you motivated when the writing gets tough?
um, Public humiliation. And I put that, I call it that, but it's sorry, allergies here in Texas right
I
now.
know, mine too.
So if I'm constantly doing this, it's
Yeah,
like my
me
nose.
too.
Um, so, and by public humiliation, going back to your question, um, I mean putting a date out there, putting information out there, um, putting a date out for readers.
Mm,
I'm saying so that they know when to expect it. And if I put the pre-order up on Amazon, because Amazon is Amazon, you know that you have to make your date.
right.
They're not very forgiving about you not making your date, and that is a huge motivator. The other motivator for me often are other writers. So I've
Yeah.
got people that I'll be like, hey, I'm going to check in at 10, 11, 12. You don't have to be there. You don't even have to answer. Just know this word, I'm writing and here's my word count. Um, this is what I'm trying for today. So it kind of depends where I am in the process. If I've got a date with my editor, that's very motivating because I
Hmm.
don't want my editor to have to. She's been so accommodating. I have a developmental editor, Dawn Alexander, and I do my proofs through Fenley Grant.
Hmm.
She does proofreading as well. And so I know that's a job for them. And I'm not going to screw that up by either not being there
Yeah.
on time so they can expect that check in the bank account, basically. But, and so I don't want to disappoint people.
Yeah, and I think that having that deadline kind of looming is a great motivator too. I feel that too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So let's talk about your journey to publication. What was that like for you? And how did you get your first book published?
Um, my first full book came through the Flanagan sisters.
Mm,
And so that was, and those came from a series of short stories that at that time it was North Texas Romance Writers of America, a chapter of RWA. They were
right.
doing an anthology, and I don't know where I got the idea to write a series of three sisters. Each had different paranormal gifts,
Hmm.
and it was those were romance. So, and they were short. They were 3,500, no more than 3,500 words, which is a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, romance in 3,500 words. Mm. So, did that, really liked them,
Yeah.
and had expanded them. I'm like, I don't know why I chose cozy mystery. It just kind of came out of the blue. Um, but I didn't know that I really wanted to go romance with
Hmm.
the sisters themselves. And so we, at this almost the same time, my Enchanted Rock group we were talking about doing something. We need to. And it's like, yeah, we should do that. So not too long after I did the first, I published in 2019, Finders Keepers, which was, I did three books almost in 1 year. So Finders Keepers, Ghost Pies and Alibis, and then Murder Most Merry. I put them out in a group of three, the first three Flanagan sisters, and that's kind of how I ended up. For a while, I queried.
Yeah.
I entered some contests. I'm a big believer in contests, the right contests.
You're right. Hmm.
Yes, the ones that, you may not win, and that's fine. It's all subjective. It's about,
Hmm.
you try to get quality, you try to make sure you enter a contest that has quality judges and, has a good reputation.
Right.
Um, but, you know, you want the feedback. I mean, I want feedback. What am I
Yeah.
doing right? What am I doing wrong? And so I had done some of those prior to publication, got good feedback, won, a couple of the contests um, with what I'm rewriting now.
Oh.
So, yeah. So that's what I'm rewriting now. And I put it down because it just didn't feel right,
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe.
And there's
Right.
that, it's just not sitting here for me. And
Hmm.
so it stayed over here in my hopper for a long time. So probably I think I finished it around 2017, rewrote it again in 2018, decided I didn't like it. And then did some querying with it. Um, wasn't getting a whole heck of a lot of excitement about it. And so even though readers apparently liked it, I wasn't getting anything from editors or
Hmm.
from um, the people that represent you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I think my brain matter sometimes is leaking out of my head. Anyway, so sometimes words just, yeah, even though I write them. Um, but anyway, so I decided, you know what, let me put that aside and I'll think about it for a while. And that's kind of when I got into the Flanagan sisters, and there's 9 of those.
Oh,
So I
wow.
wrote those. And then not too long after the first set of 3 Flanagans, I think in 2020, we started with Enchanted Rock. And that was pretty fast paced.
Hmm.
We were doing a monthly release, and typically we had 4 authors in production at any one time,
Wow.
in any 1 year. So not
Uh-huh.
every author of the 6 that I mentioned were consistently in production.
Hmm.
Um, but I wrote 12 over the span of 4 years. So
Wow.
yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah. So you're primarily indie published now. Is that correct?
Yes. And so to go back to your question, my apologies, I got
No, that's
sidetracked.
fine.
Um, at some point, I was looking at the market and I realized, you know what? they're just not taking the chances on, especially paranormal romance. At the time, it was a lot more. I think the rom-coms were kind of starting to trend up, and there
Yeah.
were some other trends in contemporary that were coming in. And even though paranormal romance is one of the larger genres in romance, especially on like Kindle
Hmm.
in publication, for some reason they just don't want to take a lot of chances with new authors.
Yeah.
And so I went ahead and bit the bullet and pushed the publish button.
The, I think there's something so awesome about being an indie author too, because you just have all of that. I'm kind of a control freak, so you have all of that control too from start to finish, which is great. So do you what do you think is your biggest surprises or challenges that you've faced while publishing and being an indie author?
I would say, especially as a new author without any sort of backlist, um, not having any sort of traditionally
Mm-hmm.
published, you know, fan base behind you, anything like that, it is getting noticed in
Yeah.
a good way.
Yeah.
There are plenty of authors who get noticed in not a good way.
Right.
So, getting noticed in a good way in a very crowded field.
Yeah.
In, say, the early to mid to even mid late-ish teens, 2010 to say 2017, that was an excellent time. Excellent time to be,
Yeah.
to start publishing in paranormal romance,
Yeah.
because the field was, while it was still a big field, it was not nearly as crowded as it is now.
Yeah. Right.
So I think the biggest challenge for me is finding my reader.
Right.
And I'm the type of, I I can't be creative. I can't post if I'm not feeling well. It comes off inauthentic to me. So
Right.
I'm
Right.
gonna go
Right.
dark for a week. And all the traditional seminars that you go to or you attend a session, they're all like, I'm a specialist on this social media platform, and you have to, put out like on TikTok, you have to put out 3 TikToks a day, and it has to be blah blah. I'm not on TikTok, by the way.
Yeah.
It has to be morning, noon, night, and blah blah blah. And I'm just like, okay, look.
Yeah. I don't have that kind of energy personally either.
No. And I think the talking about myself, like pushing my books,
Yeah.
mm, feels inauthentic to me,
Hmm. Hmm.
because I'm not a huge person to go, hey, look at me.
Well, that's an interesting point because that brings us to our marketing question of what do you found that is most effective for finding those new readers in such a crowded market?
For me, my readers, there have been a couple of different people who have put out a kind of, I think the first initial one may have been Stuff Your Kindle Day.
Mm, yep.
And so for me, as in a very crowded field, it's been a real boon to have people like Zoe York and others who have put together these Stuff Your Kindle Days and
Yeah.
grown them to the
Yeah.
point where they have devoted followers
Oh
and
yeah.
new followers every time. Um,
Right.
and so that's been really effective for me. I
Hmm.
do think, I think somebody told me once, it was after a contest, where I had 2 great scores and then one that was like, oh my God, I mean, it's like, I was a kindergartner, would write better than I did. And I was told, if you get 2 people who really like your work, you're doing really good.
Yeah.
Don't, just because someone doesn't resonate with what you're writing doesn't mean that you're a bad writer. So,
No.
um, that's just been a huge, and I was going to link that back to my story. to your question, and I don't know what it was. But no, the Stuff Your Kindle days has really helped me find those one or two people out of three
Hmm.
who love my writing.
Yeah,
And
right. And that's who we want too. We want those
yes,
super fans. Yeah.
yes,
And I agree. Your books are not going to be right for everybody. So
right.
it's really just finding those people who will buy anything and everything that you put out. And they're out there for sure.
Just finding
Um,
them, gotta find them.
I gotta find them. Um, so what advice would you have for building that? I guess you kind of already talked about that, for building that loyal readership is just finding those super readers and how to find them. Would you say is like the most important thing on building that loyal readership consistently or consistently putting out books? What do you think is that?
I think that, I don't know that there's one true way to do this.
Right.
I think it's
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like writing. There's a lot of you shoulds out there,
Yeah, yeah.
and a lot of those you shoulds don't apply to whomever it is. And the more you try to do it and force yourself to do whatever it is you should be doing, it's just going to jam you up.
Mm.
So, kind of like writing quickly, fast draft. You can't edit words on a page. Well, yeah, I can look at a page and go, oh my God, I just want to ball it up and throw it away. So, and that actually jams me up. If I'm looking at a page that's just full of, in my mind, crap, then I'm that is something that's a stop, a block
Yeah,
for me.
right.
So the shoulds and shouldn't for me, I've been growing steadily with the Stuff Your Kindle Day. I think I've been growing steadily by the release, and effective communication to readers is also really important.
Yeah.
And in that is newsletters.
Yes.
Slowly building my newsletter group. I, I've really liked them. I do giveaways periodically. A couple giveaways a year. Try to do some free book giveaways, that kind
Mm-hmm.
of thing, because I want people to come to me and see what I have to offer. And
Right.
what I have to offer are my books, but also my love of reading.
Right.
Because how can you really be an author if you don't love reading?
Exactly.
So
What one piece of advice would you give to you? Let me rephrase that. What one piece of advice you wish you'd known earlier in your writing journey?
hmm. um, I think it is the you should
Yeah.
question that you should be doing this. Stephen King writes this way. Why can't I be Stephen King?
Yeah.
Roberts writes this way. Why can't I be Nora? Amanda Reed writes this way. Why can't I be Amanda Reed? But for me, learning to question all of that advice with how I work best,
Yeah.
finding out how you work best is the most important thing, I think,
Mm-hmm.
for me to be a writer, because that way I'm not beating myself up. I have a tendency to be very hard on myself.
Yeah.
And when I don't make my expectations, I will, it's just negative, 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 negative Amanda in the back of my head. She's a terrible
Yeah.
person.
I call those the doubt demons. They get in there
Yeah.
and they just chatter and you just have to smack them around a little bit.
Yeah. So figuring out, that if I'm stuck, I'm stuck. And there's a
Yeah.
reason I'm stuck.
Right.
And the more I try to force it, the more stuck I'm going to be. It's like when like a wagon in mire,
Mm,
and it's more mire for 40, for 40 miles. But
yeah.
if you just deviate, taking your time and let the mire dry out, you can roll forward.
Right.
Uh, and for me, it's when I'm stuck like that, I've realized, okay, you have to sit back and kind of go over where you are in the
Yeah.
book. why might you be stuck?
Exactly. I think we have a similar process because I'm hearing a lot of me in you on how you work, how you write, and how you work. I feel the very same way about when I'm
Yeah.
stuck and I know I'm stuck. I'm like, I just have to take a step back and let the book just kind of marinate for a couple of
Hmm.
days and then figure out where I went wrong. Like in my current right now, I'm writing my historical fantasy, and I know that I've gone wrong, and I'm almost towards the end, so I've got to go back and fix it.
Oh,
Which is,
and those are so daunting. So like
oh, I know.
my current work in progress that I'm working on now, it it's just been wrong for
Yeah.
almost a decade now.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I went to a conference a couple months back in October, Romance Author Mastermind, and I realized I was standing in my way. I
Mm-hmm.
have up until now been a third person or third third person POV.
Yeah.
So using a he her type
Yeah.
of dynamic when I'm writing or point of view. But I'm like, you know what? I think this one needs to be in first. I'm not generally a first person reader.
Yeah.
I grew up as a third person
Right.
and it feels more natural to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I was like, I'm not a first person writer. I'm not. And sometimes it's, the stories and lies that you tell yourself, right?
Yeah. Right.
And yeah, so I
Yeah.
think I figured out, and I did a trial run, I think 5 paragraphs or 5 chapters of that story in first person POV, and I handed the story and the alternate to a friend, and she's like, "Oh my God, the first person is amazing," and I'm
You know,
like,
I've done this before too. I've gone from third person and rewrote it as a first person. It's brutal. But if it makes the story better, it makes the story better.
"Yes."
So we are kind of coming towards the end of our time together. So let's tell us where we can find your work and connect with you online.
Right now, I'm currently in Amazon almost exclusively. I've got a couple of anthology stories, some history anthology stories that are wide. One in FF&P called "The Secrets We Keep." I might do that series later in maybe next year, year after. But these stories have been really fun to kind of get my juices running.
Mm-hmm.
But everything else, the Enchanted Rock Immortals, the Flanagan Sisters Psychic Mysteries are in Kindle exclusively, so they're available in KU.
Nice.
You
Great.
can find the links on my website. I've got an author page. You can find all the links there in Amazon. And but I am planning to dip my toe into going wide and doing direct sales. So look for that.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we'll have all of these links right here in the description of the YouTube um, video as well as on the podcast. So, Amanda, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing all of your insights and your incredible journey. I really appreciate you taking the time to visit with us today.
Well, I was excited to be here. And again, I'm very honored that you asked.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you. So be sure to check out her new release, The Gargle Affair, an Enchanted Rock Immortals novella. And a huge thank you to all of you for watching and listening. If you enjoyed today's episode, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and share your favorite part of the conversation. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode. You can also catch Miles Beyond the Page on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, and iHeartRadio. So be sure to follow and leave a review on your favorite podcast channel. We've got more amazing authors and stories to come your way, so stay tuned. See you
Oh.
later, everybody. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, Michelle Miles, and this is the show where we dive deep into the world of writing and publishing. Each month, well, actually, it's each week now, I sit down with authors from every stage of their journey. We'll explore their creative process, uncover tips and insights, and celebrate the highs and lows of a writing life. So grab your beverage of choice and settle in and join me as we go miles beyond the page. Today, I'm excited to host Adrienne Giordano. Adrian is a USA Today bestselling author of over 40 romantic suspense, mystery novels, and women's fiction novels. She is also a certified life coach with a passion for helping people reach their goals. And that's just the brief version. Um, so let's talk about first. I want to talk about your new romantic suspense and your women's fiction. So the first one is Crash Course. So tell us a
Yes.
little bit about that.
So Crash Course is the latest in the part of a series called, it's a romantic suspense series that I co-write with two other authors. And it's the Steel Ridge series. And we have three, they're little all written in the, Steel Ridge world, but there's three separate series, right? There's the first Steel Ridge, then there's Steel Ridge the Kingstons, and then Steel Ridge the Blackwells, and they're all family members. So Cruz Blackwell he's one of those characters that just stays with you forever and ever and chatters in your ear all the time. And I said he kind of reminds me in a lot of ways like my son, because he says things that I just want to pinch his little cheeks sometimes. If he's thinking it, he says it. And, sometimes he's Mr. Inappropriate.
Yeah.
But he is near and dear to my heart. So, yes, the Blackwells own a recovery service, like a high-end recovery service. So if, you have a $500,000 painting that gets stolen, they are the ones you call to retrieve it. And if they have to play outside the lines to retrieve it, they are not afraid to do that.
That's awesome. So how does that collaboration work with the other two authors? How do you guys kind of do
Well, for
that?
the Blackwells, it was just Tracy Devlin and I in
Hmm.
this series. Kelsey is taking a little writing break. But really, what's fun is we each write our own book rather than, both of us co-writing a title.
Hmm.
But what's funny is, I've co-written books before with Misty Evans, where she and
Hmm.
I are actively writing in the same book. With this, because we're each writing our own book, we have to coordinate on settings. And,
Yeah.
it was one book I want to say it was the first Steel Ridge. I needed a door off the kitchen, and there was no door off the kitchen. And it was like one of the later books in the series. And Tracy was like, "Yeah, there's no door." And I'm like, "Well, I need there to be a door." So sometimes it's those little details that trip you up, and
Yeah.
it takes a lot of planning with each other. So
Hmm.
we're working with I mean, we have town maps, we have house maps, so we know where all the rooms are. It really, that was the biggest surprise for me, was just the amount of coordination.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, do you have maps and floor plans and
Oh
all of
gosh,
that?
yeah.
I can imagine.
Spreadsheets. Because I mean, if you think about it, because all of these characters, they're all like in the Blackwells, they're brothers,
Hmm.
right? They're all
Right.
brothers, right? So each author has to know exactly what that character looks like. If, when Tracy's writing Cruz, she needs a little bio basically on Cruz. So she knows what he looks like, what color his
Right.
eyes are. Yeah. So tons of spreadsheets and, you know, pen
Yeah.
emails back and forth going, what shirt does Zeke like to wear?
I was going to ask, it's got to be like a massive story Bible too. So, and I assume that do you guys pre-plot these books?
We
Do you
do.
do the,
Yep. We
do,
plot them. We used to go twice a year. We would go to a location off-site, just to get us kind of out of our environments. And we would just plot for, probably 3 or 4 days. We'd be together working on just plotting, and we would take turns. We would round robin it. We'd do Tracy's book, Kelsey's book, my book. And then as you're writing them, things change,
sure,
but
yeah.
it was great. Just we had such a great chemistry that
Mm.
just bouncing ideas off of each other was so fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I find this collaboration so fascinating. I have yet to do it, but Misty and I are actually planning a series together, so I'm
Fun.
really
Yeah.
excited. Yeah, excited about that. But you're like the third person I've talked to that has done some sort of collaboration with other authors in a series or books so I find it very fascinating, and I like to kind of get into the nitty-gritty of how that all works,
Oh, yeah. Well,
which we
and
don't
it,
have time, but
yeah, no, it's different for each collaboration too,
yeah,
right? Depending on how, like with Misty and I, how we've always done it. I think we've written, I don't know, 11 or 12 books together now.
yeah,
Working on one now in our Shock Sisters mystery. Typically, she takes one character and I'm the other character, and we just go back and forth. So, but
yeah.
it really just depends on who you're working with and how you both like to work. And
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. And I should say that's how we met is through Misty.
yes, absolutely.
She she
Yes.
she connected us.
Yeah.
Um she's great. And I've known her a long time too. So the other book that I have listed here is you have recently moved into women's fiction with The Money Shot.
Yep.
So can you tell us a little about that?
Yes. So Becca is, they call her Dr. Becca. She is the top rated, she has a talk show. She's a psychologist. She has a PhD, and she has the top rated talk show on television. And she is renowned for fixing marriages, right? So if your
Mhm.
marriage is in trouble, you go on the Dr. Becca show and she's going to fix you right up. Until her own marriage sort of makes some headlines. And it's really, I was just fascinated by exploring because really her whole platform was built on this 20 some odd years long marriage and how she and her husband were splashed all over, billboards, and her brand was really built on the strength of her marriage.
Mhm.
And she finds out a lot of things about her marriage that are in direct conflict with that. And it's really about how far someone would go to protect their livelihood
Mhm.
when it impacts their personal life. So I had a ton of fun with that book. Ton of
That
fun with it.
that's interesting. It sounds really good. So it's another book that I'm adding to my TBR.
Well, thank you.
Sure, for sure. Do you think that you'll write any more women's fiction or
I do. Yeah, no, I just finished one, not just, late fall, I finished one that is making the rounds right now, trying to find a publisher for that one. So, yeah, yeah.
yeah, nice. And did you indie publish the Money Shot or did you have a publisher for
I
that
did.
one?
I indie published that one. That one made the rounds with publishers as well. I tend to like to break some rules. I think where women's fiction is, I went in one direction in one part of the book that I did get feedback from
Mm,
editors and agents on it. And it was one of those things where I felt so strongly that it was such an integral part of the plot that I didn't want to change it. Uh,
yeah.
and I left it and I indie published the book.
Yeah, and it seems to be doing very well. I actually just looked at it on Amazon. So you've
I
gotten
love
some
it.
really good, yeah, you got some good reviews. So that's great.
Yeah. Yep.
It's always exciting to step into a new genre, I think.
Oh, yes.
The
Sure.
I I I just broke into young adults, so I really like, learning the new genre and writing for a different audience. It's really fun.
I know Pat
Um,
Tracy calls it like cleansing the palate. Yeah.
yeah.
Something new, learning a new genre, the different tropes or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I kind of know your publishing journey, but could you share with us a little bit about how you decided to start writing books and what sort of led you down the path of wanting to be a writer?
Yeah, sure. I've always enjoyed writing, right? I'm one of those people, when I was a kid, I would draw my little stories. I would make my little pretend books. Um, and really, probably as far back as high school, I thought, well, one day I'm going to write a book, right? But probably we all say that at some point, right?
Yeah.
And, life took over. I got a corporate job, but writing always was kind of in the back of my mind. And then, probably not until my mid 30s, I was in a position where I could take some time to write.
Hmm.
And I did, right? I started writing, and I mean, it took me, I think, 5 years to write my first book. So that was really, I had a practice book. I called it my practice book that will never see the light of day. I think it was 140,000 words by the time I was done with it. Um, but I learned a lot of hard lessons on it, and that
Hmm.
got to writing the book that I felt like, okay, this one maybe has a shot. And it did. That was Risking Trust. So that was my Private Protector series, kind of launched my career for me.
Nice. And so you had an agent and an editor and all, you had a publisher at that time?
I had, yes, that one was traditionally published
Hmm.
by Carina Press, which was,
Mm,
back in the day, one of the first digital only
yeah,
publisher.
right.
Um, And that book, I'll tell you, that book had again made the rounds with editors and agents, and I had gotten great feedback on it. Um, so I figured, I was like, okay, I've got something here, but there was always something that wasn't working with it,
Mm,
that couldn't, do it. And then a friend of mine had just gone through the same thing, the rounds and rounds of rejections. And she had submitted to Karina and said, why don't you try it? It's a great way. And this was prior to the whole indie revolution, really.
yeah.
So this was like back in probably 08, 09.
Hmm.
And, I was really close to giving up at that point because I was just, the rejections were soul crushing at that point.
Yes.
And I did, I tried, and oh my gosh, when they say it just takes one yes, I found an editor who understood my voice, she understood my humor, and it wasn't actually until book two that I sold, right? So
Oh
I had
yeah. Hmm.
sent her book two in the series. I hadn't yet sent her book one because I like that one was the one getting all the rejections. So I sent
Hmm.
her book two. And I said to her, that's book two in a series. I'm writing book three now. I have book one. And she was like, send me everything. And they bought the whole series, right? So,
Wow.
I had back then, I had 5 releases in 13 months. So it was
Wow.
just, and I mean, back then, and even today in the traditional publishing world, that's kind of an unusual thing to have happen.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it worked. Yeah.
That's awesome. I remember Karina Press. I tried to get into them, but
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I never did. Um, so what led you to the indie publishing path?
Well, I have a mystery series, my Lucy Rizzo mystery series.
Mm,
I have a girlfriend that worked in investment banking for years, for 30 years. And she used to have these funny stories about investment banking. And I kept saying to her, we'd be at dinner and I'd say, there's a book in there somewhere. There's a book in there somewhere. So I had this idea about this investment banker who gets downsized and has to move back home. And her father's a mob boss, here in Chicago. And she becomes a dog walker because, she's got to find a job, right? So she just gets embroiled in these crazy mysteries. And I had such fun with that series. And again, my agent loved it. She made the rounds on it. And that was a case where I was sort of, and I didn't know it at the time, I was teetering along the lines of women's fiction, but it
mm,
was more mystery.
mm-hmm,
So the feedback was always, we love the book, but we don't know how to shelve it because,
mm,
back then, again, this is before, this whole digital revolution. Um, they just didn't know, where does this book go? Does it go in the mystery section? Does it go in, with women's fiction? What do we do with this?
Yeah.
And I just loved the book so much that I wasn't willing to just let it sit. And I wound up writing 6 books in that series, and I indie published them all.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Awesome. Yeah,
yeah,
I think sometimes that you just have to take a chance on that indie publishing
you
too.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I had a similar, my urban fantasy just could not sell it for anything. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to indie publish it.
Yes.
So,
And that's the beauty of, like, I tell people, like, it's a great time to be a writer
it
because
is.
you don't have to, they used to say, just put it under the bed, right? Like back in the day when we had to print out our manuscripts and mail them to publishers, they'd say, just slide it under the bed until it comes back around. Well, now you don't have to slide it under the bed. You can just do it yourself.
Yeah, it's really, it's a new day with that indie publishing. And it makes, I think it gives a lot of opportunities to writers who really are good that just can't get into the traditional world, for one reason or another. So it's exciting too. It's exciting to see everything that's happening. Um, but I don't want to run out of time before we talk about your coaching. So yeah, so you are also a life coach and you're
Yeah.
also my life coach. So, um, and so, I just, I really appreciate that part of what you do because it's really kind of helped me work through my own little roadblocks. Um, so let's talk about your becoming a life coach. And of course, I know this story, but my listeners probably don't. So let's tell me how you became a life coach.
Okay. So, over the years, I have always worked just very informally with authors, kind of like in more of like a mentoring role, right? I always
Hmm.
love to help authors because I got a lot of help along the way too. But probably now 3 years ago, kind of right after COVID, um, I had gained some weight during COVID, like many of us, right? And for
Hmm.
years, I had been a Weight Watchers member on and off. And I went back on Weight Watchers to lose some weight, and I did very well on it, and I hit my goal weight. So super happy. And then I heard that Weight Watchers was hiring coaches, because I go to my weekly workshops and they have a coach that leads the workshop. And I thought, oh, that would be super fun to do. And I was did that for about a year, and a friend of mine that I worked with told me that she was getting her life coaching certification. And I was like, "Oh, what is this now?" And I looked into it and I thought, because I just love the coaching part. I love helping people get unstuck, right?
Hmm.
And I thought, oh gosh, this would be fun because I could work with authors because, this is a tough business. It's a business
Mm.
of failure, and you really have to get comfortable with failure. And
Right.
I just got really excited by that idea. So, yes, I went back to school and I got my coaching certification.
Well, and I'm so glad you did.
Well, thank you.
Um, so, thinking about that and getting, helping writers, what do you see are some common struggles between writers or among writers, and how do you sort of help them overcome that?
Yeah, a lot of what I see is just getting the pages done, finding the time for writing particularly with indie published because when you're indie published, it's not just writing the book. Like writing the book is almost the easy part, right? It's
Hmm.
it's getting it edited and getting it formatted and the marketing. It's not like you can turn the book over to your publisher and they do all that for you, right?
Right.
So um a lot of indie authors get really hung up on the amount of admin work that goes into publishing a book. So,
Hmm.
yeah, I hear that a lot with indie pubbed authors.
Yeah. I know that too. I feel that
Yeah.
struggle myself because I'm a DIYer, so I'm like, I want to do all the things, and it's really
Yes,
hard to squeeze it in.
it is.
Um, especially after when you finish the book, it's just such a wonderful feeling. And then you're like, oh, but I have to format it. I have to market
So
it. I
you
have
have to do all
to,
the other stuff, right?
yeah.
While you're writing a new book,
Right,
right? Yeah,
right. Meanwhile, I'm trying to write a new book.
yeah.
Do you have any sort of specific frameworks or methods that you use in your coaching with authors or anyone?
Yeah, I think it's always for me about breaking it down into the smallest possible bits, right? Because
Hmm.
when we think about writing whatever, a 90,000 word book, and I suffer from it myself. When I sit down to start a new book, I think, how am I going to do this? How do I do
Yeah.
this? Right?
Uh,
So it's really just about goals, right? Breaking down that big goal. You and I have talked about the
yeah.
outcome
Yeah.
goals and the process goal, right? The
Right.
outcome goal is the big goal, the writing the book. The process goals are the things you do each day to get you there, right? So
Right.
whether it's figuring out whether it's 10 minutes a day, whether it's 1,000 words a week, 5,000 words a week, whatever, how do you break it down into the smallest doable chunks?
Yeah, and I love that. That really worked for me too.
Yeah,
Just kind of thinking about it in a smaller picture. But this
yes.
can also apply to other things besides being an author too. You can apply this sort of
Oh, everything.
the big, yeah, to everything. What is your priorities? Like we talked about on Saturday, and I'm going to get to that in a second, about, your three priorities, your top three priorities and your top three stressors. And that was when you sort of see those side by side, it just really kind of helps you put it into perspective as to what you're
Right.
doing and how you're going to get there.
Yeah.
So I really love that. And I do want to talk about you are doing a new venture now with
Yes.
Misty called Mindset Reset. So
Yep.
tell us a little bit about that and
Yes.
how people can get involved in that.
Yeah. Well, Misty is a certified Oracle card reader, which
Right?
and she actually was the one that introduced me to Oracle cards. I don't know, it's got to be 10, 12 years ago now. I was at her house and she said to me, "Well, let's pull a card, let's do a reading." And I was like, I had known about tarot cards,
Hmm.
know what Oracle cards were. And Oracle cards are similar to tarot, but for me, they're a little more like flexible, I'm going to say, in terms of the messaging, right? Where it feels very specific to me with the different cards. And there are all kinds of Oracle card decks out there. But Misty really is so good at it, and she has such a talent for doing these readings. And
She's
I
amazing.
she is amazing. It's like, she hits it right all the time. I'm like, how does she do that? But we were just talking one day, I think, I don't even remember, and I said something to her about, we should really like try and marry the whole coaching with the Oracle card reading, because, and I mean, she and I work very well together
Mhm.
anyway, so I just thought it would be a fun thing. And before you knew it, Misty was building a Substack and we were off and running. We're rolling out workshops. We just did the workshop on
Hmm.
Saturday, which was on time management that,
Right.
as you know, because you were there,
Right.
um, where Misty did a reading about time management for March. And then I did some individual coaching with the folks that were there just to
Hmm.
help them, work through some time management issues. So it's a ton of fun.
It is a ton of fun, and it's always enlightening to me when I sit in on those and I see her pull the cards and even when other people are talking and you're doing the life coaching, she'll be pulling the cards, and it's very incredible to me how those two really do just marry together in a way. It's really fascinating to me. So you're going to do different workshops. Is this like monthly or how does
Yeah,
that
we have
work?
one coming up in April, on
Mhm.
April 10th at 6 o'clock Eastern. And again, you can visit our Mindset Reset Substack for that. And yeah, want to sign up. All the information will be out there. I don't think it's out there yet, but it'll be out there this week. And then, we'll have it on all of our socials and all that too. So
Yeah, and I'll make sure I have that link in the description of the podcast too for today, So people can go sign up and
Yes.
sort of participate in that. It's really cool. I urge, if you're interested in that, I really think that you should check it out. It's
Thank
really
you. Yeah,
cool.
it's just
Yeah.
a great way to get introduced to coaching
Yeah.
too, in, a way that is kind of quick and, uh, just fun. We just try to make it fun. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a ton of fun. So, thinking back about the sort of mindset and productivity,
Yes.
um, how do you help writers, or even how do you yourself find that balance within creativity and the business side of being an author?
Yeah, it's hard because
Mm,
you have to, it's, for me personally, it's all about energy, right? And
mhm,
it's knowing. And I mean, for years, I would hear authors talk about protect the process, right?
mm,
Protect your process. And for me, what that breaks down to is knowing when your energy is the highest for writing, when your creative juices are really flowing. Some
mhm,
people are better at night. Some people, find it easier to write in the morning. For me, I'm a morning person, so I need to get my pages done before I look at email, before I do anything.
mhm,
It takes a lot of energy, right? And it's a different kind of creative energy. It's two different sides of our brain between the creative side and the businessy side, right?
right.
So I like to do my pages in the morning because that's when my creative juices are flowing. Some folks find that they need to get all that admin out of their head so they can focus completely on the creative stuff. So
Hmm.
really about, like, I always encourage my clients to really dig into themselves and what works best for them. When they've seen a lot of success with their writing, how did they make that happen? Right? What was the process?
Hmm. Yeah, that's really good advice, I think. And figuring out what your process is sometimes the hardest part of being a writer, you know.
Yeah.
Um, do you what is your best advice for writers struggling with imposter syndrome?
Oh, imposter syndrome. It's such a lovely little thing. Usually it comes down to, if you think about it, it's a confidence issue, right?
Mm,
It's feeling like you're not as good as people think you are,
mm,
or just, how do I do this again, right? If you've had some early success, like, not having the confidence to know you can do it again, right? So for me, working with clients, it's really about validating that this is really, it's not an uncommon thing. I mean, you can Google it, the number of celebrities that have talked about imposter syndrome, right? People like Viola Davis and Meryl Streep, who you would think there's no way they're so uber talented. So it's not an uncommon thing. And then it's really about, again, breaking it down into smaller chunks, right? So if you've written a book that went to number one on the New York Times list, and now you're faced with, okay, now I have to do it again. If you can break it down into smaller chunks, right? Because you can't write a New York Times best-selling book if you don't write page one,
right.
right? So just I try to encourage clients to stay present, stay in the moment that they are,
Hmm.
and make a plan for that moment and not worry about when you hit 90,000 words, because you can't worry about 90,000 words, until you get there,
Right.
right? Focus on the present and reframe the thinking too. Like, okay, if you've written a chapter and the chapter is no good, or you think it's no good, you can edit it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The missteps are growth opportunities.
Mm,
So, yeah.
yeah.
It's all about just, again, breaking it down, staying present, and just allowing yourself to make mistakes because they're growth opportunities.
Right.
Yeah.
So we have about a little more than 5 minutes left. So tell us really quick where we can find you online and your books.
Yes. Well, my website, adriangiordano.com. Books are everywhere on all the retailers. I'm mostly on Facebook. I do some Instagram too, but Adrian Giordano author page is my Facebook page. And yeah, that's me.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks, Adrian, for joining us today and sharing your information, your insights, and your incredible journey. I love it, and I enjoy talking to you anyway. So
Yes, well, ditto.
it's a treat for me. So we're gonna wrap it up. But I just wanted to say thanks everyone for watching and listening. And if you enjoyed today's episode, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and share your favorite part of the conversation. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode. I've got more amazing authors coming up and in the next week or two, so stay tuned. But until next time, keep dreaming, keep writing, and I'll see you miles beyond the page. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, Michelle Miles, and this is the show where we dive deep into the world of writing and publishing. Each week, I sit down with authors from every stage of their journey, but today I'm excited to talk with Laura Bull, who is the founder and CEO of the Brand Management Company, a best-selling author and a brand strategist who specializes in transforming people into competitive and sustainable business brands. She spent 10 years with Sony Music Entertainment and spearheaded artist development with marketing for globally recognized brands, including Carrie Underwood, Brad Paisley, and Johnny Cash. Hi, Laura. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah. So today I want to talk about all things branding. And I know you and I met through the McKinney Lit Fest last summer, and it was kind of an eye-opening experience for me when I started thinking about branding. So let's
My job
start.
here is done.
Yeah. Plus you spoke to our RWA chapter group. So let's talk about what is branding and why is it important to authors?
So I always say, and it's really for any, I guess the shift in perspective is really thinking about this, not just for authors, but any person who is their brand, right? If you were, it's, it is personal branding, but then it's elevating that personal brand into a business empire, right?
Right.
So I always like to explain, look, there's all kinds of ways to explain what the difference between branding and marketing is, but I always like to explain it as marketing is what you want to say for the next 20 days, but branding is what you want to say for the next 20 years. So it's really everything. It's the foundation of the house. It is the experience you're giving your consumer. It is not just one product, it's all the products that you're giving to somebody. So
Right.
that's the best way I can explain it.
Yeah, and so for an author, it's going to be all of their books that they're
Yeah.
giving, and that includes paperback, audio, the whole
Oh, yes.
gamut.
And
Yeah.
and this story and versus this, So
Right.
even genre crossing. And it's also because, authors are just a type of creative entrepreneur that also has to build in other revenue streams. You're going to have to build in partnerships. You're going to have to build in all of these other, podcasts
Yeah.
or other, places that you can sell your brand to the consumer so that they can interact with you, so that they can, support what you're doing. So I think that it's really that's the also another way to explain why it is cross genres.
Right. So and so I was going to say, what is the difference do you think is between an author brand and a corporate brand? But you kind of just explained that,
Well,
really.
no, I mean, I typically explain it by using like a Jeep versus a person
Ah,
scenario.
right.
So if I was the CMO of Jeep, right, I would have a boardroom full of people and we would all develop a personality to put onto the Jeep in order to sell it to who we believe is the target audience. So we would say it's outdoorsy, it's rugged, it's fun, it's adventurous, right?
Right.
And then that's what sells. And they make all of their decisions about the structure of the vehicle, the types of elements that they put on that vehicle, the colors of it. I mean, from that all the way to their marketing strategies, like how they utilize their voice and the tone and all of that stuff. If I'm a person, like an author, I am an author, I should say. Clarify. I sometimes don't say that. Um, you already have all of these personality traits. You already have values and life priority shifts, life experiences from years and years and years. So the difference between creating a Jeep brand, like a corporate brand, is you're basically developing a personality from scratch. You're really able to focus in on what that looks like. As a person, that process is really culling through all of that information and finding out what are the 4 or 5 elements across all of that life of experience, right? And turning it into a Nike swoosh. So what are those 4 to 5 things that are competitive and that makes you stand out and differentiate yourself in the market? That's the difference. You can't make that up.
Right.
You have to work with what's there, right? Which is
Yeah.
a good thing. Not saying that in a negative way, but that's a good thing. But you have to get rid of all the other things that don't necessarily make sense to your brand. That doesn't mean you have to change yourself or hide these other areas. They'll all be visible, but the things that cannot change and the things that you lean into are those core elements.
So if an author is starting out, they're brand new, they haven't published a book yet, they're writing their first book, they're trying to get published. Do you think this is something they need to think about up front?
Yeah.
Or is yeah. So what tips would you give someone just starting out who hasn't published yet, that's looking to get published? Should they be thinking about their brand and
They
what should they
should.
do?
They absolutely should, because especially if you're looking into traditional methods of publishing or even hybrid publishing, you have to be able to sell yourself. Again, what makes yourself different than the next book manuscript that just came in the door, right? How are you going to build your audience? Have you built an audience, right? A lot of these traditional publishers or big time agents, they won't even look at you if you don't have 100,000 plus followers on social
Yeah,
media.
right.
How do you do that? How do you build that? What does that look like? So absolutely. But I also say, like, and this goes with books, with music too. I always say, if you're a musician, you want to work on your brand to figure out what the constant themes and messaging, etc., that you plan to incorporate into the music, right? In the
Mm-hmm.
studio. It's the same thing with writing. And you'll notice this because you'll see the great writers. Well, I shouldn't say great writers. I should say great writer brands. But you'll see them evolve and get better over time and
Hmm.
lean into those themes that make them unique, and that's what makes them successful. So if you can really figure that out early on, then you'll be a step ahead of all the other competition.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm still working on my brand, and I'm learning too a lot about who I am as a writer and what my branding story is. So for someone who has, let's say, are 30 books in, and maybe they haven't stopped to think about their brand, do you have any tips or thoughts for that type of writer into how they can sort of start molding their brand around the books they already have?
The only real difference there between starting out as a novice and starting the branding process is, somebody who's already been established a little bit, is the product, the work that you already have. You can sift through that information to see what rises to the top, right? So it actually
Hmm.
will help you more if you're already have a lot of stories written under your belt, if you will, a lot of
Hmm.
manuscripts. Starting out, what catches that group is the infinite possibilities, if you will, right?
Hmm.
Like,
Right.
write about this, I could write about this, I could write about this. Um, and so starting out tends to be actually more difficult than while you're trying to hone in on your brand than if you were already established and you already had some data, right? You already have some
Hmm.
consumers, you already have some of that data to kind of shift through that will help you figure out what that target audience is. If you're starting out from scratch, you're just hypothesizing everything at
Right.
that. Yeah. So
Yeah. So you do have a book, and I have it here. Yay. It is called From Individual to Empire, A Guide to Building an Authentic and Powerful Brand. So it's an Amazon bestseller. So can you talk to us a little bit about what that book involves and why people should be reading it?
okay, so well, it's broken down into three parts. The first part is really the positive psychology, the introspection. It's trying to figure out what those personality traits, the strengths of the brand. Um, we go through like the psychology of influence and how do you really gain influence? What do shared values have to do with your brand versus your audience? Like shared values are the only things that create brand advocates and word of mouth. So like these things are very, from a psychological level, very important to building a brand. That's part one. And then we also go into the difference between marketing and branding in part one, so that there is no, um, if you start thinking about marketing while you're doing branding, you're going to just veer off course. You really got to focus just on the branding bits before you do marketing. And so that's also something we kind of clarify. The second part of the book is our brand matrix, where I break down how to figure out what those brand pillars are.
Hmm.
There's three major elements of the brand. It's narrative, image, and then the product and the service that you're providing. And we're trying to find the pieces in the middle that are really the unique aspects to the brand. So that's the middle section. So hopefully by the end of the middle section, the reader will be able to pinpoint those key pillars for the brand. And then the last section is really about like the difference between your private narrative and your public narrative.
Hmm.
What's the dance like look like there? How to evolve without changing those core elements. Because again, as creative entrepreneurs, you do want to experiment and you do want to do things outside the box. You can do all of that as long as you stay within those just few little brand pillars, right? So
Right.
really try to break down how to make that evolution over time. And also, by the way, evolution is necessary for any brand because the marketplace changes, consumer behavior changes, like all of that. Um, so anyways, that's kind of it. So hopefully by the end of the book, the goal is to really have the reader, and there's exercises
Hmm.
at the end of every chapter, so that you can kind of work at your own pace through every single step. And then by the end of the book, the goal is to have a brand statement, which is really just a mission statement, but I call it a brand statement because it includes your purpose, all your brand pillars, and your shared value. So those are the things that are really like the key elements. Once you get that brand statement in front of you, I have clients that like put it on their wall behind their computer. I have clients that build it into their bios. Like that is the thing that you can send to anybody in the world and they will instantly know exactly who you are. And that's, building a team out. So you could send it to a graphic designer, you could send it to a
Yeah.
photographer, you could send it to media in a pitch, like so it's a very key element to your brand asset, if you will.
Yes. And I'm still learning about all of that too for myself. I did download the brand checklist, so I've been working through that.
I saw that.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's really kind of a kind of a deep dive into what is my brand, what am I doing, how am I doing it, and it's a learning experience too. So, um, what elements should an author's brand include, like logos, colors, fonts, messaging, etc.?
Oh, so like the actual assets of the brand, you
Yeah.
should have, again, it should be narratives and it should be visual in addition to the products and the services, I guess. Like, for instance, if you're building out packages for an offering or whatever that podcast would look like, or a book, coming out, what's the structure of the book? What's the, all that. But really, from like a visual aspect, you should have a full brand guideline. And what that is how to, logos, um, and logo marks could be an array of different styles or whatever, in the sense of it could be a word mark, it could be an image, it could be, so there's a lot of different things there. But a logo, and a color palette,
Hmm.
and font series, right?
Right.
And then in addition, especially when you're working with people, you should have a wardrobe that is on brand, and that is key. Um, and it's little things like just getting it tailored or things like that, but like colors, prints, like whatever, they all should be on brand because, and then images, actually, like pictures and videos, they should all be on brand in a specific way. Um, and the reason why clothing and visual, like yourself, matters is because um, it's proven science that people make their decision on whether to trust somebody within nanoseconds. So before you've had a chance to tell them your narrative, right, or
Right.
even spoken a word, they've already decided if they like you or not.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what better way to visually say exactly everything about who you are, right, before you've even been able to say who you are, you know?
Right. So, and who was the example that you used? Was it Harlan Coben that you used as an example of the dress? The author who wore or I can't remember which author it was. You talked about anytime you see him in an image, he's dressed like
Oh,
his
John Grisham.
John Grisham, that's it.
Yeah, he looks like a lawyer. Well,
Yeah. And he writes lawyer books.
right. And but I will say, even though he is always in a suit, it's like there's a casual twist to it, right? So it's either
Right.
like um on one, it's never like a tie, you know,
Right.
it's
Right.
just a little bit of which gives the author vibe, right?
Right.
So it's yeah, that's a good example.
Yeah, so for me, a young adult slash fantasy author, if I ran around in like a medieval dress, that would be on brand.
Yeah. That would be leaning into it for sure.
Yeah.
Funny.
I'm just kind of kidding around, but
No, no.
you might see me at the next Lit Fest.
You would be the Lady Gaga of the genre.
Yeah, there you go. So how important is consistency across different platforms, and what is the best way to maintain it?
It's everything. It is so important because you cannot be saying one thing to this audience and another thing to this audience. So, for instance, when you're talking about, like, you can niche down and change your direct messaging to different segments of your audience, but the underlying should always be the same. It should be the same tone, voice, um, background narrative, themes, etc. All of that should maintain the same. So, however, knowing that people um, consume differently on different platforms.
Right.
So, again, which is why most people who come to me are having social media issues because they're not understanding why people are not connecting, or, you know, and it's, again, it goes back to what's the brand. You could be doing all kinds of marketing efforts and just wasting money. Because there's nothing behind it all to back it up and to make it cohesive across all the platforms. So I think that it's paramount. Consistency is paramount. And yeah, it's really about just what you're saying and how you're saying it. Does that
Yeah,
make
and
sense?
I think you need to know where your audience is too. Like I know my readers are not on TikTok.
Right. I was asked this question once at a convention. They asked me, what platform should people be on, right?
Yeah.
Well, I can't answer that question for everybody because that's different for everybody.
Right.
But not only that, so and this is a perfect example, right? If I have my marketing brain on, I'm going to say, I want to be everywhere. I want all the impressions. Let's do it. If I'm on my branding hat, I'm saying, well, me being on that platform doesn't make sense and therefore that makes it inauthentic to the audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to know that that's off. They're going to sense that there's something weird there. But not only that, let's take this down to a business level. Who has time for all that? Like,
Yeah.
who has time to be everywhere? Who has the money? I mean, taking care of your social media is a full-time job.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it's like you have to prioritize. Okay, my audience is here and here, and this is how I attack, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying the same things. I may be saying them formatted differently, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying the same message, and that's the key.
So how do you think someone could find out who their reader where their readers live? Like what is their how do you think someone could go about finding that information for their readership?
There's a few different ways. If you don't have the analytics yourself, right? If you don't have
Right.
your, and by the way, if you don't have a website, you need a website.
Yeah.
The only asset that you own, it's the only asset that you really control. So you have to have a website. I don't buy into the whole Facebook as your page. Like that's awful.
No.
Um, Facebook, but I had a client, not even a client, a friend who was like so on Vine. I mean, he was every day. He had like 1 million followers on Vine. I mean, it was crazy. At least 100, a couple 100,000. And then Vine shuts down.
Mm,
Where are those people now?
yeah.
He doesn't have any access to those people now. So starting
Right.
from scratch, your entire business, right? So
Right.
very important to have a website. But there's other ways to find out if you don't have any data yourself. The a few things. I would look at the competitive list around you, right?
Hmm.
And I would always, and I when I say competition, I always say the top of that genre, right? I'm looking for the people who are already successful, who are already doing it, have big audiences. Look at those people that have similar styles and look at their audience. And that's who you should be targeting.
That's a great advice too. And also a newsletter is the only thing you own. Your
Right.
own newsletter. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything
And
from your website you own. So that's good.
right. Right. And I think it's very important for people to have a newsletter, to be engaging with that newsletter, because that's how you're going to learn who your people are, who your readers are.
Yeah.
It's a great way to connect with them.
Same thing with blogs slash articles, especially if there's comments turned on. There's tons of ways that you can communicate directly with people on your website. And that's
Yeah.
definitely so the whole purpose of having social media is to redirect them to your website. So in case everybody missed that part.
So here we go. Here's another kind of social media question. Are there any branding hacks for authors who don't love marketing on social media?
Mm, mm.
Not really.
Not really. Just, yeah. Well, I will say, so there is a difference between brand pillars and marketing, or sorry, content pillars.
Mm.
And if they can figure out what their content pillars are, then they can really, a lot of what I see on social media is from entrepreneurs are like, oh my God, what do I create? Because there's an infinite amount of possibilities, right? And it's like, where do I start? Where do I begin? I'm just going to start throwing things at the wall and trying to see if it sticks, right? And that's not a way to develop consistency or what brand awareness. So I always say try to figure out what those like 4 to 5 key content pillars are that are on brand, right? And that communicates your brand pillars and your brand purpose and your shared values, everything. Those content pillars, focus on those
Mhm.
and just lean heavily into those. And I think that that'll help the anxiety around it a little bit more. It just
Mhm.
provides focus and a little bit more confidence in what they're creating.
So do you think that those content pillars would also play into the cover design of an author's book? Would that help? Or was that something different?
No, something different. I would say content pillars are more of a narrative issue, like what you're going
Gotcha.
to talk about. A cover is very much more of a visual identity. There's not a lot of narrative on the cover. I mean, obviously you're
Mm.
trying to say something with the image, but that's kind of where the font series, the color palettes, um, thematic, imagery, those kind of things all need to kind of it should be obvious if I hold up 2 different books by the same author, it should be obvious that that author wrote both of those books without having to go look, right?
Right.
And that's what you're trying to get to.
So if an author has two totally separate pen names, like one pen name is a sweet romance and one pen name is an erotic romance, would you say that that would need to have two separate brands at that point?
Um, that's a hard question to answer.
Yeah.
That is a case by case basis. That is really hard because what happens when people start splitting their brand like that is that you have to do double the marketing efforts,
Yeah.
double the resources put in, double, like you're basically saying this brand hits this target audience and it's got this voice and tone and it's got this. So it needs its own social media and it needs its own. I mean, that's
Mhm.
basically what it's saying.
Hmm.
You got to do that twice now? That's hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Who wants that kind of work? I don't.
I mean, at least I would, at one of my evolution, I have like three key rules of evolution. And one of those is to make sure that you have one solid foundation
Yes.
branded before you move on to, product line extensions, right? So it's
Yeah.
like, it's kind of keeping that in mind. Like you have to be able to build a business first and have revenue coming in from
Mm.
brand one, brand A, before you start investing in starting a new business.
Yeah. Right. And that was kind of what my next question was. You answered it already, the evolution of the different genres and subgenres. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So what role does branding play in book launches and promotions?
Well, so the good news is that branding should be pretty solid by the time you get to that phase, right?
Right.
So then you're just trying to make sure that the brand is visible and identifiable in all of your marketing efforts.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, ad campaigns, whatever, the ad campaign is going to be for the current product that you're releasing, right?
Right.
It's not about brand, right? But every single time you do that ad campaign, it builds upon brand awareness. Does that make sense? Because it's
Yeah.
incorporated into it. So the next time you go to release a book, you don't have to do so much work. That marketing campaign still brand identity is built in, but it's new messaging for this specific product, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just building on the brand awareness that you've already created, and then also having its own brand awareness. So it just compiles over time,
Right.
compounds is the word I'm looking for,
Yeah.
over time, so that you're not starting over from scratch every time you're trying to market a new book.
Yeah. That makes sense. So do you think that indie authors can compete with traditionally published authors when it comes to branding?
Yes.
Yeah, because we're all
100%.
doing our own marketing anyways, right?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think, listen, branding's not a one and done, but you want to go through a brand development process at the beginning before you do anything.
Yeah.
Um, and then, honestly, the only difference between an indie artist and a traditional artist, you hear me, a indie author and a traditional author is that typically an agent, the publisher, they're kind of tweaking that brand and making it, more
Hmm.
elevated, I guess. So that you can do that yourself. That's why I wrote my book, right? Like
Yeah.
I wrote my book after I left the major label system because I was out there with all the independent artists and everybody, was like clawing, trying to figure out what to do a successful marketing launch.
Hmm.
Indies are successful all the time. So if you build it the right way, like the traditionals are, then you absolutely can compete.
I love that. It's great advice too.
Yeah.
Um, what are three easy branding changes an author can make today to improve their visibility?
Oh, again, there's no, I can't give advice generalized like that when it comes to branding because
Right.
every single person is completely different. Um, but I guess the best thing they can do is just go through a brand development process, right?
Right.
If you can read my book, I think, is the only one about personal branding. So I would say others, but I think that's really the only option. And then I do have the brand checklist on the
Yes.
site for free, which is at thebrandmgmt.com. So thebrandmanagement.com. And that is really a checklist that I take my own clients through. It's just a very condensed version of it so that you can just make sure you check that off the list and
Right.
that you're prepared by the end of it.
Yeah, so you're hitting all the major, like, what is my brand? Let's see, I actually have the checklist right here. So you're
Prepared.
identifying your brand. I am prepared. You're identifying your brand purpose, your positioning, your pillars, and your brand statement. Those are kind of the biggies, right?
Yes.
That's what you want to identify. And
Yeah.
so,
And they're
go
all
ahead.
cyclical.
Right.
So, for instance, if I'm creating a brand report that's like 30, 35 pages long for a client of mine, um, I will typically I have the purpose nailed down because I've been given that information and
Hmm.
I can just tweak it and level it up. Um, And then again, we kind of know the majority of the target audience pretty easily. But let's say I get down to the brand pillars, that may make me realize I've missed a segment of the audience that I can add. And then that maybe then I go through the competitive research, and then all of a sudden I think, oh, here's a good differentiator I should be adding. So it all kind of, there's no linear, is what I'm trying to say. You can't get that done and then check it off and move to the next, right? You have to kind of go back and massage everything.
Right. That makes sense. So if someone has, like, let's say they have a what I lost my place. I'm looking at my notes. Sorry. I just lost my place. An affordable brand strategy for authors on a tight budget. You just recommended take the book, do the checklist. That is a way that an author can
free, right?
Completely free, right?
Well, practically free.
Practically free. Buy the book, right?
Yeah, the book is the checklist is the free part, but without the book, you might struggle through the brand checklist.
So I know you take on clients all the time. Do you take on author clients as well?
Yes.
So
yes. I have many. I have a Forbes author right now. I have I have 2 clients who are just at the developmental stage of what they want to write, and I'm helping them figure out the structure of that as part of their bigger brand that they're, working on. So like they're more thought leader type authors, not like, but I do have a lot of creative entrepreneurs who are like they're an author, right? That is what they're doing.
Right.
I also have like sculptors. I have actors. So it's all the same when you're dealing with a person who is the brand.
Right. And an author is the brand.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
It's our names. So tell us, we're getting close to running out of time, which is terrible because I'm having a great conversation here. But tell us where we can find you, and if someone wanted to reach out to you and inquire as to becoming a client, how would they find you?
Yeah, so the website, obviously, thebrandmgmt.com, and there's multiple ways to get a hold of me on that. So that's really the best way to do it. Or my IG is the Laura Bull. So it's pretty simple.
Yeah, and I'll have all of these links in the description of the podcast and the YouTube video too. So, and really quick, as we wrap up, what's some of your favorite author brands and what makes them stand out?
Oh, I'm such a sucker for okay, so I do love creative nonfiction. And I'm a sucker for a Kristen Hanna book. I really love The Nightingale. That's like one of my favorite books. But then I also like, Pride and Prejudice and Little Women, the women heroines. I'm a big fan of those styles.
Well, awesome. Well, we're going to wrap up here today, but thank you so much, Laura, for joining us and sharing all of your insights on branding. It's been very interesting, and I hope that someone can get something out of it and learn something and learn how to do their own branding.
Amen.
Too. Yeah. Amen. All right. Well, be sure you pick up her book, From Individual to Empire, A Guide to Building an Authentic and Powerful Brand. And a huge thank you to all of you out there for watching and listening. If you enjoyed today's episode, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and share your favorite part. And make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep writing, and I'll see you miles beyond the page. Hey everyone, welcome back to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, Michelle Miles, and this is the show where we dive deep into the world of writing and publishing. Each week, I sit down with authors from every stage of their journey, whether they're just starting out, building their readership, or seasoned pros with stories to tell. Today, I'm super excited to host Michelle Pillow. Hi, Michelle.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming and doing this. This is really exciting for me. I've known you since our Samhain days.
Oh, yeah.
Years ago.
I think we started about the same time in publishing, didn't we?
I think we did, but you are way more prolific than me.
Prolific, neurotic.
This is the same, right?
Michelle M. Pillow is a prolific New York Times and USA Today's best-selling author with millions of books sold. Though she writes in many genres, she is best known for romance and mystery. Her rich world building creates portals for the imagination. She is a winner of the RT Reviewer's Choice Award. Fan favorites include, you're going to have to say this for me, the
Acrylics and Lords
yeah.
or the Acrylics and World. Yeah.
Yes. A multi-series collection, Order of Magic series, and Warlocks McGregor series. She loves to interact with readers. Visit her at michellepillow.com. So, yay, Michelle.
Okay, to be honest with you, when I first wrote the Acrylics and World started with the Dragon Lord series, and when I first wrote those books, I'm like, this looks really cool, but I never thought about the pronunciation of it. And it wasn't until I was sitting at a table and my cousin had picked up one of the books and she was going, crit. She goes, Acrylixing? I'm like, yeah, that's exactly it. Like I'd planned it all along.
Do you have any of those in audiobook?
Yeah, most of the series, I believe, is in audio now.
Yeah.
Actually, all of the published books should be in audio by now.
Did you have to tell your narrator how to say that?
Yeah, I had a pronunciation list that I sent. And then, like when they did their auditions and they would send it to me, then I would listen to it and see how close they got. And
yeah,
some of those alien worlds when you're just inventing like flora and fauna or names, and you're just like, this looks really cool. But yeah, I can't pronounce half the things I write.
Yeah, I think that's typical of fantasy writers, though, right? We make stuff up and then I don't know how you say it, but it looks really cool on the page.
Right. I thought this was genius.
Yeah, absolutely. So today we want to talk about your new series, Merely Mortal. I know book 3, is that out yet? What is the release date?
Book 3 just released, and book 4, which is the final planned book in the series, releases in June.
Okay, awesome. So tell us a little bit about, I'm actually reading book 1 right now, but life keeps getting in the way, so I haven't been able to finish it. But so I know it's all about supernaturals, and she's immortal, and she's in this like supernatural, super family. So tell us a little bit about the series and what people can expect from it.
Okay, it's urban fantasy. It's very strong urban fantasy with romance. The idea I had when I was doing the series is I wanted to explore the themes of belonging and like finding your place in the world, regardless of what family or society or people are telling you. I want to explore those topics. So for me, Tamara, the main character, she's immortal, but she was born into an incredibly powerful supernatural family. So already that puts her at a disadvantage. She has all of the expectations, all of the threats, all of the everything that her family would face, but none of the powers, especially like internal powers and just the power of self to fight those. That's where her journey starts. So I'm immortal. I have this powerful supernatural family. They treat me like I have an expiration date. Like every birth, she just like in book 1, she turns 28, and they're already like basically treating her like you're not going to be around very much longer because they live for hundreds of years. So their concept of that is off. So with her, I just really want to explore what it means to be mortal, what it means to find your place in seemingly unsurmountable circumstances. And then also that journey, like, I don't want to give away too much of the books, but that journey versus the pull of the mortality and the immortality and the magics and just wanting to be normal and human. So she starts off really wanting to be normal and human, but this other side and the family expectations keep coming at her. And so it's just basically ultimately about her journey, finding her place in the world amongst her familial circumstances, her birth circumstances, and then just like all the fun urban fantasy stuff that comes along with it. Because who doesn't like some ghosts and vampires and werewolves?
Right. All the supernaturals. Yeah, it's really interesting. I think I'm about halfway through the first book, and I really only have time to read at night. So it's like I can't get very far very fast. But
by nighttime, you're always so tired from writing all day.
And so I'm enjoying her journey, and she's figuring things out, and Paul is the hero. And I think, unless you're going to throw a curveball,
I'm not going to say anything more going through the series. She's got a lot to go through yet.
Okay. Now I got to read the rest of the books. So yeah, it's really good. And so you have 4 books total in this series, right?
Yes.
Awesome. And the name of the first book is just called Merely Mortal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. So those buy links and links to your website and everything will be in the description of the podcast too, for anybody who wants to check it out. But I know you have an extensive backlist. Like I was just looking at your website. It's amazing what you have done. So
Thank you.
can you talk about what was your favorite series that you ever wrote and what inspired you to write it?
Oh, that's really hard. When I first started, I loved I went to school to study history. And so I was like, I'm going to be a historical romance writer. That's all I want to do. And so my first book published was a Regency, like Gothic Regency, like a ghost story romance, but it was like just basically a Gothic Regency romance. And I gave it to the publisher and it did okay. It was a first book, it was a small press. And the publisher was like, this is great. We are trying to start this futuristic or science fiction romance line, and we don't have any authors to write for it. Would that be something you're interested in? And in my brain, I'm thinking, okay, I will do this for them. And then they'll let me do what I want for the rest of my career, which is historical romances, because I have a bunch on my computer I want to sell. And it ended up, it was just funny how it happened because I did the Dragon Lords series, like the first 4 books in the Dragon Lords. And I think I was like on a contract signing high and I wrote them over the course of the first drafts over the course of 2 months, 4 books. It was like just a crazy writing schedule. And those ended up being by far the reader favorites. Those so much better than the first books. And basically sparked growing into I think there's 36 books published in like the series and the like spin-off series and like even more planned. And even like today I sent out a newsletter asking readers what do you want my next project to be? And Crolix and Lords, which is one of the series installments of the Dragon Lords and the Lords of the Forest children's stories, was like is one of the top ranking that people still want. So I think that would be one of those series that I didn't even know was going to be where my career went. And now I do nothing but sci-fi, fantasy, paranormal stuff.
Yeah. So you never know what's going to hit, really. I think
Yeah.
it's really funny what readers latch on to stuff that you think, wow, that's not my best work. And then they love it. You never
Right.
know. So what inspired, let's talk about your writing journey a little bit. What inspired you to start writing?
I think when I was like 10 years old, my dad gave me a camera and I loved the idea of telling stories with pictures and like capturing these moments in these scenes. And then later I discovered romance novels and books in high school. And that just naturally, that love of telling a story, of capturing a moment or an image, first with an actual photograph, but then with words, I was always drawn to that. And I think being a storyteller is just one of those things that sometimes you're just born to do. And
Yeah.
over the years, there's times when you get, sad with your career, depressed about, or just frustrated or just tired. And it's just always one of those things. I can't think of anything else that I'd rather be doing, even at those low moments. It's telling stories is what I've been meant to do,
Yeah. I think
what I want to do forever.
and
And I
I,
get paid to make stuff up. How awesome is that?
it's really the best job in the world, really, isn't it?
Facts.
I think that's why I like writing fantasy so much, is because I can just make stuff up.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I want it to be this way.
Yeah. You just talked about how your genre, you didn't decide on your genre. It's just, it found you, right? Based on
I think that's
yeah.
a great way of saying it.
Yeah. And then now it just taken off and you're into that world.
Yeah, I've written in a lot of over the years, and it depends, like, sometimes I'll be publisher, so I do have, like, spicier contemporaries that were with, like, Random House, things like that, where they wanted me for a specific thing, so I've done, like, almost every genre of romance over the years, which has been awesome and which I love, and that's one of the things that I really enjoy is, like, I love diving into subgenres of subgenres, which publishers don't always like, but I really like to explore, like, how you can meld these 2 things together. Like, when I wrote the Dragon Lords, which were set futuristic sci-fi, other planet, dragon shifters versus cat shifters, and had all those elements, I based a lot of their world building on history. And brought some of my love of that into the series. So I think that where the series defined me, I'm able to pull the elements that I love from other things into the books. And I'm so blessed with my readers that they let me genre hop. I think the only thing that did translate well for me was like readers who find me through the cozy mysteries don't necessarily want to go to the spicier dragon shifter romances. But the readers who have been following me with the spicier stuff, they easily go to the cozy mysteries. And I think those are the only ones that kind of did not cross necessarily blend as well as some of the other genres for me. But does that answer the question, or am I
Yeah.
just
No,
completely
that
taking this off topic?
that no, it definitely answers the question. I think that you're exactly right in that cozy mystery readers are they very much want cozy mysteries. That's it. And they don't really read anything. That's what I've been learning. And but when you have a huge following and you have these loyal readers, they'll just read anything,
Yeah.
which
And
is
see, I
awesome.
love them for it. They're amazing. They
Yeah.
let me genre hop. If the publishers had their say, they'd be like, you're only writing this and only this.
Yeah.
I don't think that would have made me as happy in my career.
Yeah. So let's talk about your writing process a bit here. What does a typical writing routine look like for you?
Um,
Plotter or pantser? That's my favorite question.
I started off as a pantser, and now I'm what do you call it? A plantser. So I've been working, and just as I get deeper into series or 36 books in, you got a lot to keep track of.
Sure, yeah.
And just world distractions, life distractions. I found that having a basic outline has really been helping me, like with the urban fantasy that I've been doing, because there was so much to keep track of. And because I didn't start it off as a pantser, it really helped to kind of plan out those elements. But I would say that I'm a cross between both. I know going in, like what the general story is going to be about. I went in like on this one, I went in knowing the themes I wanted to explore and talk about, but I didn't necessarily know the details of how I was going to do it.
So when you come up with those themes, is that something that you sit and think about, or does it like just hit you out of nowhere where oh, I have to write this book?
It depends. Like Merely Mortal was one of those ideas that had been swirling in my head for probably 5 years. But I was so busy with other projects that it was just this idea I had. And I thought about it a little bit and then I would forget it. Or I'd come back to my notes or my ideas and I would think about it some more. And then I would just start asking myself the what if questions. Or what if this happened to her? What if she had nothing? She was surrounded by powerful supernaturals. Nobody knew how she ended up being mortal. She's that kid, that and just what that theme would mean and how I could parallel that to some of these, things that people, I think we all go through a phase like trying to find where we belong, trying to find our tribe, trying to find our group. And then it developed into, okay, what does it mean to be mortal? What does it mean to be I just am who I am and I can't do anything about that. And then from there, the ideas just took off and it's that thing between like destiny and fate versus what you are, what's expected of you versus what you want. And I think that a lot of people can identify with that. So for that one, the theme was really strong. Now, for some of the futuristics and sci-fi, sometimes I'm like, ooh, I've got this really strange idea for this planet of these little aliens that kind of look like lollipops and pop out of the ground and are really like, oh, I can't even think of the name, but the Star Trek episode, The Trouble with Tribbles.
Yes.
It was that kind of concept. It's like you got these cute little fluffy things, and then they're like, and they get a little more. So that was just an idea I had for a planet. It's one stop in one of the Space Lord books. But it was just this kind of funny idea I had that I wanted to explore. So little things like that will pop in and inform the story. And I don't know. I think for me, when I sit down to write, I love world building. I love character building. So when I start writing, I like to explore, I like to build the world. And so I know the world and then I know the characters and I know their background and I know their story. And I know so much more than what actually goes into the story, but it helps me keep it consistent. And I like the idea. So since I know them, I can take these two characters, set them down in the world and just throw things at them and then see they would react according to the rules of their world and according to their history and their past and who they are as people. And I think that's what makes them interesting to me is because I can do all these things and they will get to the happily ever after at the end. But it's always a strange journey. And that process has worked really well for me.
That's interesting. That sounds very interesting, really. I'm still learning how to plot myself.
Are you a pantser?
Yeah, mostly.
When you do it, do you go into it knowing what you want to do or?
Sometimes, yeah. Like my urban fantasy series, I knew it literally, it just hit me one day and I knew, oh, I know what her character arc is over 5 books. I know what her journey is. And I'm such a huge nerd and I love Indiana Jones. And I grew up on those.
I grew up
And
on
Han Solo, yeah.
Yeah, oh yes. So I grew up on all of those stories and I really wanted to write a quest story. And so that's what those 5 books are. It's every book is a quest and it leading to a bigger thing and a bigger thing and a bigger thing. And I didn't really know the end until I was at the end of the series, until I was writing book 5 and I finally went, "Oh, I know how this ends finally."
You had all those elements that you had set up.
Yeah. And
And which
sometimes
series was this?
this is my Dreamwalker series. It's an urban fantasy series. It's angel and demons and holy relics and good versus evil. So I really like the themes of good versus evil and action adventure. So a lot of that is in my books. Sometimes I just know I'm like, I want to write a book about, I'm doing fairy tale retellings right now. I want to do a retelling of Cinderella. And that's all I know. And so then I sit down and brainstorm about what would that look like? What's the twist? How can I make it different? But when you're writing big series like that, like 36 books, how do you keep track of all of that? Do you have a massive story Bible?
I do now. When I first started, I'm like, I'm not going to forget this. I made it up. I know this world. And then 10 years later, I'm like, what was I thinking? So I had to go back over the years and build my story Bibles, which that's advice I give to new writers. You might think you'll remember, but just keep
Never
good
do.
notes in the beginning. You'll thank yourself later.
Yeah.
And also, too, when I started, I never imagined that it would spin off like it did. And I think that I started with the Dragon Lords, which has 9 books in it. But then it moves to like Lords of the Var, which has 5 books in it, that series installment. Space Lords has 5 books in it. I've got the Captured by a Dragon Shifter, which is basically the same society in modern day when they used to come to Earth through portals before they blew up the portals and were like, we're done with that planet. And then I've got the Galaxy Alien Mail Order Brides, which were like short novellas, which was one of the companies from the book. So I think it helps. Like, I know that the big world, I know the world, I know the universe that I've created, I know the different planets I've created. But when you're doing series installments, you can pull elements from the other books or from the world because you know that. But you don't have to track 30 characters to do these 6 novellas. You just have to keep it consistent with the world building, which I think which helps.
Do you use any type of tool for that or do you just keep it in a Word doc? That's what I do.
I've learned to back up my stuff. So I've got it in like several locations. I've got some that are like, my older stuff is like handwritten in journals or notebooks, just so I can go back to those to pull up my early stuff. I've got like a OneNote where I've got it like split into tabs. So it has a more stylized series Bible if I need to know Dragon Lords, flora and fauna of the planet, or like the rituals from the first books. I can put my notes into that. I've got some things are in Google Doc. I'm not very organized. Some things are Word documents, some are Google Docs where I've shared them with other people because it's a shared concept or world, or like sharing with an editor type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes
But
sense.
yeah, I don't have a method that I would recommend to other authors. It's like messy chaos.
Yeah. Yeah.
And only I know where to find this stuff. I would hate for somebody to try to go through my filing system and be like, why is this filed here?
I want to talk a little bit about your publishing journey. Talk about how you ended up with your first book published and then what your journey to publication was and then how you kept going and what you did there.
Okay. So when I started, I'm going to date myself, but when I first started, ebooks were fairly new. I remember having the conversation with multiple people. What's an ebook? Why does an ebook have a cover? It's not a real book. And they didn't believe that it was a real book until they actually saw it in print. And with the e-first publishers that I started with, it would come out in ebook first. And then if it did decent, they would put it into print later. But it wasn't a real book until it was in print, which is laughable to people now because ebooks seem to be more popular than print books in most genres. And everybody knows because everybody has the ebook reader, but we didn't have that back then. So that's where my career started. And before that, I had sent stuff in and I got rejected. And most of my rejection letters, I remember them being like, we absolutely love this book. The marketing department doesn't know what to do with it. Basically, they had no avenues for the genre blending that I was doing. And then the small, like eFirst Press, were like, yeah, we'll give it a shot. Let's try it out. And then readers really loved it. And so it was one of those things that I found a good platform for what I wanted to do. From there, we were at Samhain together.
Yep.
Allura's Cave was another big
Yep.
one. So I published with like different eFirst publishers. And then as my experience in the publishing industry grew and I had some like sales and stuff under my belt, I did get in with some big trad publishers. I worked with Virgin Random House, or Virgin Books that wasn't required by Random House. So then I worked with Random House. I met some agents, other authors, hooked me up with some cool project ideas. So Adams Media, Running Press, all these different presses. So I did that, the big contract, the big publisher thing for a while. And then I got around 2007, 2008, I got a lot of my first books were coming out of contract. They were like a time release contract. And I'm like, I've got contracts with these bigger publishers, but they don't want something that's already been published. They don't, and even if I did, it's like, this is Dragonlord's 9 books plus the VAR, another 5 books. They don't want 14 books before they can get to a brand new book. Nobody's going to pick that up and want to publish that. Plus, it's in a genre that they're not actively seeking at this time. So I was getting all these books back, and I'm like, what am I going to do? So this was before Amazon's KDP and all Kobo and Nook and all these things, that none of that was available. So I just was like, okay, I'm going to sell them on myself. They'll be on my website. I built a store. I put them on the website, and I'm just like, here they are. And then we had, I believe, was it Fiction Wise? No. Was that what it was called?
Oh, there was a couple.
There was some like a few that are no longer around.
Yeah.
And I put them on that. And then Amazon KDP came out for authors for self-publishing. And I'm like, okay, great. And I was all in on that. I put all the books out. And then that's how my indie career started, or like my hybrid indie career. It got to the point too, is I do have these publishing contracts and these offers. And I'm like, but you know what? I just have a really good feeling about indie.
Yeah.
I'm like, I like the freedom. I like being able to make decisions. I like being able to say no to a cover that I don't like. All these little things. And I remember people like telling me it wasn't a smart idea. Like, why would you give up these contracts? Why would you do this? Don't know. It's just a fad and all these things. And I would just remember having this really strong feeling about it. And I'm like, you know what? I've got all this backlist anyway. I'm just going to make a go of it. And then I started putting out new stuff. And now we see where the indie market's at. It's wonderful. And the freedom of it's wonderful. And whereas I'm not saying I would never go back to a publisher, because I totally would for different reasons, depending on the project and the series, because there are things that a publisher can bring to the table that you have to do yourself indie wise. But so that's how I got into being like primarily indie releasing now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like to say indie before it was trendy.
You really were. That's pretty groundbreaking thinking there, I think, because nobody was thinking about that.
I think it just was a luck of timing, because honestly, it was what made me start thinking about it was those time release contracts. And I don't want to re-up these at this place. The other places have other series going for me. They're not going to want these books. What do I do with them?
Yeah.
And when they're time released, it's okay. You get book 1, book 2, book 3 out of contract. The rest of the series is still tapering its way out. You might have to wait a year, and it's okay. Somebody that basically just is a dead floating series unless you can give readers the opportunity to get it elsewhere. So for me, striking like that was like it was fate. It was a lot of luck. It was just luck of timing. And I'm really glad that I did it and didn't listen to the naysayers. But I also feel that's a theme of my career. I feel like I'm bragging. I don't mean to be. I'm just thinking like the theme of my career, it just occurs to me that, with the ebooks, like people telling me like, why would you publish like that? They're not real books. And me going, I have this feeling, but like nobody else wants them.
Right.
I'm a new author. Nobody's going to give me the chance. So I'm just going to do it. And it worked out. And then the indie, it worked out. So I am excited to see what the next phase of this publishing journey brings.
Yeah. And it changes every day. It's constantly evolving. I was scribbling some notes here when I was looking at your site and thinking about today. What do you find the most exciting thing about indie publishing right now?
Right now? No, that's a hard one. I think there's a lot of challenges right now, which I wouldn't necessarily say are exciting, but there's always been challenges, and this is just a new set of them. I still love indie for that. I can make my own decisions. I can pick my own covers. I can choose my release schedule. I'm not locked into a contract clause where you can't publish a book 2 months before or 2 months after, and you don't know the release date of the book. So it makes it really hard to plan your schedule. There's no like things like that. So I think that's incredibly exciting. I like that we can do our own, we can contract to do our own audiobooks. We can contract to do our own foreign editions. We can do all these things. And I think that's a very exciting time to be an indie, but it's been like that for a little bit. Yeah, I am curious to see where the world goes a little bit with some of the issues that the indie market is facing. But I also think that we're resilient, we're strong. Human writers will always be needed. And I'd love to see what the next generation of writers is coming up with and what kind of stories they're going to tell.
Yes, exactly. It's really fun to watch it evolve too. So we're getting close to running out of time, if you can believe
Okay.
that. So I have two more questions. One, what is some advice you would have for an aspiring author that wanted to get started?
Besides keeping track of your author or your book Bible or series Bible, do that. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So make sure you pace yourself, give yourself time to don't feel like you have to throw book quick, release. Multiple releases does help. Having a backlist, building it up does help build your career. So do keep publishing, but give yourself time to really put out the product that you're going to be proud of and proud of 10 years later, because you don't want to have to go back and rewrite stuff. I've done that too. I read some of my earlier stuff and I was just like, oh no, that's problematic. That's not good grammar. I wouldn't say it like that nowadays. So allow yourself time to grow, but also put out the best product you can. Be proud of what you're putting out. And unless the trend is something you're interested in, don't be a trend chaser because it will always change. And you will burn yourself out so fast trying to get what this month's trend is.
Yeah. The writing, I'm sorry, go ahead. No, please go ahead. I was just going to say the writing to market advice just makes me cringe a little because you're always going to chase the market if you're doing that. Yeah, I love that advice. That's really great advice too. And you're right, it is a marathon, not a sprint. And then briefly tell us where we can find, I know you're on all the socials, but tell us where we can find you and your books.
The best way to find me is michellepello.com. I have all the links to my socials are on there. I'm probably on Facebook and Instagram the most, TikTok a little bit more, or a little bit more than I used to be, but not a ton. Those are probably the platforms to find me on the most, but really just email. If readers have questions, they're welcome to email or join the newsletter. That's probably the best way to keep track of what I'm doing.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll have those links in the description too, so people can reach out. But thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it.
Having me. I hope that it was helpful to people.
Yeah, I thought it was wonderful.
Or at least entertaining.
It was totally entertaining. I thought so. Anyway, so huge thanks to Michelle Pillow for joining us today and sharing all of her incredible journey and her insights. And don't forget to check out her latest release, Merely Mortal 3, Barely Breathing. You won't want to miss that. And if you haven't started the series, check out the first book, Merely Mortal. And a huge thank you to everyone for watching. If you enjoyed this episode, please be sure to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and share your favorite moments. Subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss an episode. I have more stories coming your way, so stay tuned. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep writing, and I'll see you miles beyond the page. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I am your host, Michelle Miles, and this is the show where we dive deep into the world of writing and publishing. Each month, I sit down with authors from every stage of their journey, whether they're just starting out, building their readership, or seasoned pros with stories to tell. We'll explore their creative process, uncover tips and insights, and celebrate the highs and lows of the writing life. So grab your favorite beverage, settle in, and join me as we go miles beyond the page. Today, I am hosting Allie Lasky. Hi, Allie.
Hi.
Welcome to the show, Allie. Allie is a queer and AUDHD writer with a hyperfixation on inclusivity and representation. She loves the color purple, Michigan football, the Detroit Lions, and the Boston Bruins. When she's not absorbed by a book, she likes to spend time with her nephews. A San Diego, California native now residing in South Carolina, she's allergic to the cold, rain, snow, and mosquitoes. And that last line just kind of cracks me up.
I really am allergic to mosquitoes, though. I get giant hives to the point that I've been hospitalized for that.
I know someone. Yeah, I know someone who has the same thing. She's allergic to mosquitoes. I've seen those. That's not fun.
So today we are going to talk about your latest book, Ruck Me Harder, which is an enemies to lovers second chance sports romance. And so the brief summary that I have of the book is that she's a rugby superstar and he's a gymnast. I really love this idea. So I don't want to spoil it and I don't want to steal your thunder. So let's talk about what this book is about and what inspired you to write it.
So I'm going to talk about the inspiration first. I watched the Olympics last summer, like everyone else, and I fell in love with Ilona Maher. She's just awesome, and I love her. And I've been a gymnastics fan for years and years and years, all the way back to 2013. And I love men's gymnastics. It's great. Female gymnastics are like my passion, but they're okay too. I mean, I like the muscles. But I watched the men's team win this past summer, and they were just really inspiring. And I have this idea that what if two people met at the Olympics, don't talk for 3 years, and then she's set up on a blind date with his brother. At the Olympics, they give out condoms like candy.
Right.
So I really just took that and went with it. Ruck Me Harder is part of the Sexy as Sin collaboration. So there are 24 stories in this collaboration where the female character is the athlete.
Okay, that's awesome. So you're collaborating with other authors in this series then?
Yeah, so my book is alone, but there's 24 of us who came together to tell stories where female athletics are highlighted and promoted. And I have a past series in my backlist where all the female characters are athletes too. So it's really important for me to show that women can do anything.
Yeah.
And we can excel at the highest levels of sports. Not me. I'm not a sports person. Like physically, I'm not a sports person. I like to watch it. But we can do anything we set our mind to. And that includes being at the pinnacle of our careers and making it to the Olympics and competing with the best in the world. So I really I want to highlight that anything is possible.
Yes, absolutely. I love the Olympics too. We watch them every season, the summer and the winter. And I think one of my favorites is the gymnastics too. But I also like men's water polo.
Yes.
For the simple fact that it's men's water polo. So how did you get into this collaboration with other writers? I think this is fascinating. And I've talked to another author who has a similar series that she has collaborated with other writers are. So how did that work?
I found a group on Facebook, actually. There was someone who put out the call that said they were looking for authors to participate. I applied, they accepted me, and it's gone from there. I've been in a couple other collaborations. Actually, this year, every book I'm putting out is part of a collaboration. It just so happens that way. I was in 2 last year, and I'm in 5 this year, where it's just groups of authors coming together to tell a shared world story.
I really like that. That's fascinating to me. I haven't participated in anything like that, so I find that very interesting.
It helps make it not so lonely because they're going through it at the same time, doing the same things you're doing. And it helps with things like marketing and promotion because we're all lifting each other up at the same time.
Right. I was just going to say, I bet that really helps when you get to the marketing aspect of these books and how you guys can kind of pull together. So do you market them all at the same time, or do you do them individually, or do you market the series? How does that work?
All of them. In this particular collaboration, there's 24 authors, and they're all releasing in the month of March. So every couple of days, there's a new release, like every 2 to 3 days. And so I'll promote the release of that day. And then I'll promote the series, and then I'll promote my book. And I'm doing all of those simultaneously. And we have a lot of spreadsheets, but there's a spreadsheet that says, okay, this happens when this happens this day.
I'm a spreadsheet fan too.
Yes, I love spreadsheets, but we lift each other up. I'm a big fan of the phrase, a rising tide lifts all boats. The more we do to help rise our friends and our collaborators, the more that they're going to be able to help us rise as well.
Yes, absolutely. And having that sort of camaraderie too, and together doing the marketing, it's got to be great. And just so much, I want to say less work, but it's probably not any less work when you're marketing anyways, is it? I mean, when you have a group.
It's still a lot of work no matter what we do.
Yeah.
but it's rewarding work.
So your book, Ruck Me Harder, I love that title too. It's so fun. That's already out, is that correct?
It comes out in 8 days
In
on
eight
March
days,
14th.
March 14th. So by the time that this podcast drops, it will already be out. So tell us about, so the release date is March 14th,
Mhm.
and it will be available.
In KU and on paperback. I
Okay,
actually just placed
awesome.
my paperback order this morning, so it should arrive soon. I'm very excited.
Oh, awesome. I love holding that book. It's like you've got that final product in your hands.
I have the proof copy here.
Oh, nice. Nice.
I just got it yesterday. I'm very excited. This tells me it's a real book. It's not a real
Yeah.
book till I have my proof copy. Um, and normally I'm scrambling at the very last minute. Like I upload my paperback the day it's due. I get a little bit early, which has never happened before and will never happen again. But it was very nice to like get it ahead of time and not
Yeah.
getting a proof copy 3 days after the release of the book.
Yeah, sometimes when you're under deadline pressure, it's really hard to get all of the pieces done at the same time, but I understand how that works. So talk about your what is a general what does a day look like for you when you're writing these collaborations in this shared world? What is a what am I trying to say? What does a typical writing routine look like for you? That's what I'm trying to get out.
So I do a lot of co-working sessions. I'm in a
Uh-huh.
couple of different groups that sponsor co-working. So we get on Zoom for an hour and a half and we sprint together.
Oh, nice.
Typically in Pomodoro sessions. So 25 minutes of work, 5 minutes of chat, 25 minutes of work, 5 minutes chat, 25 minutes of work. So
Mm-hmm.
it takes an hour and a half. And I do that Monday through Friday between the two different groups I'm part of. And then there's additional co-working sessions throughout the week that I do. I probably do 8 to 10 co-working sessions in a week. So that is 12 to 15 hours of co-working. If I don't do the co-working, I don't work. I have a day job and sometimes I'll write on my day job, but like on my lunch break, but that only gives me an hour and I
Right.
usually need an hour and a half to feel comfortable with what I'm doing.
That's so interesting because I do the same thing. I write on my lunch hour.
Yeah.
So that
So
seems to really work, but
yeah, I like the camaraderie of it all, and I like
mhm,
the time crunch, and I do like the competition aspect. Like I'm always trying to beat my own personal goal, not
yeah,
so much the other people in the group, but trying to beat my own personal like records.
right, yeah, right. So
And
what do
I
you
probably
oh,
go
sorry.
ahead.
No, I was just going to ask what is your typical like do you have a word goal or do you just write in that space of time allotted and then tally up later?
I count the words as I'm doing it, but it's more of the flow for me.
Hmm.
So after 90 minutes, 3 sessions, I'm usually feeling fairly comfortable and I'm ready for a break. And depending on my schedule for the day, I'll do another 3 sessions, another 90 minutes, depending on what I have going on.
Yeah.
At most, I'll do 3 90-minute sessions in a day. I won't do more than that. But having that dedicated time on my calendar, okay, you're going to sit down and do this. It makes it an appointment with myself, and it's harder to say,
Right.
oh, I don't feel like going. There's other
Yeah.
people who are expecting me to be there. I made a commitment to be there, so I'm
Yeah.
going to follow through.
I think that's something to be said too for consistency is key when you're doing any kind of writing. I think that really helps you look at it as, whether you're in a day job or this is your job, it's sort of you look at it as your job. I think that really helps with that consistency. So when a project gets tough, what helps you stay motivated? Do you ever get stuck?
I do. I will walk away. Never for more than 3 days at a time, but I'll
Hmm.
walk away and give it a day or two and kind of let it all process through. I'm big on ideation, on letting the ideas come to me and
Hmm.
letting my brain process through them. So sometimes it'll be when I am folding laundry or washing dishes or taking a shower. And sometimes it'll be when I'm doing the day job stuff and I'm working on spreadsheets, I'll have an idea. I'll quickly scribble it down.
Yeah.
But if I force myself to put all my energy into the writing, it
Hmm.
doesn't happen. It doesn't work. I get burned out. shifting my attention to something else, even if it's something that's mind numbing and routine, it allows my brain to process through everything a little bit easier.
Yeah. Do you have any specific tools or techniques that you use to overcome those moments of being stuck and trying to work through the plot?
I try to give myself as much grace as I can, and I will sit down for a co-working session. I sat down this morning for one, and I did one session and it didn't work. I got like a third of my usual word count in 25 minutes. And I said, I'm not feeling it this morning. I'm going to shift and pivot to something else. So for my next 2 sessions, I did admin work.
Mhm.
I'm not going to write anymore today. Unless I have a brilliant idea, I need to take a day or two to marinate and figure
Yeah.
out what needs to happen. So
Yeah.
I'm not holding myself to the fire and saying, do this now. I'm saying, you have the space to walk away for a little bit.
Mm.
I'm giving myself that permission to let myself not have to do it. I'm not on a very strict deadline. I'm not up against the wire. I have 6 weeks to write this book.
Mhm.
I can afford a day or two off, and I can make that up later on.
Yeah. Do you find that if you force yourself to sit down and write even when you're not feeling it, do you find that it just makes you like not want to do it?
Yes. And the words typically don't turn out well, and I have to edit the heck out of them.
Yeah.
And it costs more than it benefits.
Yeah. Right. Right. I think I feel the same way. Like I'm really struggling with this book, and it's because I'm making myself try to finish it by a certain date, and I know I'm not going to make it, so I'm really putting a lot of pressure on myself, and it's just not working. So,
Yeah. I wrote Rock Me Harder in about 6 weeks, and that was very quick for me.
yeah.
Like, I started it first week of December. I finished it January 28th, and I took some days off here and there in between, but it took me about 6 weeks. I was not supposed to write my next book. I wasn't supposed to start it for at least another week and a half. I started it at the end of January. I finished it in 27 calendar days and 21 writing days. I have literally never written a book that fast. Never.
I think that's incredible. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's
But
awesome.
the book wanted to come out.
Yeah.
And I differentiate between calendar days and writing days because I gave myself the permission to take those days away.
Yeah. I do the same thing. I write down the days I write, and I typically write about 15 days a month. So, yeah, I like to keep track of it that way too. So, let's talk about your journey to publication. How did you get into what made you start to want to write, and then what was your journey to publication to your first book?
So I started writing in 2004, 2005-ish, 2004, I think. I read Goblet of Fire, like most people my age, and I was so incredibly frustrated that Order of the Phoenix wouldn't arrive for another 2 years. So I decided to write my own. I got about 300 words in before I quit. I know exactly where I was. I was on vacation at my aunt's house in Mexico. Like, I know exactly where I was. And I got 300 words in before I quit. But that started the writing bug. I was actually just talking about this with someone last night, so that's how I know it was 2004. I looked up the date. But I started writing then. I wrote some really terrible poetry because I was in high school and that's what you do.
Yeah.
I wrote some stories that are still online, and then I just kept writing. I was a journalism major in college, so I wrote my way through college. I had a minor in creative writing, so I wrote my way through there, and I just never stopped. I didn't think about publishing seriously until after COVID. I used to participate in NaNoWriMo, and I had my idea from November 2020 already planned out. It was a third book in a series I've been working on. The series is so bad, it will never see the light of day, but that's okay. And October 25th, I got an idea for a new story. And I said, if I can write 10,000 words by Halloween, by 10/31, I'll switch and write that for my nano book instead. I didn't write 10,000 words, but I wrote 9,500 and decided that was good enough. I actually wrote 2 books at Nano. I finished both books. I wrote 100,000 words in 30 days. Never
wow.
again. But
That is
that
amazing.
thank you. That second book became The Game Plan, which was my debut novel.
Hmm.
That
Nice.
came out in August 2022.
Hmm.
I was just writing for fun. I had no interest in publication. And a friend of mine said, this is good. You need to publish this. If you don't publish this, you're stupid. And actually, I believe she called me an idiot. I don't think she called me stupid, but it was a kind of like harsh love that I needed that push. And I took about a year to get my ducks in a row and figure everything out. And
Hmm.
then August 2022, the game plan came out, and I have published 11 books since then.
Wow, that's incredible. So are you, I'm trying to look at my notes here. Are you indie published or are you hybrid?
Indie,
You are indie.
fully
Okay, great.
indie.
Yeah, fully indie. Awesome. I took the plunge into that too myself right around 2020. I just decided I was tired of querying and waiting and hearing nothing. So what made you decide to do full indie? Was that a conscious decision or you just did you have any other thoughts about like trying to go through a publisher or what was that decision like for you?
Grad takes too long. I'm impatient. I'm impulsive. I did not want to wait to hear a rejection. I wanted to just get it over with, rip the band-aid off, and start going for it.
Yeah.
So it was never really an option for me to go trad. I just knew it wasn't in the cards for me. And maybe down the line that'll be different.
Mm,
But I am a control freak and I like being able to pick and choose what I do, how I
yeah.
do it, what everything like turns into. I like making the decisions.
Yeah, I'm smiling because I feel exactly the same way. I'm such a control freak. And I love that process, seeing it start from that first word to that when you hit publication. It's so cool. And then when you get to hold the book, it's really awesome. What do you think were some of your biggest surprises or challenges you faced in publishing your first book or any book?
So it's very difficult for me to visualize success, but also to visualize what my ideal reader is. And I have been pleasantly surprised by who's actually reading my books.
Mm.
I see their reviews, I see their emails, I see their comments online. People actually like my books, and I'm continuously amazed and just so happy about that. But the biggest surprise has been that it resonates with people. When I imagined who's going to read my books, I pictured someone like me.
Mhm.
It never occurred to me that anyone in any other demographic would be interested in my books because that kind of visualization doesn't come naturally to me.
Yeah.
So I work on that now, but just seeing the book resonate with people really make a difference.
Isn't that a cool feeling too?
Yeah.
When you get that feedback from readers and you're like, wow, they really liked it.
I was just at a convention this past weekend, Sports Romance Con. So it was 100 sports romance authors all together. And someone came up to me and said, I got your book at another convention I attended last year, and I was reading it on the plane. Oh my God, I need to have the paperback now. I just like, I, she was like gushing about it. And then someone else from the same event posted a picture of her bookshelf, and my
Mhm.
book was on there. We were messaging about it yesterday, and she said, yeah, I'm on chapter 5 and I'm sobbing. I've never felt so seen.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that for you.
It made me cry too.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some that's just so it's like so gratifying too when you finally connect with a reader who really gets your writing. It's a wonderful feeling. Um, so let's talk a little, we talked a little bit about marketing. What do you think are some of the best strategies you found or most effective for reaching new readers to you?
I do paid advertising, I do social media, but
Mm,
my biggest advantage is my newsletter. In 2024, it more than doubled. And already in 2025, we're in March, it's gone up by a third.
that's excellent.
I work really hard at my newsletter. I send it weekly, and I'm part of multiple round robins where I share the marketing load with other authors and we all promote each other.
Hmm.
I also have warm magnets at the back of each book. I don't do a cold magnet on BookFunnel. I don't do anything on BookFunnel aside from sending my ARCs actually and my
Mm-hmm.
magnets. I want to start doing that, and that's in the plans for later this year. But I do warm swaps with people,
Mm-hmm.
and that has helped me grow my newsletter tremendously. I get responses back to my newsletters, so people are reading them. I put surveys in so people respond. I get relatively good engagement, good clicks, and I can see the change in the last year and a half.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's really important. Newsletters are really kind of the only way that we can reach our readers, and we know who they are and we know what they like. And so, how important do you think that social media is today for authors?
I think it's important to have that presence.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important to have the profile up to date and
Yeah.
posting regular content. And it's one part of a multi-pronged approach, but it's something that can't be overlooked. The more you post, the better chance there is for someone to see your content. If you only post once a week, there's very little chance for someone to see your content. I personally don't use Instagram for the book world for myself. I use it for other fun content, like to consume for myself.
Mm-hmm.
But when I'm interacting with other authors on Instagram, I want to see that they have current content, regular posts, and that they're engaging with the people who comment on their posts. I think that's the biggest part to drive engagement. If
Yeah.
someone actually comments and likes, you want to respond to them. And that's what helps increase your reach. But if you don't have social media, I think that's more of a red flag that you may not be as invested in this as you should be. There are plenty of people who can survive without social media, but just like you need a website to hold your space, you need social media to hold your space.
Yeah.
And it's a multi-pronged approach. You can put it on the back burner for so long, but it still has to be taken into consideration.
I think it's really important to have that visibility too, just so for readers and others to find you and see what you're doing and what you like and kind of what you're into. Um, what advice do you have for building a loyal readership?
Be consistent, do what you do it well.
Yeah.
When you have your voice, use your voice. Um, I have really, I didn't start out highlighting neurodiverse characters. That came naturally.
Mm-hmm.
My first series has a big focus on mental health, which
Mm-hmm.
was kind of the precursor to my focus on neurodiverse characters.
Yeah.
My book I just finished writing, they have on-page panic attacks. It's something that I think is very important to highlight
Mm-hmm.
and to show the different ways that you can overcome something that is not going to go away.
Right. Yeah.
It can be, disability can be debilitating. And
Mm-hmm.
people don't always understand that. So showing that in a different way, someone who doesn't look from the outside to be disabled,
Mm.
someone who doesn't look like from the outside like they struggle with their mental health, someone who doesn't look like they are autistic or have borderline personality disorder or any other neurodiverse category, it's invisible.
Yeah.
There
Right.
are visible disabilities, and that is something that I don't feel qualified to speak on. But when it comes to invisible disabilities, I mean, I'm one of them. I'm one of us. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very important to represent us and to highlight these
Yeah.
voices.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that you're doing that too. I think that's incredible. And plus you write what you know, right? So you
Yeah.
know that and I haven't read your book, I'm going to be honest, but I can imagine that you would be able to put that into your book and people would understand it and feel it and know it. So I think that's very admirable. I really love that you're doing that too. And obviously you have people who love that you do it too, because you have readers coming up to you like that. Um, what do you think is one piece of advice that you wish you'd known earlier in your writing journey?
You don't have to do everything all at once. I'm a big fan of Becca Syme, the
Yes.
Strengths for Writers coach. And one of the things that she preaches is when you change things, you change one thing at a time. You don't change 10 things because then you can't see
Yeah.
what's working. So I
Right.
actually have a post-it on my monitor that says one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Often.
He has great stuff for writers out there. So, in your mind, how do you define success as an author?
That's a great question. I have no idea because success at this stage is very different than success where I was 2 years ago. And
Mm-hmm.
hopefully it's different from where I hope I'll be 2 years from now as well.
Sure. Right. Yeah.
I think there's a lot of pressure to put a monetary value on success,
Yeah.
but for me, it's more how I feel about it. Am I producing good work? Am I producing valuable work? Is
Mm-hmm.
it resonating with people?
Mm-hmm.
In that respect, yeah, I'm successful. My newsletter has grown quite significantly. My engagement has grown. I can see my royalties increasing, but it comes back to, are the stories that are being told, are they meaningful?
Right.
Do they resonate? And in that regard, I consider myself successful.
I I wish I could write that fast, but I can't.
So you've taken the Becca Syme, the
I,
Clifton Strengths
I
test.
I didn't. Let's see. Have I done that one? I don't think I've done that one, but I follow her on Facebook and I read her posts quite regularly. So I really want to do it. I just haven't yet.
So they talk about your top 5 strengths. My first strength is individualization,
Mhm.
which it's whatever, like I'm not unhappy about it. But my number 2 strength is achiever. And my number 4 is strategic, and my number 6 is analytical. But my number 2 achiever is the one that's working the most for me.
Mhm.
And I tell this to people and they laugh, but my biggest regret is that my achiever is number 2 and not number 1.
I can see why that, yeah. But I can see how you are, and you have this drive. I mean, I can tell you're very driven. And I think that's really impressive. And I love what you're doing. It just sounds incredible. So I will definitely be checking out your books. We have just about 5 minutes left here. So, really quick, tell us where we can find you and your books online.
So I'm in Kindle Unlimited, so you can find all my books on Amazon. My paperbacks are words are hard. Let me slow down. I offer signed paperback books in my shop at allielasky.com. And you
Awesome.
can find me on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok and Threads, all at Allie Lasky.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Allie, so much for joining me today. I really appreciate you taking time to chat with me and the audience.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So we're going to wrap it up today, but I just want to say thanks again to Allie for joining us and sharing her incredible journey and insights. Be sure to check out her new book, Ruck Me Harder, which will be out March 14th. And a huge thank you to all of you for watching and listening. If you enjoyed today's episode, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and share your favorite of the conversation. And if you have any questions for Allie that we didn't cover in this, please be sure to leave a comment and ask, and we'll get back to you. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell so you never miss an episode. You can also catch Miles Me on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, and iHeartRadio. So be sure to leave a review and follow. We've got more amazing authors and stories coming your way, so stay tuned. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep writing, and I'll see you miles beyond the page. Hey everyone, welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, Michelle Miles, and this is the show where we dive deep into the world of writing and publishing. Each week, I sit down with authors from every stage of their journey. We'll explore their creative process, uncover tips and insights, and celebrate the highs and lows of the writing life. So grab your favorite beverage, settle in, and join me as we go miles beyond the page. Today, I'm excited to host AK Nevermore. Hey, AK, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, thank you. A.K. Nevermore writes a lot, an award-winning author of spicy dystopian science fiction, Urban fantasy and paranormal romance, she's been traditionally, digitally, and indie published. She enjoys operating heavy machinery, freebases coffee, and gives up sarcasm for Lent every year. So, does that mean you've given up sarcasm this year
You
for Lent?
know, you can
No?
take that however you want to. It could be sarcastic. I don't know.
Gotcha. So let's talk about your book, Overlord. This is your latest release,
It
correct?
is. Yep.
All
hmm
right. It is a spicy dystopian sci-fi romance. So tell us what it's about and the inspiration behind writing it.
So, well, the inspiration was an extremely vivid dream. As a writer yourself, I'm sure you've gotten these like moments of ridiculous clarity where you see the scene and it's a movie and you're like, oh my God, I have to get that out of my head. And
Yes.
they don't leave you alone until that actually happens.
Right.
So the entire Price of Talent series, of which Overlord is the fourth book, I
Hmm.
think. Fourth. Um, it's basically that was one of those things. And it's a set in a dystopian world where basically what happened is there's this mysterious surge that's basically did like a huge EMP all over the Northern Hemisphere. And what happened was a corporation came in and took over. So they're basically the now de facto government. And they're not really great. They do a lot of genetic engineering and things like that. And one of the things that the surge did, other than, completely make everything go away was it granted a certain amount of people superpowers, for lack of a better term. And they're trying to go in and, get control of that. So the entire series is about a woman who escapes from the laboratory, more or less, and she ends up
Hmm.
with this wild talent who takes her up north, and they basically have to, it's kind of like a Hunger Games slash, Divergent thing where they have to save their people from the powers that be type kind of thing.
Wow, that sounds awesome. I was going to ask, well, I was going to ask, it's a part of a series. So is this something that someone should start from the beginning and read through?
Yeah, I'm against anarchy. So you need to start at the first one and then work your way through. The problem is that it's very because it is dystopian, it's really political.
Mm,
So you end up going in there thinking, this person is one way when actually you find out that, okay, no, they have all of these, motives that are secret and they're actually this way. So if you start on book two or three, all this stuff is going down and it's like, well, hold on. Wait, but why is, you know what I mean? You don't get the motivations, you don't get
mm,
the tension's not there, and you get a lot of spoilers, which really stinks when you go back to read other ones. So yes,
yeah.
no, say no to anarchy and read them in order.
And what is the first book in the series?
The first book is called Breaker.
Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah.
and I'll have links to your Amazon
Mhm.
page here in the podcast too. So I was just looking at your website. You have a great backlist. So tell us a little bit more about, let's see, you write you're a hybrid author, right? So you've traditionally published and indie published. You write dystopian science fiction romance, dark paranormal erotica, and spicy I wrote UF urban fantasy romance.
Yes.
So maybe touch a little bit on all of those series too.
So, okay, my traditionally published series is the Day Diaries, and that's the only one of my series that's written in first person. It's kind of a new adult feel to it.
Mm,
It's very urban fantasy, so it's very snarky and it's very, quippy, and it's, there's a lot of banter in it and just ridiculousness. And it's about a daemon, and she thinks that she's going to die when she turns 21, like everyone, all the other halflings out there. And come to find out that maybe that's not what's going on exactly. So it's a coming of age, it's a fish out of water, it's a found family and finding yourself type kind of series.
mhm.
And extremely ridiculous. It's my angst book. Like there's I think that every author has one where, you go through a point where you've submitted so many things and you're just not getting anywhere and you decide that you're going to write something completely different. And that's what the Day Diaries was. It was completely different and it was just like, well, I'm just going to throw all this stuff in and I don't care. And for whatever reason, the publisher liked that one. So that's the one that they got. And then my mayhem books they're just fun and they're silly. I had been approached by a publisher who had asked me, it's digital only, but they had asked me to write something and they were looking at the Breaker series, but they only publish novellas. And I didn't want to break them up. So they're like, well, do
Mm-hmm.
you write anything else? And I'm like, maybe.
Sure.
Yeah, I can do that. Um, so I ended up like just word vomiting this story on the page and then refining it. And I think that I got it out in like a month or so.
Wow.
Um, and yeah, it was really, really fast, but it's also really, really fun. And because it's erotica, it's not super plot heavy type kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's shifters that ride motorcycles, and
Ooh.
it's very hot. It is. And it's very ridiculous because that was kind of one of those things where if something can go wrong, it's going to.
Mm.
And I have a lot of fun blowing things up and then trying to figure out what to do once they're blown up. So
I think that's what I do. I can't figure out what's going to happen next. I'm just going to blow something up and keep
it's
going.
it's seriously, it's you never have a saggy middle with that. You
Yeah,
don't.
exactly. Or they have sex.
Yes. Yeah, one of the two, right? Something's
Yeah,
gonna
right. Right. So let's talk about your writing journey. What inspired you to start writing?
I don't know that anything inspired me to start writing. I think I just did. Like I remember when I was, oh God, it was long enough ago where I was writing directly into a program that there wasn't Word or anything like that. So, and I had a dot matrix printer. Yes, that's totally aging me, but it's
Wow.
true.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just remember that one summer I sat there and I just wrote like an epic fantasy tale of just, it was awful, but I wrote it all summer long. And I don't know. It's just it wasn't nobody made me do it. I wasn't inspired to do it. I was just like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna write a book. And I think a lot of that is just because I was such a rabid reader, even at a young age. And
Hmm.
I don't know that it was just that's what I do. That's just what I do.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. I think we all have that first book where we just write out something and it's terrible, but we learn from that, right?
We do.
So, how did you decide on which genre you wanted to write in, or did it find you?
It found me. Yeah, that was not a conscious decision. And it's funny because I've been asked, well, can you write a contemporary or something? And I kind of look at people funny when they say that. And I'm like, nothing's gonna like, I can't shoot fire out of my hands or fly or like, how is that fun,
Yeah.
I'll read contemporary, but when I'm writing, it's that thing. It's like, okay, and then something blows up, but it's a contemporary and they're in a small town at a coffee shop. Like it would technically work, but it doesn't really work. So
Yeah, yeah. There's always some kind of form of magic or shape-shifting or something in my books too. I tried contemporary, it didn't work.
no.
Um, so you did talk about your first story, but what did you learn from that experience of writing your first book? And it can be the very first one you did when, in the summer, or the very first book you intended to write for publication.
I think in all cases to back up your work because I lost that book somewhere along
Oh.
the line during moves. I had printed it out. It was like this thick, and I have no idea what happened to it. I think I had hard drives at one point, but they couldn't be recovered.
Hmm.
So it's one of those things where you always need to back up your work because that stinks. And I know I was writing a novella and I started it and went to go back to it. I don't even know, a year later, a couple months, whatever it was, and I couldn't find it. And it
Ugh.
like literally it drove me insane. And I have it somewhere. I don't know where it is though. So it's like back your work up and make sure that it's, like filed, not
Yeah.
just thrown somewhere.
Um, yeah, I think that's a good lesson too. When you lose work, man, that happened to me too, and I immediately like I need a backup system here. So
Oh,
yeah,
you get sick over it, like
yeah,
physically ill. It's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. So when you decided to write for publication, what sort of motivated you, and what was your decision-making process on that? Were you like looking for a publisher, or did you want to go jump into the indie publishing?
Oh no. In the beginning, I was absolutely 100%. I want an agent and I want to go traditional, and this is how I'm going to do it. Um, yeah, that didn't happen. But it was, I think that when I started, again, I'm kind of from the generation where we didn't have indies. Everything was
Hmm.
traditional. And
Right.
the temple on the hill is Tor. And, right?
Yes.
And it's like, that's what I'm going to do, and that's what I'm going to go, and I'm going to send this out. And yeah, no, it's really, really hard. And I think that for me at least, it took a good while before I wrapped my head around the fact that being an indie author is not only a legitimate option, it's also kind of the better option on so many levels.
Yeah.
Um, that it's now I'm not going to say if a huge, agent came up and was like, this is a five freaking figure deal from Tor or whatever, 10 figure, whatever they're doing now. Would you please give us your book? I'm not going to say, oh no, but no, I can't really. No, I would totally sign that, right?
Yeah.
But, the chances of that are pretty freaking slim. So now it's like I'm trending more and more towards just being like, I'm just going to do this myself because the amount of control that you have is awesome.
It,
It's just
it
awesome.
is. I'm smiling because I had the same thought process when I'm like, I want to be a tour author. I would stand in the bookstore and I'd covet the covers, and I'm like, I really wanted that. Rejection, man, it was the worst. And so I finally decided I'm just going to bite the bullet, and I self-published my urban fantasy series. So, but you're right, I do love that control as a control freak.
Uh,
It's like
I had
I
no
love it.
idea I was such a control freak until like they're like, "Oh, this is your cover," and I'm going, "What? That's no, no." Or, we've got to change this. You can't use this one term. And I'm going, "What? Like, no, I didn't like so." And then there's the whole marketing aspect of it,
Oh,
which is
yeah.
so much harder when you have gatekeepers, which is
Mm.
technically what your publisher is. So it makes it more difficult too.
Yeah.
Uh, whereas, I can just do so much more with my indie stuff that it's
Mm.
it's really freeing. It's scary. It's scary as
Oh,
hell.
yeah.
But I think that the trepidation is offset by the gains that you make.
Yeah, I agree. So what do you think are some of your biggest surprises or challenges you faced in indie publishing, or even publishing with a publishing house?
I think the biggest thing, it was definitely the marketing aspect and just how loud you have to scream to get noticed.
Yeah.
Like it's you go into this and I mean even way back when I was like I'm totally going to get picked up by Tor. Uh because you have an amazing book. You wrote this amazing book. How can anyone not love it? Like they're going to read it, they're going to want to sign you, they're going to want the next six books in the series type kind of thing. And it's not like that, but you hold this thing where you believe in your work. Obviously, you believe in your work. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it towards indie publishing or anything else. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
So it's like, okay, no, this is going to be great. I'm going to have all these pre-orders and I'm going to throw it out there and it's going to be fantastic. And the amount of static that you have to cut through to even get like a dozen people to hold up their hands and say, "Oh, hey, yeah, I read that. That was great." Is really hard. And then once people do read it, then you have the other kind of difficulty of maintaining their attention
Mm, hmm.
and well, can you leave a review? It's like
Yeah.
people would rather give you their kidney than like a star. And it's really, really difficult to wrap your head around that too. It's like, oh, I loved your book. It was really great. Oh, did you leave a star on Amazon or something? No, I didn't, but it was good. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
I think finding reviews is probably the hardest thing, and we crave that so much because it helps us. I think readers don't oftentimes realize how much it really helps us, besides being validated.
Oh, I
You
think
know?
that when I'm looking back on it, like really one of the biggest reasons why I wanted to be traditionally published and have a big house like that is because of
Yeah.
the validation.
Yeah, right.
And you kind of have to wrap your head around the fact that, well, no, I kind of really don't need validation. And like any other area of your life, do you need to be constantly told,
Hmm.
but it's still, it's like, it's such a it's a very, very weird dynamic, I think.
It it is. It is. It is. And I still want the tour.
Yeah. Oh God, me too. Like put in a
Yeah.
good word for me if you get
I,
there
I
because
will I will do it. I will for sure do it. So let's talk about your writing process. What does a typical writing routine look like for you? Are you a plotter or a pantser?
no, I'm very much a plotter or pantser, sorry. Plotting scares the living daylights out of me. And honestly, I've taken so many classes. I've taken enough classes where I've been forced to do that to make like outlines and stuff like that, or
Mm-hmm.
scene maps or whatever. And I cry. I can't fill out the character information biographies and oh my God, it makes my head spin and it kills the story for me.
Yeah.
So I'm very much a discovery writer where I'll go in and I'll get a scene. I don't necessarily know where that scene's gonna go, but I see the scene and I put down the scene and then it goes here and then it goes here and then it goes here and then something here comes over here and it kind of like morphs and builds.
Hmm.
I think that that's actually chaotic pantser if you that chart that they have.
Yeah.
um
So you don't write linear, I can't even say that word. It's not a linear story for you.
I thought I did but I don't. I don't. And I think that part of the reason is because I very much like writing in multiple point of view.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be writing and then I'll be like, oh, but wait, this has to happen with this person over here. And then I'll add another set of scenes. And then it's like, okay, but I know this is going to happen. So, oh, gotta go back again and I've got to make another scene. So it's yes, but no, I think.
For sure, a pantser. I can't. I try to plot. I really, really do. But and I know what kind of where I want the story to go. But when I start writing it, it changes. So,
Oh yeah.
I
Oh yeah.
just I kind of have to go with it, right?
And it's
What
awful if you don't, because then your characters don't talk to you and you end up, yeah, it's just no, no. So no, no,
and then
just
you
like,
get stuck.
yes.
So what do you do when you get stuck? Or writer's block?
I don't like to call it writer's block.
Yeah.
I like to call it I screwed up somewhere. So usually what happens when I'm in that situation is I'm missing something in the chapters that went before. It's either I have somebody doing something where they shouldn't. I have a character that shouldn't be there, a character that needs to be there, needs to be swapped out with somebody else. They have the wrong attitude about something, or there's something weird in there, and whatever it is affecting what is happening over here. So usually what I'll end up doing is well, one of two things. Either I go back and I reread it and like whatever. Take a really long nap because naps usually help me like figure things out. It's one of the things I do. And then the other thing is I will go and I'll just write something completely different.
Mm.
So I usually have like a either a novella or a anthology story that I have to do for something, whatever it is.
Hmm.
So I'll hop off of the main thing and then I'll go back to that one. And usually it's going to be something stupid where either I'm in the middle of trying to figure out, like whose hand is going where when I'm like, oh, wait a minute, no, that's what that guy was supposed to be doing. Or, I'll be doing dishes or somewhere where I can't write anything down. And I'll be like, ah, ha, 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 now I know what needs to happen. Okay, let's do this then. But there definitely is moments where I'm like, oh yeah, I totally know what needs to happen and I just don't do it. So I really very much try to write every day, And my husband gets up at a stupid hour. It's like really early in the morning, 3:30 or something like that. So I tend to try to be up around like 4 after he's out of the house. And that's when I'll sit down and I'll start writing before anyone else is up. And it's just like there's nothing going on social media, and I don't have any emails coming in. It's just like I can sit there and just do it. So
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good time to do it too when you can focus, right? Just finding that focus. So how do you stay motivated when something gets tough, when the book or whatever project you're on?
I don't know. It's a really good question. I think that I just know that I have to do it. And that's just kind of a me thing where if I have to do it, I'm going to do it.
hmm
And it's kind of not optional. So it'll get done.
Right. You have deadlines, right?
Do, yeah,
Yeah.
and that's definitely deadlines are definitely a motivator, even if they're, self-imposed. But the other thing too is it's like, if you have an editor and you've got to book them 6 months out in advance, then it's like, okay, no, this has to be done by the end of XYZ because otherwise
hmm
he's not going to get it, and I'm not going to be able to meet the KDP,
Mm,
deadline for my pre-order that I was supposed to do. I really have to get this done. So yeah, I mean, it's deadlines. Is it optional? Can you walk away? Yes, you can always walk away, but no, you can't really walk away. So
right. So let's talk about building your reader base and marketing. We did talk a little bit about that, but what strategies have you found to be the most effective for reaching new readers?
I really like reader magnets. I have
Mm,
like a bajillion of them. I've got at least one, if not, no, I have at least two. I have at least two for each series, and then I have like tie-ins. That's kind of bonus material that people can download for free. And I use a lot of those on BookFunnel.
yeah.
So I'm constantly kind of like seeding my stuff out there.
hmm
And then I am religious with my newsletter. So that's a really big thing that a lot of authors are like, oh my God, don't say that. But it's true. It's true. Your newsletter is your best friend. I do social media too, but as we saw with TikTok, that can poof.
Right.
So it's a really good idea to have a list and a way of reaching people that you own.
I agree. Yeah, your newsletter is your biggest asset, really. So in touching on that, the social media, how important do you think it is for authors to be on social media today?
I don't know. And I say that because like I think that it is important for visibility. It's like fishing,
Mm,
And if you don't cast the net, you're not going to catch anything. But at the same time, if your net is too wide or all that, whatever you want to call it, all those metaphors, just think of those. But I think it's important to be out there to be like, hey, I exist.
mm,
As far as what you can do as like an individual author, I think you have to be realistic with. Because it's like I am not going to be out there posting about my stuff ad nauseum. I can't do it. Like,
mm,
even if I had the time, I couldn't do it because I'm not that, like, no, I'm just not going to. Um, and people don't want to hear it from me constantly either. So social media is a tool, but you have to kind of learn what your limits are and how you can work it to best suit your genre. Like dark romance
hmm
on TikTok and on Book Talk is massive.
hmm
Is cozy mystery? I don't think so. I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think that it has the same draw there. Maybe that's something that's really big on Facebook for
mm,
reels. It could
yeah.
be, I don't know. But it's the same kind of thing as like readership. Amazon Kindle Unlimited is huge for romantasy. When you're looking at more of motorcycle romance, that's Kobo Plus. That's where the readers are. So it's like if you're going to get different results based on what your readership is, based on what you're writing, and then based on where you're hanging out. That said, one way that I've found that definitely takes a lot of the pressure off and fine tunes all of that is by getting a really good ARC team. Um,
Yeah.
because if you have a good ARC team and a good street team, they're out there for you. They're not worried about writing books most of the time. They're out there and they're looking at who's writing books and they're posting about your books, where you don't have to. And chances are they're hanging out in the place where other people doing the same thing are. So that's, I would say if you're going for social media, like that's the kind of social media you want to be doing. You don't want to just be
Hmm.
throwing up graphics and, buy my crap constantly. You're doing that and you're making connections and you're being you. That's the other thing is that people, I don't think really, they're really happy you wrote a book, but they want to know about you. They don't
Right. They
really
do.
want to know about the book all the time. So that's another thing that I think where people kind of miss a little bit, but I don't know.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I think you have to know your market and your readers, and that's really, would you say that's how you build a loyal readership, is knowing that and being able to connect with them through that level of, through your newsletter and maybe even social media?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. hmm Yeah, and a big part about it too is just being nice. Like, don't be a jerk. Um,
Yeah.
if somebody, comments on something or posts on something for you, then it's like thank them for it,
Yeah.
like just be nice. Just be nice.
Right. Yeah. That goes a long way, especially in today's climate.
Oh yeah, it totally does. And the other thing is that it's not all about you. So if you have friends that are authors or that, that write similar things or you read something that you enjoy, post about it,
Yeah.
because it's of interest and it's just being a good literary citizen.
Yeah, and we're all in it together anyways, really. I mean, we're all here cheering for each other.
Mhm.
So,
There's no way that you can write enough books for one person to read for the rest of their life. For
yeah.
one person. It's like there's plenty out there for everyone.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. So what piece of advice would you do you wish you'd known earlier in your writing journey?
I think that the piece of advice that I wish I knew earlier in my writing journey would be consider the source.
Mm, that's a good one.
Um, I know that when I first started writing and I decided that I wanted to be serious about it because there does come a time when you're just like, this is more than a hobby and that I'm going to double down and I'm going to really try to, improve my craft and things like that. And like anything else, your inclination is to take your work and to have people give you feedback on it. And I think that it's a really good inclination and it's something that you should absolutely do, but consider the source. If you are reading something that they've written and you're like, maybe you shouldn't take their advice on your work. If you're writing those cozy mysteries and someone who is, doing paranormal erotica, is trying to tell you that your beats are wrong.
Mm,
Um, maybe they're not 100%, certain on how a cozy mystery should flow or the various tropes or things like that. Um, so yeah, I would just say getting feedback is wonderful. Consider the source
yeah, great advice. Any tips for those just starting out or considering a career in writing?
by tissues. Like,
Have a thick skin.
oh my gosh, you do. You have to have a thick skin and you have to kind of come to the understanding that your work is not you. It is something you've created. It's something that will have parts of you, but it's not you. Um, and that's really hard sometimes. It's really hard sometimes. Not
Hmm.
everybody is going to like it. Some people are going to be jerks.
Mm,
Other people are going to blow sunshine up your rear end. You really kind of have to, yeah, you have to have a thick skin and you've got to be tenacious.
yes.
I think that in the industry in general, talent counts for such a small portion of it. And that's weird to say, But there are so many talented writers that I know that are just, my mind is blown when I read their stuff. And they're not pitching it to agents. They're not doing anything with it. They're just not, no, I had a bunch of rejections. I just don't think it's for me, or
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is. And it's like, it's not going to be unless you keep trying. Um, but it's to each their own, and everyone has a different ideal outcome. Some people just want their stuff read. Some people want tour. Uh,
Yes,
you
we
know,
do.
right? But it's like, and there's all shades of in between.
Mm.
So, I mean, and none of them are any more valid than the others.
Yeah, I love it. So we're actually almost out of time, if you can believe that. But tell us really quick where we can find your work and connect with you online.
Sure. You can always check me out at aknevermore.com. It's just AK and then like the Poe bird. So there's that. And then that's my handle on pretty much every single social media platform that exists. I'm mostly on, I hang out a lot on Threads, Instagram, and I've got a Facebook group, Books and Bourbon, because those are the two best things ever. So yeah, definitely check me out. And you can sign up for my newsletter on my website, and that comes out twice a month. And generally I'm just, complaining about life in general. But there's also my new releases and things. So check it out.
Well, I will definitely have all of these links available in the podcast description, so people can find you, connect with you online, and check out your books. So thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. It was great having you and talking to you, and a lot of fun. I hope you
Cool.
enjoyed it.
I totally did. No, it was a lot of fun.
Awesome.
I really
Awesome.
appreciate you having me. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining us today on Miles Beyond the Page. If you enjoyed today's episode, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and share your favorite part of the conversation. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep writing, and I'll see you miles beyond the page. Hey everyone, welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, Michelle Miles, and this is the show where we dive deep into the world of writing and publishing. Each week, I sit down with authors from every stage of their journey. We'll explore the creative process, uncover tips and insights, and celebrate the highs and lows of the writing life. So grab your beverage of choice, settle in, and join me as we go miles beyond the page. And I know I'm going to butcher your last name, so Jean, tell us your last name.
Garcieras.
Garcieras. Did I get it
Garcieras.
right?
Yeah,
All
it
right.
looks worse than it is. Yeah, it's a tough one.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us here today. Award-winning author Jean Scarciaris, did I do
Very
it
good.
right?
Yeah.
Spins stories about life, digging into the soul of her characters while they deal with real-life challenges. Many readers identify with her stories, making them laugh as well as cry. That sounds great.
Oh, you make me sound so good.
So today we're going to be talking about your book, The Magdalenes. So The Magdalenes, I have here in my notes that it won first place in the San Antonio's Writers Guild in 2019, has received 5-star reviews with readers' favorites in 2019, was a finalist in 2023 Page Turner Awards, and a finalist for the 2024 American Fiction Awards and the 2024 Book Bloggers Novel of the Year. So tell us about this book and what it's about and why you decided to write it.
Okay, so The Magdalens is about Jude Madigan, who was raped by a priest when she was 14 and got pregnant. Anyway, she's came from kind of abusive home, and she wound up moving to Texas to have the baby and just stayed in Texas. And she wound up going to law school, became a plaintiff's attorney. But this is about, it sounds like a downer book. It's really not. Um, Jude's very successful as a plaintiff's attorney, but all of a sudden she's asked to uh, help be the trustee of a halfway house that's run by nuns for prostitutes. And she's like, I don't want anything to do with anything that has to do with the Catholic Church or nuns,
Mm-hmm.
but her boss makes her do it. So she has to do it. And she winds up becoming, close to the women and the nuns. And it's really what she needed to heal after that rape, because she
Mm-hmm.
just shut herself down. And so she came across as being, kind of a bitch, but she just kept everything inside. But she was successful. She could handle the job. Her dating life was horrible. She says it's like catch and release. She didn't want to get involved with anybody, but she just find somebody, and as soon as she was done with them, they were, So anyway, this book is about why she was asked to help out with the home,
Mm-hmm.
about the nuns. The nuns in this book are fabulous, and so are the characters, the residents of the home. Anyway, it was a book that kind of needed to be told, and it's about overcoming any abuse.
Mm-hmm. And so what inspired you to write this?
Oh man, I had a friend working for a, a Magdalene home in Nashville, Tennessee, and this is many years ago, and it was run by the Episcopal Church, and they, it's for not just prostitutes, but for women who need to get off the streets for some reason. And I thought, oh, what a great idea to do, have the nuns run that, and for the prostitutes, because there's such a conflict between those
Mm-hmm.
two characters. Um, and it's and it just was that was the spark, and I just sat down and started writing. And then this is the second book that I wrote. My first book, Dance Like You Mean It, is just fun. I mean, it took me forever to write that book. I didn't know what I was doing. It was such a hot mess. Rejected like crazy. And so finally I started taking classes and joined RWA or DARA, and
Mm-hmm.
learned about the craft a little bit more. So I did find an agent um, and publisher for Dance Like You Mean It. But in the meantime, I'd done some young adult novels that I published. I self-published those.
Mm-hmm.
While Dance was being edited, I didn't want to start another book, so I pulled the Magdalens down. I really thought that it was going to be too hard of a content for readers, but I just pulled it down anyway because I just wanted to look at it again. It was really good. The story was good, and so I thought, okay, I'm going to do it. So, and it's
It,
got good reviews.
yeah, it sounds like it, and it's won lots of awards. Is this what genre would you say this is? Is this women's fiction or yeah,
It's
women's
women's
fiction?
fiction. Yeah,
Is and did you indie publish this one or is this through the publisher?
it's through a publisher.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
So, uh, but you know what? It's a small publishing house though, so you
Yeah.
don't want to say it's an indie published book because you still don't get any recognition, you know, pounding on people's doors.
It
So
is hard. I can agree with you on there. It is very, very hard. And I didn't realize you were in Dara. So I are you still in a
it's how we
member?
met a long time ago.
We
Yeah.
okay, so that's been like a long time ago. I let my membership lapse and then I'm just recently back. So um I'm just trying to get back into things and it's been kind of a whirlwind back into
Well, I'm
RWA.
so impressed with how prolific you are.
Oh,
You have
thanks.
so many books and everything you post, and I'm thinking, I can't even get a sentence written, and you've already written another book, so I'm very impressed with you.
Well, I think I'm a little, a glutton for punishment.
Yeah,
You
I can
know,
see.
and I'm just really, really determined to succeed. And it just takes a lot of commitment, and you just really have to be disciplined to find that, that time to write. But we're not talking about me today. We're talking about you. So, um, let's talk about your writing journey. What inspired you to start writing?
I love to read. I love stories. And I thought, some of the books that I read, I thought, I could do this. So that's when I sat down to write Dance Like You Mean It. I thought it was going to be easy. Just hammer out a fiction novel, no big deal. No, I had no idea. I didn't know a point of view. I didn't know it had to structure a story, the characters.
Hmm.
And so it took a long time. And I'm
Yeah.
grateful that I had a couple of fabulous critique groups that kind of smacked me around a little bit. And
I think a good critique, no, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think that a good critique group is just worth their weight in gold, right? I mean, they can really help you hone your voice and figure out how to write and structure a story. So, And I think RWA was a big part of that too. For me, when I first started out, it's, it was a long time ago now, but that organization, um, it just really helped me kind of become the writer that I am. And I think there is something to be said for finding those writing groups that will help kind of nurture you and help you grow as a writer.
And not only
Um,
that, the RWA had so many good resources. Uh,
yes.
the editors, I found my cover artist through RWA, and it's a fabulous place that you can just bounce ideas off of people.
Yeah. So how did you decide to pick did the genre pick you, or did you pick the genre? How did you decide on that?
I would say the genre picked me. Most of the books I read are fiction. They'd be probably women's fiction. I read everything, but those are the ones I gravitate toward.
Mm-hmm.
The two young adult books that I wrote are they were for me they were easier than the women's fiction, but they were still good stories.
Mm-hmm.
So, and those I could sit down and write, and that really helped me learn the craft too. So then I went back. I mean, this is like a over 20-year process. Went back to Dance Like You Mean It, got lucky, found an agent and a publisher, and got out there, went out in the world. Um, so I'm very happy about that. And then even I was in New York one weekend and staying with a friend. I left them a book, and they had another friend who was a movie agent who just happened to pick it up, and she read it like in one night, and so she wanted to promote it and see maybe
Mm-hmm.
shop it in LA. She's from LA. Um, but it was the first week of COVID when,
Oh,
when we were going back and forth, and she goes, let's just get through whatever this is and then we'll revisit it. So COVID shut everything down
yeah.
in Hollywood.
Yeah.
So and I've reached out to her again, but she's kind of moved on.
Oh, that's
Just,
terrible.
I know, but I'm not giving up hope.
No, never give up. So we kind of already talked about what your first story was. I think a little bit. What the very first book you wrote was
It's
Dance
like you,
Like You Mean It. Um, so, and you might have already touched on this. What did you learn from that experience, from writing that book?
no, well, okay, learning how to structure a story and then letting the characters tell the story. That's how I write. I sit at the computer and I just wait. It's like, please start talking because I'm a pantser. I can't
Mm-hmm.
structure and outline the story very well. I just let the characters move it forward. And
Yeah,
luckily, they've always been good characters.
that's
So
good. Yeah, I'm a pantser too. Well, I'm trying to get better, but it's really hard for me. I cannot follow a plot line. I mean, I've tried and I'm just like, my brain doesn't work that way.
I
So,
know, me too. I get bogged down. But
yeah,
what's difficult as a pantser, it's when you get to the end, you got to wrap everything up. And the people who outline, I think, have all that organized better than
yeah.
somebody like me who I get to the end and go, okay, now what happens?
What do I do now? How do I wrap it up? So what does a typical writing routine look like for you?
Well, I'm still working, so I don't have a whole lot of time, free time, but I like to get away alone, and sit down at the computer. I don't want any distractions. It's hard for me to write at home even because I know that the laundry needs to be folded, dishes need to be done. So I try to get away if I can, and I'm more productive that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's finding the time.
Do, do you have a set writing schedule, or do you just kind of write whenever you can?
Right. Whenever, the spirit moves me. I wish I were more disciplined, and I am working toward retirement, so maybe I will have some more time that I can actually
Mm-hmm.
sit down and just say, this time is going to be for writing. But sometimes when you're forcing yourself to write that time, it's hard to be creative for
Yeah.
me. But
Yeah.
yeah, be a little more productive.
Right. I understand. It's hard to make yourself um learn that behavior of sitting down and writing consistently. It takes a while to get yourself into that. So how do you stay motivated whenever a project or a book gets really tough?
I don't know. It's the voices in my head that just keep, smacking me and saying, get back to it and start writing.
Hmm.
Um, the motivation sometimes, like right now, I'm a little stuck. I'm writing a historical narrative nonfiction that has really been difficult for me because there's so much research involved. I don't want to mess anything up. Um, where with the fiction, sometimes I'll just go out and take a walk. I'll put my some music on, take a nice walk, and then think about the book. And
Hmm.
I visualize, what should be happening. And then I come back in and hopefully write it.
Yeah. Sometimes getting that breath of fresh air really helps too, for sure. What are some tools or techniques that you use to overcome writer's block?
I don't, I just whine. I don't know. No. Um, I uh, Forcing yourself. And what's helped me is if I'll go back in the story and re-edit, just reread some pages, do
Yeah,
some edits, and that kind of helps move it forward again. Because then I'm back in the story and the characters are starting to talk again.
right.
But
I find that helps too. If I've been away from the page for too long, I try to get back into it by reading those pages and see where did I leave off and what was I thinking. Um, so I think you might have shared this a little bit too, but let's talk about your journey to publication. How did you get started and what was that look, what did that journey look like for you when you got your first book published?
well, I was very excited. But it took many years for that to happen. I took some classes. I went to SMU, Southern Methodist University, and took
Mhm.
some writing classes there. And that's where I found my first critique group, and they were wonderful. Um, Still, I got the book published. I mean, I'm sorry, I got the book finished, and I took it to New York with some agents there. Everybody wanted to read it, but nobody took me on. So then years later, I wound up shelving dance for a while. And that's when I
Mhm.
pulled out and started writing the Magdalens. And then I finished Magdalens and started the, you know, trying to submit to agents and again was rejected. So I shelved Magdalens. And then I wrote those young adults. And so I write them. And then if I don't get instant gratification, then I move on to something else. And so then finally I went back and found, and I was actually at a book event with my young adult books, and I met with an agent there. And I said, I've got a book. If you want to read it? And she said, sure. And she took me on. Um,
Nice.
and so, yeah, but it just, sometimes if I can't keep working on the same book when I've got other stories going. So I'll just, and you are very much like that with all the books you publish.
Yeah.
But instead of really committing myself and finding an agent and sticking to that one project, I move on to another one, and then I'll go back. So
Yeah,
I'm
I find that I can't write on two books at the same time. My brain just shuts off. So I just have to figure out, which one do I want to focus on the most. How do you handle feedback, and revisions during the editing process?
I mean, I'm fine with any. Luckily, people have been very nice. Even the critique groups that I was in, though the first draft of Dance Like You Mean It was horrible. I mean, I didn't know where to put a comma. I couldn't spell. I couldn't do anything. And so this group, they just kind of took me under their wing, and they were all fabulous writers, and
Hmm.
they were gentle with me. Maybe you don't want to say things like this, or the point of view thing, for example. I was in everybody's head.
Mm,
And so then you just learn. It's a slow process, like I
yeah,
said, and it is a process and it's a journey. And I will say this for future writers, enjoy the journey. It's long, it can be hard, but it can also be fun.
it can be, yes, it can be very fun. It's like you're getting to do something that you just love doing. It's a great feeling. Do you have any surprises or challenges that you faced in publishing or writing?
I think the biggest one is the marketing. I honestly thought I'd write a good book and it would just go out in the world and become an instant bestseller. No, marketing is difficult for me because I don't like, I'm not great on social media.
Mm,
I think my 6 Facebook friends have read the book or whatever, but I need to learn and do better, like on Instagram. And I've never done TikTok. Just do stuff on Facebook. Plus, as a writer, you're a little, it's hard to be forceful, and I'm kind of an introvert, and I hate just
Aren't we all?
yeah, like please buy my book, please.
Yeah.
I hate to ask people for things,
Yeah.
but I'm working on it. I'm trying.
I think that's the hardest part about publishing is, especially when you're an indie author, you just really have to be everywhere and try to push. I don't want to say push your book, but you just really have to keep it in people's minds and thoughts, and that's consistent posting on social media is the whichever one that is your favorite. Um, and so, talking about marketing and building a reader base now, do you have any strategies that you have found to be most effective for finding new readers?
No. I'm trying. I was hoping, you could tell me that. Uh, no, but I'm just trying to get it in front of people. And I mean, I will see somebody reading a book out in public, and I'll say, "Hey, you like to read here?" and give them my card, and hopefully that they'll read it. But as far as really marketing, I was kind of hoping that the publishers would help with that.
Mm,
Um, I've got two publishers. One does a great job, getting social media out there. The other one does nothing, and the one that does nothing is the one that has Magdalene's. And I just beg her to please, help me do something. And she's smart. They COVID hit them too.
hmm
Um, but I just can't get them to really promote it. The promotion is up to the author.
Yeah, it really is. And
Mm,
it has been for quite some time. And when all the small presses started coming around, and when was that? The early 2000s?
probably.
Yeah. So do you think social media is important for authors today?
Absolutely, it is. I, but I'm just not very good at it, but absolutely. And I think that if I could, I mean, there have been some authors on TikTok, I guess, that have, and they're good authors, but they're not the best authors ever. And their books have hit, stratospheric sales because they are constantly putting it out there, putting it out there. Um, and I just don't have that confidence. Plus, I just don't know how to do TikTok. I just need to
Well,
hire a 12-year-old.
right. TikTok is kind of hard. I mean, I think you have to know where your readers kind of hang out too. And I know mine aren't really on TikTok. So I just don't even mess with that anymore. I mean, I tried it and I'm probably not doing everything right either, but you really need to know where your readers are hanging out. Like I think most of mine are on Facebook. So that's where I kind of keep my presence up the most. Do you have any advice for building a loyal readership?
Writing good books and putting them in their hands. Really, I mean, it's like if you have a good book and you just hope that you get them to enough people that they'll tell their friends and it'll keep going. Um, but I wish I could be a little better as far as the marketing and getting the book out there to other
Hmm.
people. Um, I think you do a fabulous job with all yours. Um, but and I do try to post some stuff, but I get on there and I'm like, oh, I hate to ask people you know, to do this when I shouldn't be afraid. Um,
No, yeah, you shouldn't.
do it and say, hey, this is a great book, you guys, pick it up and give me a call, let me know, whatever. And if hopefully they will put a review out. We'll but everybody that I get the book to loves it. It's just getting it to readers.
Yeah.
And that's the hardest part. And I just need to find even book club groups on Facebook. They're great, but you can't recommend your book to these book club groups because you get shut down.
Right.
So, you know, and that's a little frustrating. You want,
Yeah, it is hard to find those readers. It's hard to kind of keep them engaged too once you do find them. And I think that's probably the most challenging part of being a published author is just that marketing piece is just it's a beast, right?
you want to write. You want to sit
Yeah,
and write your story. You don't want to just market. That's not my specialty. I'd
right.
rather just tell the stories. Um, and that's the biggest challenge for me. So
Yeah.
far, I've written good books, knock on wood, um, but I just haven't been able to get them out there very well.
So, what advice for aspiring authors do you have? What's one piece of advice you wish you'd known earlier in your writing journey?
How to write. No, or just write. Just sit down and write. If you have a story, this is what I tell people. If you've got an idea, put yourself in the room with those characters, be that character. Use all five senses when you're in the room. What does it smell like? What does it look like? And you're sitting there with those characters, like a movie, like watching a movie. And you're, just in the background typing everything that's going on.
Hmm.
And another thing is that I tell people is, I've been lucky to speak at some like, I don't say assisted living, independent living places. And I tell these people, write your story, you know, tell your kids. This is the one thing that I really wish I would have sat down with my family and gotten their history,
Hmm.
because, when they're gone, so is their story. And and even your kids, tell your kids you used to be cool, and tell them what a cool teenager you were and what it was like. And I think that it would open some doors uh, for the family and for writers.
No, I think that's good advice too. And I think that's the hardest part is just sitting down to start.
Mhm.
Um, do you have, and speaking of just starting out, any tips for those who are considering a career in writing and publishing?
Get your bartending skills honed first. No, kidding. I'm kidding. No, it's just write the stories. If the I love these organizations that I was part of, romance writers, DARA, taking classes, community classes have creative writing classes, and then SMU, I took some courses, and learn the craft properly, read some books. And I wish I could even say, get online and look up, how to publish a book, how to write a book. And there's one book that is fabulous, Stephen King's On Writing.
Oh, yes, that is excellent.
Yeah. And just sit down and write and be that character. Put yourself in the head of your character.
Yeah. Do you have any tips for anyone that is just starting out who are looking for, like, how would they find a critique group or a writing group? Do you have any tips for that?
Well, I found the first critique group out of a college course, through SMU.
Hmm.
And we were together for many years. And then the second one, I was at a writing event, book sale, and I found another woman there, and we just kind of connected. And we started a critique group, and we're still, together. We've got like 5 of us in this group, and it's wonderful. And it's good. There's some groups that they try to be mean. There's a big
Hmm.
one that meets like once a week or something. And some of the writers there, they try to make a point of being really critical of your writing. And
Hmm.
that just beats you down. It does no good. You want somebody to be supportive but honest, and
Hmm.
be done.
Yeah, and would you recommend joining like a writing organization such as RWA or something?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think there's a wealth of information there, and we all know that there was a meltdown with RWA, but they are really doing a great job these days of pulling it back up into where it was before. So,
Good.
I have found that it's just such a great experience now, and that the people are really trying to make the organization better than it was.
Yeah.
It's a great environment.
Local group, DARA, Dallas area
Yes,
romance authors. I was always inspired when I go to the meeting.
yes.
I would look at these writers, and they'd have these books out, multiple books, and I was just so jealous of them. It's like, how did they do it? And I admired them. So it was a nice, you know, like I said, an inspiration to help
Yes.
me forward.
Yeah, and if you're in the Dallas area, or even not in the Dallas area, we're always looking for new members. There's a
I
little plug.
know. I thought about
Come
rejoining.
back. You
have.
should.
And
You
just like I
should come
said,
back. Yeah, it's we do hybrid meetings. So mostly they're on Zoom and then quarterly we're in person and Zoom. So even if you can't make it to the in-person meetings, we still do our meetings on Zoom. So well, we are actually almost out of time, if you can believe that.
okay, well,
Um,
it's been fun.
I know I had so much fun talking to you, and it's great learning about your writing journey and how you came to publishing, and you know, good luck with your books. I mean, I know it's hard.
It is, but and then at the end of the year when you get that royalty check and you go, I can't even buy, dinner with this.
I know.
Why did I spend all this time writing? But it's okay. It's good. You get a lot of satisfaction out of knowing that you got a book out there.
Yes, and people think you're cool and a rock star
No,
because you're
nobody thinks
published.
I'm cool.
Oh, well, I
Kidding.
do. All right, Jean, thank you so much for joining us here and sharing your incredible journey and insights. Be sure to check out her book, The Magdalens. And a huge thank you to all of you for watching and listening. If you enjoyed today's episode, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and share your favorite part of the conversation. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode. Hey there, and welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, writer, book nerd, and your friendly guide to all things storytelling. Each week, I sit down with amazing authors from all walks of life, whether they're just getting started, finding their readers, or living the dream with books on the shelves. We'll chat about creativity, publishing, the messy middle, and all the magic and chaos that comes with being a writer. So grab your favorite drink, get cozy, and let's dive into another episode of Miles Beyond the Page. Today, I'm super excited to welcome Mary Carlick. Hi, Mary.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for doing it. Mary Carlick, also writing as Mary J. Wilson, combines her Texas roots with her Scottish heritage to write happily ever afters from Texas to Scotland. She earned her MFA in writing popular fiction from Seton Hill University, has a BS degree from Texas A&M University, and is currently studying Scottish Gaelic. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let's talk about. I know you have a current book that you're working on that you're shopping around. So let's talk about that. Tell me the title, what it's about, if it's a series, all that.
There's actually three that are being shopped, but
All right.
so one of them, the one that's with the editor now, is called. We're changing the name of it. It's called A Shortbread Christmas. It's a holiday rom-com set in Scotland, and it's about a Scottish girl living in Texas who has to return home to her village to measure the world's largest shortbread cookie because or shortbread brisket. She's an adjudicator for a world record setting company, so she measures world record stuff. And I'm not doing a very good job of it, but the tagline, I think, is something along the lines of, she's meant to be spending Christmas with her toes in the sand in the Caribbean, not freezing in Scotland, measuring the world's largest shortbread cookie. And worst of all, the village is the village that she was ran out of when she was 17 for accidentally setting the shortbread factory on fire.
Oh, well, this sounds like a really fun
And
book.
and of course, the hero is the owner of the shortbread factory that she went to school with, and he inherited it from his father. So she didn't really set the shortbread factory on fire, but the town accused her of it. They thought it was arson, actually, but it's not. But she has to come back now, and her goal is, she left, a villain, and she's coming back a hero because they're trying to save the shortbread factory.
Right.
And through through baking the world's largest shortbread, they're hoping to save the shortbread factory. Anyway, that's the story. I'm terrible at describing my stories, but that's one that's out right now that people are really interested in. And I have another one called A Celtic Love Song, which is set in the traditional music world of Scotland, or the Celtic music world of Scotland, about an American girl who travels to Scotland to find her dad and ends up traveling with a Celtic band as they help
her find her dad, and she falls in love with a fiddle player.
Oh, that sounds
both
fun.
of those are first in his series. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Obviously, you have Texas roots and Scottish roots now, and you helped me translate some of my dialogue into Gaelic for me for my latest book. So, can you talk a little bit about your Scottish environment and how you ended up there? Because I think it's interesting.
Okay, so my mom was Scottish. Well, her family, she always told us her dad was born in Scotland, but we found out he was the first one born in the US. So I can't say that my grandfather was born Scottish anymore. But anyway, she's Scottish, and she would throw around these phrases that I always thought were Gaelic. I've since learned they're Scots, not Gaelic. But all that's to say, at a time in my life, about 10 years ago almost, I thought, well, it'd be kind of fun to learn Gaelic. I want to understand these phrases that my mom threw out. And at the time, I was also writing a fantasy, and I wanted my fairy language to be Gaelic. So I started doing, I don't know, looking up things and not knowing, having a clue what I was doing. And my editor said, if you're going to use Gaelic in your book, you better make sure it's correct. So I thought, oh, that sounds fun. And so I just found a class on Sky at Somewhat the college, and just flew out there on my own and signed up not knowing a word of Gaelic, and took the first class and just fell in love with it. So I started studying Gaelic, and then I met my husband, who's Scottish, and now we split our life between Scotland and here.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like a fairy tale, really.
It kind of is. When I told my daughter I met Keith, she's like, "Mom, you're living one of your romances." And I said, "No, I'm not, because I haven't had a black moment." So
no, and we hope you don't. So
yes, exactly.
I think it's a great story, and I love that you're learning the language, and it's such a beautiful country anyway. I'm so lucky that I got to go too. Let's talk about your writing journey now. So, what inspired you initially to start writing?
I think because I always was a big daydreamer, and I always
Mm-hmm.
had these stories in my head. So I've always written in secret. And I tell the story a lot because I think it's kind of the lesson, and it's important. So I always wrote in secret, and I went to a really unique school growing up. I didn't go. I spent time in the ski valley because I was on a ski team. So we went to school part day and skied the rest of the day. So I didn't really have some of the classes that most people had, and I never learned how to keyboard. So I thought I couldn't write because I didn't know how to type. And my mother, sadly, she had cancer, and I was already out of school. I was a nurse full time, had kids, married, the whole 9 yards, and I was taking care of my mom. And she said to me, "I've never had any regrets. Live your life without regrets." And I said, "Well, Mom, I only have one regret, and that's that I've never learned how to type." So you can imagine my mom just looked at me like, "Have you lost your mind?" She said, "Why is not knowing how to type a regret?" And I said, "Because I've always wanted to be a writer, and I can't be a writer if I don't know how to type." So my mom said, "Well, if you put your fingers on the keyboard, by the time you write the end, I think you'll know how to type." And it was such a huge lesson to me, because I realized I put my own roadblocks in front of myself. So
Mm-hmm.
after my mom passed away, I went back home, and my husband, my late husband, used to write all my papers when I was at college. And so he knew how to type. And I said, "Show me where to put my fingers." I did. And I wrote that first book, and then I never looked back.
I
It
love
was
this
just,
story.
I just wrote book after book after book.
Yeah, that I did not know this about you, and I love this story. What a fantastic beginning. And you're right, it is a roadblock, and sometimes we do that to ourselves without knowing that's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I know you write in a couple of different genres. So, tell us, how did you decide on the genre that you just decided on? And or did it find you?
I think it found me, because I really originally was going to write what's called romancy now, fantasy romance. And my first book I ever wrote was very much an epic fantasy. It was terrible, and will never be seen. And then I kind of, my kids were in high school, so I started writing young adult, because I I loved it because it's so angsty, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and that was the first books that I got my first agent when I was writing young adult, and those were the first books that came out. And then I sold the two fantasies, and I really liked doing fantasy. But when I was really struggling to write that first fantasy because I was actually going to set it in LA because fairies are in LA and dragons. I don't know why I thought I needed to do that, but that was what I was going to do. And then I visited Scotland for the first time, and I was like, oh yeah, no, this is where this book needs to be the setting. So I did, and I think that just that first time I went to Scotland, I just couldn't get enough. And you know, then it was learning Gaelic and going 3 times a year, and then meeting my husband, and so it really found me because that just it's just great inspiration for romance.
It really is. It's a magical place. I can't wait to go back. I hope I get to go back.
I hope you do too.
Yeah. So you said your first story was an epic fantasy. What did you learn from that, writing that?
You know, your first book, I hear this all the time, is the easiest book because you don't know what you're doing. And I think with me, that I think what I learned was that I could write,
Yeah.
that I really could write, that it's a lot of people say, oh, I'm going to write a novel one day, but when they sit down and you have to put 1,000 words on paper, it's a little daunting. But I
Yeah.
think I just had so much fun, so many years of built up stories in my head that I think that's probably what I learned. The other thing I learned was I learned a lot about writing, the technique of writing, not just storytelling. And I remember the very first critique partner I had looked at the very first page of the book that I wrote, and I had written suddenly like 15 times on the first page. And so I learned little things like you don't say the same word over and over again. I have never used suddenly in a book since then.
Yeah, it's one of those filler words, and it's hard not to use that anyway. I
Mhm.
do the same thing. So I think we all do as we're writing. So let's talk about your writing process. Now, what does your typical writing routine look like? Are you a plotter or a pantser?
Yes and no. I know, yeah, I know my turning points, but I really start with my character. I read Lisa Cron's book about
Yeah.
unlocking the brain, and
Mm,
God, it just changed my whole world with
yeah.
writing. And so I always start with my character, and I figure out what their wound is, and I write that scene of when that initial emotional wound happened
Hmm.
and why they believe they can't get what they want. And I do that for my two main characters. And once I have my character and I really know my character and I have a pretty good idea what the plot is, then I try to figure out the turning points. And lately I've been using plotting in 1 hour. Oh gosh, I can't remember the name of the author that wrote it. I'm so sorry, but I have the little template that I use. I'll send it to you. I just can't remember it. If you want to put it in the whatever
Yeah,
the
and
chat or what, yeah.
yeah.
But I use that, and that has helped me tremendously. And then I use Plotter
Mm,
also as a
yeah.
tool because it keeps me straight on whose eye color is what and whose name is what, especially since I write in series. And then I
Yeah.
just write, and I tend to fast draft. I write as fast as I
Mm,
can do it, and I play word game. You do the same, I think.
yeah.
I play word count games with myself
Yeah.
every day. I try to beat the word count of the day before, and whatever I can do to get, because I'm terrified. The first draft terrifies me. I love to edit. So if I can just get the story down, I know I can make it better. So that's kind of my process.
I have a word count goal that I like to hit every day. And so I like seeing that climb. And I do a goal, a monthly goal, and then I just kind of break it down by every week and what do I need to hit that goal. But so that works for me. But I'm kind of a pantser mostly. I do know a little bit about my
Hmm.
characters when I start, but mostly I'm a pantser. I'm old school. I call it my story Bible, but it's all a Word document. So I've tried to use the plotter and the Scrivener and all that. It just doesn't, my brain shuts off. It just doesn't work for
Yeah,
me.
I can't use Scrivener. People are always, because I just lost, as you know, 25,000 words. And everybody
Yes.
was like, if you use Scrivener, you wouldn't have lost. I it's a fourth of a book, but I can't do it. I write in Word. Plotter, I don't write in Plotter. It just keeps me straight on. I do character notes and character descriptions and just notes. I usually used to write notes in a notebook, and then I would lose my notebook, or, you know, leave it here when I was in Scotland, or leave it in Scotland when I was here. It
That's
kept me
what,
straight.
and that's why I do a Word document, because I like to have it open while I'm writing, because I put in descriptions and character description places. When you're writing a long series, you know, you need to know where did I put that person? What do they look like? So what helps you keep motivated when the writing gets hard?
That's really a hard question. I think when I hit a really big block, it's so frustrating. And I mean, you know, I used to have, I haven't seen a meme where a little kid's laying on their tummy spinning in a chair. You know, have you ever seen that meme?
Yep.
That's the way I feel when I hit that roadblock. It's just like you're frozen. So what I have found is usually it's because there's a lot of junk in my brain. So I'll just take a Word document that I know I'm not going to save, and I write everything I'm thinking, from I'm irritated that my floor is sticky, or, you know, to the person that honked at me, or, you know, the person that said hello, to whatever. And I just empty my brain out. And I usually also, at some point, it sounds so goofy, but it works for me, I'll say, and I hate my book, and I hate my characters, and this is why I hate my characters, and I hate this book, and she ought to just die, and blah blah blah. And I can't figure this out. And by the time I get to that point, I start figuring it out. And then it's like, oh, okay, I can do this. And I go back to writing. And it's such a stupid thing to do, but it works for me.
You know, I don't think that is stupid, because when I get to the point in the book where I'm like, this book is terrible, it's the worst thing I've ever written, then I figure, well, I must be doing all right. I'm right on track.
Yeah, because it happens. I mean, there's not a book I've written that I heard one time that Mary Jo Putney, whenever she would turn in a book to her editor, the final line was always, and then they all died.
That's funny. Well, let's talk about your publishing journey to publication. Can you tell us what your journey was when you got your first book published?
Yes. So I had a really wonderful agent. I just adored her. And she really tried to sell my Hickville High books. And it was right when self-publishing was coming out, and, you know, was making it big. And she said, I think you need to self-publish these. We got a couple of offers for contracts, but they were really restrictive, or they wanted me to take any, like, I couldn't have damn or any swear words. And I'm like, well, teenagers swear, you know, in my books. Were, you know, anyway, it just didn't go with my book. So I turned the contracts down, and she said, I think you should self-publish. And at the same time, my mentor, when I was in graduate school, happened to be a friend of mine as well. And she was about to teach a course on how to put your books on KU or whatever. I can't even remember. I think it was Amazon KU. And she said, I will teach you how to format your book for self-publishing if you let me use you as a guinea pig for my class. And I was like, sure. So that all kind of fell into place. And then I found a cover artist that was just really wonderful. I still have those same covers. I'm going to update them this year, but those books are 10 years old, and they're still making me a little bit of change. You know, everything's dropped off lately. It seems like all book sales have dropped off, but they're still making me some money. So I did that, and I would have loved to have stayed with my agent, but she was moving to another agency, and she really wasn't interested in doing fantasy. And I just gotten off of the fantasy contract, so we kind of parted ways, but we parted amicable. And she's just lovely. And then so I did that for a while, and then life happens. Had a lot of tragedy happened in my life, and, you know, so there's a couple of years that I wrote books, but I didn't even submit. I was just trying to do something to keep my brain off of horrible things that were happening in my life. And which really paid off, since I pulled those books out. And now one of them is my current agent is thrilled about, and I'm just finishing up my edits for that, so she's got editors that are interested, or publishers interested in it. So anyway, never throw your books away. You never know when they're going to be
Exactly.
something that somebody will want. But anyway, so I think I wrote 2 or 3 books during that time that I just didn't. And then when I tried, I thought, well, I want to go trad, because it's hard self-publishing.
It is.
And that's where I am now. I'm going down the trad lane. We'll see.
Well, that's exciting, and I hope it works out for you. So you'll definitely have to keep me posted. What do you think are some of your biggest surprises or challenges that you face in either indie publishing or trad publishing?
With indie publishing, my biggest challenge, well, first of all, my books are the young adult contemporary books.
Mm-hmm.
I sell mostly paperbacks. 98% of my sales are paperbacks.
Yeah.
And which is surprising, but it's because they're young adult, and young adult typically paperbacks sell better than ebooks. Right. And I think that's a challenge for me to get it out there. And my books have been in KU, and I'm gonna take them out and go wide, because it doesn't make sense for mine to be in KU when I sell very few ebooks. Mm-hmm. So and I was wisely told at our last DARA meeting, Shelley Bradley was talking about that, and she said, why would you have your books and all your eggs in one basket? And that just really resonated with me. So I'm pulling all my books from KU, and I'll keep them on Amazon, but I want to spread them, return them. I used to have them wide, and I want to put them wide. But that, and just staying on top of all the social media and doing the ads, and it's such a time suck. So to me, that's the most difficult part about indie publishing. But trad publishing, the most difficult part, honestly, is finding an agent, because you have to have that gatekeeper. So finding an agent that loves your writing, that you get along with. And when I decided to go trad, my first agent that I had, she's a great agent, well known. We just didn't click. I mean, I was afraid of her, I'll be honest. But I mean, not that she was mean. It was just, I think I was so anxious to have an agent and so excited about what could happen. And we just did not connect. I mean, like, I was afraid to ask questions. And then when I did ask questions, I always felt like, that maybe I asked the wrong question, or I don't know. It just wasn't, it was me more than her, I'm sure. But we just did not connect. And so we parted ways. And it took me another year to get another agent, but I was really picky too. And it just took me a while. But the agent I have now, we get along really well, and she loves my writing. And honestly, that is probably the 2 most important things. You need an agent that will fight for you, an agent that loves your writing, and an agent that you connect with. Yeah. And I'm with Nikki Lovick, and she hit all 3 of those for me. We just right away hit it off. So
I really think that's good advice too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You really do need somebody.
I'm on my fourth agent.
Well, that proves that you're a good, solid writer then, because the agents will keep assigning you. So I think that's a great sign. And I do think that if you're going to go trad, that's really good advice for trying to find someone who can advocate for you. And you really do want somebody to love your writing. But I kind of want to talk about RWA a little bit, if you're up for that.
Okay.
Sure. So I know that you are a board member, and I know that there's been a lot of changes going on. So can you talk a little bit about the organization and what you're seeing and how things are going?
The RWA has come a long ways, and RWA's given me so much, and I think anybody that writes romance in the US or that's been a part of RWA, at some point RWA's given them a lot. Yeah. We had a lot of issues that, I won't get into the whole big scandal and controversies, but there were a lot of issues. I was on the original board when all that happened, and I'll stay and I'll fight for RWA, because, at the time there was a lot going on, and I'm really glad I did, because I think RWA is such a different organization than it was back in 2018. And it's much smaller, and that's kind of sad, but I think also it's much stronger. And I'm really proud of where it's, where it is. It's come like the Phoenix coming, reborn out of the ashes. We have a really strong board. We have a diverse board, and our board works together. And I used to hear horror stories about how much strife there was among board members, and we just don't have that. We're ever since I've been on the board, we've always agreed that we will work together to make it a stronger organization. So, and the changes that have happened, there have been some tough changes, especially with the filing, basically Chapter 11, but it's something else for nonprofit 509 something, I think. But so we're financially, RWA is much stronger than it was, but we've had to make some tough decisions, you know, and that's always, people always wonder about that. And there are certain things that, you know, we're not allowed to talk about legally because of, you know, it happened in an executive session or whatever, but I'm really pleased with where it's going. And you can ask me any question. If I can answer it, I will. Some of them I may not be able to answer.
Well,
that's kind of where I am.
And I rejoined because I really missed that feeling of community with other writers. You know, it's a very lonely thing sitting here behind a desk all day trying to write. So I really love the direction that it's going. I just wanted to let people know that it's still around. We're still strong and we're building up. And I don't think I would be published without RWBA. I just really feel like it's a great organization now and it's really coming around. So anyone who's interested in joining, I'll drop the RWA link in the description of the podcast too.
Oh, can I talk about something that we're doing real quick?
Sure. Yes,
so
absolutely.
RWA is in August, is Read a Romance Month. And when you said that, this is what reminded me of it. So we're doing having Ask the Author Almost Anything, and it's open to anybody, so even non-members. And so that'll be happening in August. I know it's a little early to think about it, but I'm super excited about it because we already have 12 authors lined up to do it. I think and we're going to do it 3 times a week for 12 for the month of August. So anyway, that's something to look forward to.
That's awesome. That's exciting. Yeah, can't wait for that. That'll be good. So shifting gears a little bit, let's talk about, I know marketing is always kind of a sticky subject because it's so hard, but do you have any strategies that you found that is most effective for reaching new readers or finding new readers?
I really wish I did. Marketing is I am really good at doing Amazon ads, and I've done some Facebook ads, but I'm just so lazy with marketing. I wish I did have really good advice. I think really, even if you hire someone to do your marketing for you, you need to know your marketing.
Yeah.
Because I've been through that where I've hired people on and off throughout the last 10 years, and sometimes I look at what they do and I'm like, no, I can do much better than that. But I think you just got to learn your craft. You have to learn marketing. You have to be willing to set aside time to do it. I do Amazon ads. I'll have a day where I'll just make a whole flurry of Amazon ads and get them out there. But I'm really terrible. I do have a newsletter, and I used to be really great. And I have a fairly large following. I think it's about 1,500, so it's not huge, but it's okay. But I have my newsletter, and I haven't put anything out in a while because I haven't had a book come out. But I'm excited to start doing that again. I should just, I need to get back to doing that. I like to highlight other people's books if I don't have something coming out, just to keep people in the know. And I was thinking about that this morning. I need to get back on the marketing train. So I apologize.
No, that's
marketing
good to know.
is do it better than me. That's my advice.
Well, we're getting close to running out of time, and I want to get 2 more questions in. So first, tell me, do you have any advice for any aspiring authors out there?
Yes, right. And don't be afraid. I mean, the only way, a couple of things that I've gotten really good advice. Geraldine Dawson told me early on, if you don't treat your writing like a business, nobody else will. So I quit saying I'm going to write and started saying I'm going to work. And as soon as you say, your friends would call and say, oh, I'm writing, and they'd keep talking. But if they call and you say, oh, I'm working, then they'll say, call me back. And that
Right.
is some of the best advice. And secondly, you just got to write. And even if you only have an hour at lunch, you can get words down, as you know.
Yep.
And then the other thing is, how bad do you want it?
Yeah.
And what do you want? If you want, how bad you make sacrifices. When my first husband was really sick, I would get up at 4:30 in the morning and write until 6 because he got up at 6, and then I knew the rest of the day I had to take care of him. And then that was just it kept me sane to get up and write, but that was my sacrifice. I get up at 4:30 in the morning because that was the only time I had to myself, and I chose to use it to write. And I think that's the other thing too. And you have to think about, what do you want? How bad do you want it?
Yeah, I agree. And then secondly, tell us really quick where we can find you and your books.
You can find me at maryjwilson.com. That's my website. And my books right now are on Amazon, but by the end of this week, it's on my calendar to-do list that I will have them in all the other stores as well, e-stores. So
Awesome. Well, we look forward to that. And I look forward to that too. Thank you so much, Mary, for joining me today on Miles Beyond the Page. I really appreciate it.
thank you. It was fun.
Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. If you enjoyed today's episode, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and share your favorite part of the conversation. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode. You can also catch Miles Beyond the Page on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, and iHeartRadio. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep writing, and I'll see you Miles Beyond the Page. Hey everyone, and welcome to Miles Beyond the Page. I'm your host, Michelle Miles, author, storyteller, and lover of all things bookish. This is the show where we get real about writing and publishing. Every month I chat with authors at every stage, from brand new voices to seasoned pros, about their journey, their process, and everything in between. We'll laugh, we'll learn, and we'll dive into the heart of what it means to be a writer. So grab your go-to drink, get comfy, and let's head miles beyond the page. Today, I'm thrilled to be chatting with Janet Lee. Hi, Janet.
Hi, Michelle. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Janet Lee writes snarky time travel romance novels. She combined her love of storytelling, an archive of crazy family stories, into her first novel, The Shoes Come First. Today, she's a full-time chiropractor / acupuncturist. It's very hard to say. Who splits her time between seeing patients and working on her next Jennifer Cloud novel. So today, let's talk about your new book, Stilettos and Secrets on the Seven Seas. And I know it's a series, it's a time travel series. So tell us all about that.
Correct. That's the most recent release in the Jennifer Cloud time travel series. It's all of my books in this series jump back to different historical times, usually based around a historical event or a significant historical figure. So this one goes back to the golden age of piracy.
Nice. What is I know it's a series, so how are they all connected, and do you worry about changing and altering time?
Always the hard part is the time travel. So they're all connected with the same main character. It's a kind of a quirky, clumsy fashionista that inherited the genetic gift of time travel from her great Aunt Hilma. And so he discovers this in the first book. That's her origin story. He basically meets her hunky hero while she's time traveling, and their journey just continues through each book.
Oh, that sounds really fun. I can't wait to read this one. I need to get this on my TBR list for sure. Okay, so let's talk about your writing journey and what inspired you to start writing.
I come from a long line of storytellers. My dad loved history and he loved telling a good story. So it's in my blood, and I love reading. I didn't start out as a writer. I started out in the medical field. And one day I was reading a Janet Ivanovich book, and I just loved the way that she made me laugh and how I felt when I finished the book. I was like, I really love to take some of those crazy family stories we have and just make a book. And so I did.
Awesome. So and that's how you found your genre then, I guess, was that. Very cool.
So, what was the first story you ever wrote, and what did you learn from it?
I wrote little stories in school. The first story that I wrote was actually my first book, The Shoes Come First.
Awesome. Your first book, did you have it published, indie published, or are you trade published?
No, I self-published. I'm the clinic director of a functional medicine clinic, and I also still see patients. So that's my first love, and I knew writing was going to be my second love. So I thought self-publishing was a great way to be able to do both.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it gives you all the control
Right.
from start to finish. So, what does a typical writing routine look like for you? And are you a plotter or a pantser?
I'm definitely a pantser, but as I learn more about writing and story structure, as I've gone on, I have started becoming a planter where I'll write a little bit and I'll try to plot out some things that I think are important in my book. And yeah, I write a little, plot a little, kind of go back and forth.
Yeah, yeah.
And story is made.
I do the same thing. I like to know what I like to write a blurb and then just try to write the book around that, which is hard sometimes. So when the project gets tough, like when you're stuck or whatever, what do you do to stay motivated to keep the words flowing?
Normally, if I'm stuck, I'll do some research. I'll look up some historical fact related to the book that I'm working on and go down that rabbit hole. And that will usually spark some kind of hopefully creative genius and help me finish. If I can't, then I'll usually grab a notebook, go outside, sit on my porch
Mm.
suite, take my dogs for a walk, something like that, just to get things moving.
Yeah. Do you have any other tools or techniques that you use to overcome writer's block when you're stuck?
I use Plotter, which is a kind of an outlining tool. And I
Yep.
don't really use it for outlining, but I do use it to help me remember the story structure.
Yeah. And so for those of you who don't know, Plotter is an online tool that you can get, and it's plottr.com. Is that right? Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great tool that a lot of writers use to help keep things in shape with their current projects.
Sounds like who's in there.
Notes and story Bible and all of that.
Research. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So can you share your journey to publishing that first book indie published?
I did it backwards. I wrote the book and then I thought maybe there's somebody that can help me know if this book is any good, if I should actually publish it. So I found the Romance Writers of America, and I found that they had a local chapter, which is the Dallas area romance authors. And I joined and I was like, oh my gosh, there's all these other people doing the same thing I'm doing. And they had great workshops and they still do so many online workshops or in-person workshops. And I learned. And then that led me to learn how to upload my book to Amazon and publish it.
So are you wide or are you in KU?
I'm wide.
And
The very beginning, and I did drop into KU for a little bit when the first book was released.
yeah.
But mostly wide.
And your books are in ebook and paperback too, correct?
And Audible, yes.
And Audible. Okay, awesome. Yeah. So for those audio book listeners, you can get those on Audible too. Is your whole series available or just a couple of books or
I think we are up to book 5. They're currently working on book 6. So
nice.
.com, and I have 2 narrators, a male and a female. They do all the voices. They're so good. So definitely listen to that.
Oh, that's fun. See, I've never done that with 2 narrators. So can you tell us a little bit about how that works with the audiobook?
Yeah, they're dual narrators. So he will read the male parts and she reads the female parts. And since it's from my main character, Jennifer Cloud, from her point of view, all the narrating part is done from the female narrator.
Oh, okay. All right. Awesome. We'll have to check that out then. That sounds really cool. What were some of the biggest surprises or challenges you faced when you were getting your book ready for publishing?
The biggest challenge was learning the marketing. I don't know anything about that. I had to learn everything, and it's a job. This is a full-time job as well. Yeah, I always have to set aside time to focus on that.
Yeah, I hear a lot of that from people that the marketing is probably the hardest part. So, unfortunately, it doesn't stop with writing and publishing the book. We got to tell You got to tell people about it.
When you do, that is the best feeling to get that feedback.
Yeah.
It's just amazing when people, oh my gosh, they bought my book. I'm like, shut the front door. Somebody in Africa bought my book. I'm like, what? So yeah, it was so
It is,
fun.
it is a fun feeling. How do you handle feedback and revisions when you're in the editing process? And do you have a critique group?
Oh yes, I have a great critique group. I have a fantastic editor, and I have an awesome street team. So those three things they make my book. They just
Yeah.
look shine for sure.
Yeah. And so what does that process look like for you when you're ready? When you finish the final draft, you hand it off to them?
My critique group gets the pages as I go. So they don't always get the entire story, but they give me such great feedback to help me finish the book. So once I'm done with that draft and the critique group has seen it, then I'll get my beta readers and they read it and they tell me about all the typos and all the plot holes and they're just so awesome. And then I will fix everything and send it to my editor. And she's awesome. She finds all the rest of the mistakes and makes it pretty. And then when she returns it to me, then I'll send it to the ARC readers.
Yeah.
Sometimes they find some typos. Not often. But
It's hard to find. I think it's hard to find all the typos. There's always some that sneak in. So let's talk about marketing for a minute. What are some strategies that you have found that is most effective for reaching new readers?
well, I have a newsletter
Sure.
you can sign up for on my website, gentlybooks.com. And that is how I communicate with my readers. And I'll do contests or I'll highlight a fellow author or I'll do a book swap with an author. And then, of course, there's marketing through advertising where you run ads, social media.
Yeah, that's pretty typical these days, isn't it?
I started doing book signings, which has been a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, those are a lot, and you're so good at it too. Like you land those all the time. I got to get in on this. So, how important do you think social media is for authors today?
I think it's very important. I think that's how people are communicating these days. And I feel if you want to gain readers, then you're going to have to do some type of marketing on social media.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's that presence that, and I know you gave me your links. So, are you on all the platforms, or just do you have a few that you like to?
I try to focus on Facebook and Instagram. I'm on TikTok as a presence. My goals is to be on TikTok more in the future. But yeah, I'm still learning that.
Yeah,
And there's so many. There's so many.
yeah,
Yeah, it's been fun though.
yeah.
And to see people's feedback.
So, what advice do you have for building a loyal readership?
I think communication with the people that respond to your book or buy your book. Like I always try to reward my street team, my beta readers with either bonus chapters or a signed book, something for doing the work for me. And just if somebody comments on something to reply back is so important.
Yeah. So, do you find that newsletter engagement is a great way to keep that loyal readership going to
I
through
do
newsletter?
the best advertising I have. It's word of
Yeah.
mouth. The way I build my medical practice, it's the way that I'm building my writing practice.
Yeah. So, what advice do you have, or what's one piece of advice you wish you'd known earlier in your writing career?
Oh gosh. I would have loved to start writing earlier. 'Cause I
Yeah.
feel like kind of late in the game here, but not that late. But I wish I had known more about story structure and just how to write a story, more the craft aspect of writing. Just because I didn't, I wasn't a very good student in English. My English teachers would be so proud.
Do you have any recommendations for any sort of resources of books, craft books for aspiring writers who might want to get started?
I just recently read Story Genius. It's really good. I think the first one I read was How I Write by actually Janet Ivanovich.
Oh, yeah.
That was the very first one back, gosh, in 2013. I think I read that and I was like, oh, look, I can do it. But yeah, there's so many good ones.
Yeah. There's a lot out there, a lot of great resources. And would you say that you did say this, but would you recommend that aspiring authors look for a writing group to join, like Romance Writers of America?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you need a tribe. You need people to bounce your ideas off, tell you if you have got a plot hole. You need people.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. I don't think I would be where I was without the group. And Dare is a great group. If you're in the Dallas Fort Worth area, we're always looking for new members.
That's
So, any tips for those just starting out or considering a career in writing?
the biggest tip is to find a group, join an association in the genre or even not in the genre. We have a lot of people in our group that don't write romance. So matter, but I would definitely join something to help you to take some classes or workshops. There's so many good people that provide workshops out there. Yeah. And Margie Lawson is one. I took several of her workshops. So
She's a great teacher too. Yeah. What's the one with where you highlight the papers to find your everything?
she has so many.
Yeah, she has so many. I think I've taken them all.
Deep editing, but the
Deep
different,
editing.
yes.
That's it. That's the one I'm thinking of. And you highlight the pages to see where your book is going. It's really fascinating too. So highly recommend that too.
I'm always fan.
Well, I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm always dialogue heavy.
Yeah.
My characters are always talking.
I think that helps keep the story moving too. Lots of dialogue. I love dialogue too. How do you define success as an author?
Gosh. Of course, if you sell your books, then making money is always a key that at least you're doing something right. It's more people like your books and getting the feedback from the people that read. I love when I do a book signing and someone comes up and talks to me, and I'm just amazed that I have people all over the world that are reading old Jennifer Cloud's story.
That is pretty cool, isn't it? And I know you're doing some book signings this year. Can you tell us where you'll be signing this year?
I will be at Booktacular, which is both are in Texas. At least the two in the fall are in Texas. I'm at Booktacular in September, and I'm at the East Texas Book Bash, which is in Canton, Texas, in December. And December 6th, I believe that is. It's on my Facebook page. I'm also signing at the RWA convention in Niagara Falls in Ontario in July.
Yeah, awesome. I need to get a table for that.
Yes,
I need to do that.
It'd be great.
Yeah, I need to go sign up for that for sure. So, is there anything else you want to share with us today while we're talking?
I love writing. My books are more historical adventure and romance. So if you love Romancing the Stone or Raiders of the Lost Ark, those types of movies or books, then you probably will love Jennifer Cloud series.
Awesome. And tell us where we can find you and your work online.
I'm at janetleebooks.com. And that is because there is a famous actress also named Janet Leigh. And so I am not her. I'm not the one from Psycho. I am Janet Leigh, the author. So it's janetleebooks.com. And then you can also find me on Instagram and Facebook at Janet Leigh Books.
Excellent. A big thank you to you, Janet, for taking time to hang out with us and share your awesome journey. I really appreciate you doing this today.
Thank you for having me. It's so fun.
Yeah, I feel a little scattered today. It's been a crazy day, but
I like to sound too. That's so awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Amazed by you, Michelle.
Thanks. It is a lot of fun to do. I have a blast talking. I've talked to so many different people, and you just learn from different people by that too. Anyway, thanks again, Janet, for hanging out with us. And don't forget to check out her new release, Stilettos and Secrets on the Seven Seas. And this is book 7. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
All right. And so but be sure you check out the rest of the series too. And thank you for watching and listening. If you loved this episode, give it a thumbs up, drop a comment, and share your favorite moment. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you never miss a chat. You can also catch Miles Beyond the Page on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, and iHeartRadio. Follow and leave a review if you're loving the show. I have more amazing authors coming your way, so stay tuned. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep writing, and I'll see you miles beyond the page.
And that's a wrap on season 1 of Miles Beyond the Page. Thank you so much for joining me on this incredible journey. Whether you watched one episode or binged them all, you rock. It's been a true joy sharing these conversations with authors from all walks of publishing life, and I hope you found a little inspiration, a few laughs, and even maybe your next favorite read. Season 2 is already being brewed behind the scenes, bigger, bolder, and packed with even more writerly magic. So be sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss what's coming next. Until then, keep dreaming, keep writing, and as always, thanks for going miles beyond the page with me.